Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was abandoned and became Wukong Jin Mori from God of Highschool Part 11. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Cap 57, Rescue Part 2, All for One. We continue. It was all so sudden. Out of nowhere came that man in a suit. In this situation like this, in the middle of an abandoned building, it was strange, and more than just heroes would be working here. The area was cleared by the police. And the appearance of that man did not give him a good feeling, but that mask, best genius tried to disable him from combat, something that at first he could, but that man did something. It was at that time that all around him there was a huge explosion, not of fire, but like an earthquake. From that moment everything turned black for you. Present. Empty lady was opening her eyes, her whole body hurt, so she returned to her normal size. She didn't know what had happened exactly. At the moment that earthquake happened, she felt like her clothes were pulled back with her. It was then that everything turned black. Before the blonde's eyes, everything was in ruins. She could easily see how this destruction covered a good perimeter of the area. The woman saw her companions, all injured, but not in danger of death. They were all unconscious. And the only one who had blood wounds was Best Genius, the leader of this group. Officers were also unconscious. The woman could hear noises coming from a direction near her. Walking forward to see what was happening, in a crack, there was the same man in a suit with that strange mask, but he was not alone, but others that she could identify as villains. The woman tried to call through her communicator, but it did not work. It was damaged. She continued looking, finding that not only were the villains there, but also several UA students that she could recognize, and 2 teachers. But what made the woman cover her mouth was what happened to the brunette. Before his eyes, the brown-haired boy was pierced through the middle of his stomach, to immediately fall to the ground by inertia, being helped by the girls Momo, Kyoka and Namuri, the Yayorozu immediately first aid kit, trying to avoid that wound at all costs. You also ran to help. The brown-haired boy's wound was very large. She could see how his eyes were closing little by little. Despite trying to keep it open, fear and terror ran through the veins of the 4 girls and the students present. Without noticing that the brown-haired boy was not bleeding, despite that large wound, which took half of his stomach, despite the 4 girls trying to cover that wound, and the brown-haired boy, who still remained silent, as in his last moments of life. Everyone was shocked to see what happened to the brown-haired boy, except for Azazel, who didn't seem to care, and continued to watch the villains. Azazel, wow, I didn't think you could inflict such a wound on him, even though he is slightly superior to you, said the fallen man to the man in a suit. Ida, Azazel-sensei, don't you care about what happened to Hyoudou? He exclaimed to his teachers. One of his students had received a mortal wound, and he showed no concern whatsoever. Azazel, calm down. He wouldn't die so easily. We just have to wait a little longer, said the blonde lock to the class president. First he had to wait for the rest to appear to start seriously. Kirishima, how can you say something like that? Don't you see it? He exclaimed euphorically. In the same way as Ida, it was certain death with that wound, and his teacher tells him that he will not die. It was a joke. Todoroki ran towards the brown-haired boy. He created ice covering the brown-haired boy's wound, as if to avoid bleeding, using ice to cover the wound. Even so, the brown-haired boy seemed not to hear anything of those who spoke to him. Simply the heat of his body abandoned him. You're here, right? Sensei asked no one in particular, or rather, a newcomer, as if he felt his arrival, the arrival of. From the sky All Might came down at full speed, trying to hit the sensei with both of his fists, but both were intercepted by the 2 hands of the man in a suit. All Might, I'll make you give it all back, all for one, exclaimed the symbol of peace to Sensei, who called him all for one, while exchanging forces with the aforementioned. All for one, will you kill me again, All Might? Asked with intrigue the counterpart of One for All, also exchanging forces with the symbol of peace. The exchange of forces sent everyone nearby flying. It was a great impact of force to be able to create that great blizzard. Villain or not, he was still sent flying by the great forces of both, All Might and All for One. The only one who could get away was Azazel, who stood in front of the students, spreading his wings, flapping his wings, creating another small gust of wind to counteract the first one, thus lightening the air a little, so that he wouldn't be sent flying. The strength of both was truly exceptional, managing to cover the entire perimeter with that blizzard, which took a few seconds to begin to dissipate. All for one, you're late. There are a little more than 5 kilometers from here to the bar, easily in 30 seconds after the Nomus I sent arrived, said the villain as if nothing, just stretching his hands a little. Not a spot of dust was found on his suit. You have weakened. All Might, what about you? Why do you wear that mask? The symbol of peace also asked his archenemy. He also found himself without anything, while he looked with hatred at the man in front of him. You're asking too much of yourself, aren't you? Asking, seeing through some cracks in the mask, he seemed a little disfigured. The smoke screen had cleared. Not far from there, the group was gathered behind Azazel, while many watched in surprise that this guy had stopped All Might with his hands. No one had done that. Bakugo saw this with surprise, with others. Although the others were worried about the brown-haired, the blonde only saw this beginning of the fight. He could conclude that he is the boss of the villains. Issei. 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 Don't close your eyes. Keep them open, help is coming. A woman's voice exclaimed, saying it was no one else but you, who took the brown-haired boy's hands, trying to make him react, but without success. Todoroki, Hyoudou, don't die here, said the boy with the ice and fire quirk, while using both sides ice to keep the wound closed, and fire to keep the brown-haired boy's body heat stable. Midoriya saw this with terror. At first he thought he would lose his father, but in the end he lost his friend, who took the attack that his father was directed at. His body trembled, seeing that in front of his eyes was something that froze you. His sister was in the same way. Hasashi stood still. A young man had given his life to save his. He was shocked. In so many years of working as a hero in the shadows, it was the first time he had seen a young man take risks in this way. He had met brave young men, but none had risked their lives to this extent. All Might notice how the brown-haired boy was. Although he was surprised at first to see Azazel, but seeing how he was, they could see how ice covered a large part of his torso, on the left side. All Might, did you do it? He asked seriously, looking at All for One, clenching his fists tightly. All for One, he wanted to play the hero. I just did him a favor. He'll be seen as a hero was the only thing the man said, as if it was nothing, making it known that he did the right thing. All Might launched himself to give a right blow to All for One, but he raised his left hand, which began to accumulate something, to free himself against the attack of the symbol of peace. All Might, I will not make the same mistake. This time I will send you to prison, to the League of Villains, he exclaimed forcefully while accumulating more strength in his fists. He would make him pay for everything he did. He would not repeat the same mistake he made 6 years ago, and for what he did now. All for One, you shouldn't do so much. It will be difficult for someone your age, you know, said the villain while releasing a strong current of wind against All Might's fist, who was easily sent crashing through several buildings, and destroying him in the process. This combination wasn't bad at all. It was fun, he said, looking at the hand with which he counterattacked All Might, although I could have added an expansion type as well. The attack used by All for One was a combined one, air cannon with limb spring. The latter consists of accumulating tension in the limbs, which when released produces a large shock wave. And if that were not enough, it was combined with other augmentation quirks, since the previous two were simply for attacks. Kinetic impulse, an increase of 4 times the power of shock wave, increase of forces by 4. All Might had been thrown back, a little over a kilometer, and destroying everything in its path. The destruction was great, as if a plane had crashed causing havoc. It was the first time that such a large-scale confrontation had occurred. The electricity in the surrounding area had disappeared, or rather, was cut off due to the damage. Even beyond the cleared perimeter area, the destruction was enormous. Azazel, how much longer do they have? He asked through a communicator made by him. He was speaking to a certain specific group, who had not yet shown themselves since they separated. We would be if they would stop causing so much damage. We have to make another copy again. A voice on the other end of the communicator complained about the destruction. Keep the damage to a minimum, just a little longer. The Fallen One sighed. To look at All for One, well, his business is not with All for One exactly, but with the one who ordered to kidnap Bakugo, and from what he heard about that man, it was Shigaraki, so, while the Great M takes care of him, he would go to teach him a lesson to respect certain young villains. After all, the area is clear, without any civilians, up to a minimum of 3 kilometers around. The Fallen searched for where those young villains were, which he found, to be more precise, in Shigaraki. Azazel walked towards where the gray-haired man was, who was barely getting up after being sent flying by the impact of his mentor with the peace symbol. About 4 meters away between him and the fallen man, several spears shot towards Azazel, who stepped back dodging them. He looked towards the direction where the spears came from, finding that there was all for one. All for one, don't come any closer, the quirk multiple warned the fallen. Azazel, force me, he said, creating a spear, where he threw it towards where Shigaraki was, but only grazing his shoulder. That boy has to learn manners the bad way. All for one launched himself at Azazel, who again took out a spear, hitting the aforementioned, but a surprise happened. Azazel was sent flying, as if the blow he gave with that spear of light was reflected. He had used a quirk to reflect Azazel's attack, reverse impact. It reflects any damage received to the one who attacked him, but does not avoid being hit by the object. All for one, then I'll come for you, one for all, he said, looking at the 2 green-haired men, although only Midoriya understood what he meant. Although what does he mean by you? Wouldn't it be just you? Hisashi launched himself against the subject, in an exchange of blows, although for all for one, those blows were nothing, thanks to his impact reduction quirk, which any blow from the older green-haired man was nothing. For the villain, it was just a hindrance, and as for his quirk of throwing flames from the hero's mouth, it was interesting. But it was not a good way to use flames. He had better fire quirks on his list. All for one, the father trying to protect his children. Sounds beautiful, said the villain, holding the neck of the fire-breathing hero. His free hand began to produce a kind of sharp bone, the same one that Azazel dodged. It seems he is going to stick it into Hisashi. They have something that belongs to me, and that is why I have to get it back. Before he could stab it into the fathers of the 2 green-haired men, he was intercepted by Azazel, who broke all for one's bone spear, to take the older green-haired man, to distance himself from the villain. Azazel, Taku, it was my favorite suit, you know, and now it's stained, said the fallen one, seeing how his suit was dirty. In addition to some damages, you will have to pay me for it. Although Azazel's comment seemed like a joke, his gaze was the opposite. His gaze, before all for one, was as if the villain were prey, before hundreds, no, thousands of crows as dark as the night, a natural black that could never be seen in a painting or anything else. It's as if you had no choice but to be devoured by thousands of crows without putting up a fight, or rather, you can't, nor do you have the chance. In his long life he had never felt that sensation of his senses being frozen. That man in front of him, it's not normal. No one other than the bearers of One for All had ever been able to withstand a blow, and stand up as if nothing had happened. The human is part of the animal kingdom, which is why their survival senses are in them, which is why the senses of the villain who steals quirk warned him of the danger of facing Azazel, even though he does not know what makes those blonde locks so dangerous. All for one, run away from here, Tamura. That boy no longer matters, that boy said to the aforementioned, who did not know what his mentor was planning. All for one's hands turned black, with red lines, and then began to stretch until they stuck into the unconscious Kurogyri. The quirk used by All for One at that moment is forced activation, as its name says, those extensions of the villain's hand, with which it comes into contact, that user will activate his quirk, either forcibly or his own. The portal user, despite being unconscious, thanks to All for One who forced his quirk, could get Shigaraki and the others out of here. The fight that is about to come to steal some quirks would be really close before being able to get their hands on them, which makes him feel tension in front of Azazel. In addition to the brown-haired boy's super strength quirk being very useful to him, if he remembers correctly, that young man had faced almost head-to-head against the strongest gnome created to fight against All Might, a super strength far superior to many in that category. And All for One's black liquid transportation quirk, unlike Kurogyri's, he could only move with it a short distance and towards someone he is familiar with, and while Kurogyri's, as long as he has the coordinates of the place, there will be no limit to teleporting there, and with the forced activation, All for One himself was able to get the coordinates to another secret base, in a place unknown to the heroes. The portal quirk user opened one right away in front of the League of Villains. They had to leave. Shigaraki was going to ask what about him, but the sound of someone approaching interrupted him. From the sky, All Might returned again to continue fighting against his nemesis, who rose to the sky to intercept the symbol of peace, but without losing sight of Azazel, who remained calm, who seemed to be arguing with someone through a communicator. All for one, don't stop thinking, Tamura. You can still grow a lot, said the quirk stealer to his successor. Who is Shigaraki? What plans he has for his successor is something that will only be revealed with time. All Might, they won't escape, he exclaimed, hitting All for One, who intercepted him in midair with his right forearm, and the impact created bursts of wind. The League of Villains had to leave before All Might reached them, and the rest of the good guys were busy with the brown-haired boy, but Shigaraki continued to watch his teacher fight against the symbol of peace. All Might wanted to go against the young villains, who were escaping, but All for One was blocking him, making it impossible for him to pass, unless he defeated him. Azazel, don't even think about going against them, said Azazel, watching the fight of the symbol of peace against All for One, but the phrase he said was for Bakugo, who wanted to go against Shigaraki and company. But as expected, Bakugo did not follow the orders of his teacher, or is he still his teacher after being arrested? The action of the blonde simply drew a sigh from the fallen, who in a quick movement, hit the explosive boy on the back of the head, leaving him unconscious. Sigh. As much as I also want to teach them a lesson, I am someone outside of this world, he said in a low voice, leaving the explosive blonde with the rest. And he promised to bring this boy home without any harm. The symbol of peace wanted to prevent the League from escaping, but was simply thrown by All for One's limbs against some nearby buildings. As much as he and All Might were injured since their last confrontation, neither of them were at 100%, nor did they have the time to live. Now they only have to have All for One's successor do what he could in the past in a few moments, but above all, show the world what the hero society is like. But that did not defeat the symbol of peace, who emerged from the rubble to continue fighting against his nemesis. Again, in an exchange of forces, All Might still had strength left. The good thing, since the same day of the practical exam of end of course, he had again received acupuncture from the Brown. Something that from the USJ had extended a little more its time limit, and in conditions of intense fights, it would be 2 hours maximum, something that he would take advantage of the 1 hour that he had left, knowing that it would possibly be less, to be against All for One with which he faces. The surroundings of both crack due to the great strength of both, either yielding to the other. All for One, I thought you would have less strength with that incurable wound, said the villain to the symbol of peace. All Might, I have a good doctor, he said, applying more force, making the villain lose ground, to kick him, sending him crashing into some rocks. It would still be quite difficult to get close to Shigaraki. Azazel, hey Great M, don't hold back, none of us will get hurt in your battle, so go all out, said the fallen one, meaning that everything would be fine, and that includes the brown-haired one. Namuri, don't you see? Issei is hurt, exclaimed the woman to the fallen man, who didn't take any importance of this. Azazel just sighed again at that comment, and then used his communicator again. Already? Seeing you hurt is annoying, you know. Just a little more. And we already have the replica ready. I'm not like Graphia-san, who can create a replica as if nothing, complained the voice on the other side of the communicator. But returning to the League, Shigaraki, seeing his mentors fight against the symbol of peace, had no choice but to leave, but not without Bakugo. He would be a great attack for the UA and the Society of Heroes, so he would take Bakugo at all costs. Magna used his magnetism quirk, which consists of giving magnetic force to everything within a radius of 4.5 meters. It can be a complete person or a part of the body. Men are positive and women negative, and it does not work for himself. He used compress to get to where Bakugo was, throwing the aforementioned villain, but Azazel and Hisashi were there to stop him, along with Todoroki and Kirishima, who wanted to help, but that adult wouldn't let them. The villain who compressed quickly shot out in that direction. It would be difficult, but even so, orders are orders, so he would go for the blonde before leaving. He was a fundamental piece for Shigaraki's plans. Before the villain could get within range to compress Azazel and Hisashi, something hit the villain, sending him back to the bad guys, then going to where they are, to knock out twice, Spinner and Magna, leaving the only ones conscious are Shigaraki and Toga. The one who knocked them out was none other than Gran Torino, the now retired veteran hero, who stood by All Might's side, but turned his back on him. All Might, you are very slow, the former pupil reprimanded his mentor. Gran Torino, you are very fast. I'm not surprised to see that Midoriya boy here, he really looks more and more like you in a bad way, said the old man, as much as the blonde and the green-haired boy got into trouble where it least expected them. In short, both were introverts. All for one got up from the rubble. With his dirty suit, he recognized that old man as Shimura's friend. He didn't expect to see someone else related to that Shimura besides All Might here. Apparently he was wrong. Now All Might didn't have to worry about the rest of the league. There were only two left. His former teacher would take care of them, while he would go all out against All for One, although he had doubts about why Azazel was so calm, despite the fact that one of his former students was really hurt, while many were caring for him as best they could. The balance was not very favorable for the villains at the moment, not at all. Someone like Gran Torino against Shigaraki, who despite being old, has plenty of experience. Shigaraki is not ready for a confrontation with them yet, so for All for One, the priority now was to get them out of here. He again took out his limbs, going towards All Might, who he thought would attack him, but it was just the opposite. He was directed towards someone who was behind him, who was unconscious Magna. The limbs dug into the magnetic villain, making a forced activation of his quirk. Gran Torino had quickly launched himself against Shigaraki, to kick him, but he dodged it. But it was not what he planned, but it was Magna's quirk, where he attracted him back, dodging the kick. Not only him, but all the villains, they were all attracted to Toga, whose entire body was surrounded by a neon pink color, and the men by a neon blue color, as explained above, the men positive, and the women negative. Opposites attract, and since Toga is the only girl in the league, since the rest are men, they were all attracted to her, who was at the entrance of the portal crashing into the girl, thus entering the other side of the portal, and only Shigaraki remained, who refused to leave. But he still ended up entering the portal. He knew about his mentor's condition. It wasn't very good. He was the same as All Might, you could say, the only one who was with him. He didn't want to lose his mentor, but it was inevitable. He already entered the portal, disappearing along with it. Gran Torino had tried to prevent them from escaping, but All for One's limbs prevented it, leaving the aforementioned as the only villain. For All for One, Tamura had to move forward. His mission doesn't end, it just begins. His intention from the beginning was to save Tamura. He never thought he would get involved in a fight, but what can be done? If the symbol of peace is willing to fight, so is he. All Might's fist had crushed several of All for One's companions in the past, and he was named the symbol of peace, not only in Japan, but in the world as well. He was like a hunter, stalking his prey one by one. The symbol of peace launched another blow towards the villain, who defended himself, using his teleportation quirk, in Gran Torino, putting him in the middle of the two of them, causing the old man to receive the blow from the symbol of peace, which worked, but he had quickly removed his fist, but the attack was done. All Might throw another punch, but this time, a Detroit smash, a direct blow to the target, so powerful that it can create a strong wave of wind that can clear the clouds. But of course, with his former master as a shield, he would first use his left hand to remove his master, to deliver a direct blow to All for One. But All for One reversed the attack, causing all the damage to go back to All Might, destroying the arm part of his suit, also taking the damage from it. Combined with the air cannon, it gave a slight damage bonus, and this quirk combination managed to drag the peace symbol back. Although for one, he also received a part of the damage, it seems that he did not reflect the entire attack, breaking the forearm part of the suit, making it noticeable that he also received damage to the arm. All for one, let's see how many reserves you have left to reach your limit, said the villain to the symbol of peace. Everything around was destroyed. Being a hero is harder than being a villain, but I guess heroes have a lot to protect, right? He said, referring to the destruction around him. Surely there are many wounded and heroes busy rescuing civilians, he said ironically. But he was wrong. Nobody knows, but only Azazel, and it is that in a good perimeter around this area, any civilian, animal, had been evacuated. In the same way, the gnome is neutralized by lightning from the sky, by a certain group that has not yet made its appearance again, and only through the communicator that Azazel has. There were no wounded civilians. Only destroyed architectures, and there was only a little bit left for that job to finish to appear. All Might, I could do this all day, said the symbol of peace to his nemesis. No, to the nemesis of all the bearers of the one for all. Worse, I'll make you shut up once and for all. You always played like this with people. You break them. You steal from them. And you take advantage of them, and you control them. Irrationally mocking those who want to live their lives, with each phrase that a symbol of peace said, while he put all the effort of his being, making more and more strength, he launches himself against All for One. He would not fall again in the same trick of the villain. All Might launched himself at All for One, but this time, instead of attacking first, he grabbed the villain's left arm, with which he had repelled several of his attacks previously, applying so much force to the grip that he could easily break anyone's arm. No exceptions, I can't forgive him, he exclaimed at the top of his lungs, delivering a sharp, clean blow directly to the villain's face, breaking what remained of that helmet, in the process knocking the villain to the ground, breaking the ground with the impact. It was so fast that the villain couldn't do anything in time, taking the blow full on, straight to the ground, and just with that tremor, Gran Torino recovered from the blow, seeing how slightly smoke came out of his former student's body, and then no more came out. Every time smoke came out of him, it meant that he had reached his limit. It was the first time that in the middle of that, no more came out. But it is true that he had used quite a bit of power from what remained of the residue of the One for All flame. Did he really manage to finish off All for One? It could be noticed that the symbol of peace was breathing heavily. All for One, what's wrong? You got tired so quickly. All Might, I saw something similar before, wahaha, commented the villain still on the ground, starting to laugh. To say when was that of the previous successor of One for All. The villain revealed the symbol of peace, who opened his eyes slightly from the impression. Recognizing who he was referring to, Shimura Nana, the villain revealed the name of the previous bearer, or rather, bearer. The mask that All for One was wearing had broken, revealing what his face looked like, or what was left of his face. The face part had broken, leaving before everyone a kind of breathing apparatus around his neck. Nothing could be seen. There were no eyes, no hair, no ears, nothing. Shimura Nana, the previous bearer of One for All, before All Might, the same one who trained him to carry the hereditary quirk, hearing All for One mention his teacher angered him. All Might, don't dirty my teacher's name with your vile words, he said angrily, even with the villain on the ground. All for One, she was a weak woman, whose ideals surpassed her. She was ashamed to me after creating One for All, he said with grace, still remembering very well how he killed the woman at that time and she died in a pathetic way. Where could I start to tell you? He said with amusement before the symbol of peace, who squeezed the diets tightly until bleeding, but he had heard enough. All Might, shut up! He exclaimed forcefully to give him a left punch, but before he could hit him, All for One created an explosion all around this area, creating a curtain of dust. From it, the symbol of peace was shot into the sky, spitting blood. It was quickly going towards the sky, where there was a helicopter that was transmitting everything. Those inside, seeing that the peace symbol was about to be crashed, closed their eyes, but a black and yellow stain took hold of the peace symbol, preventing it from crashing into the helicopter. Azazel, you weigh more in this form than in your normal form, commented Azazel, carrying the symbol of peace. While he had his wings extended, his 12 wings, he carried his co-worker in one arm, while in the other, he carried Gran Torino. In passing, hey old man, I almost ran into you, you know? You should take care of your health. All Might, Azazel? Exclaimed the symbol of peace, seeing his fellow master with quite a few wings, landing near the villain. Gran Torino, don't get carried away, Tashinori. It's the same as 6 years ago, calm down, said the veteran to his former student, reminding him of what happened 6 years ago, where he got that mortal wound. You got carried away by his words and you let him escape to leave you with that hole in your stomach, said the old man, who despite All for One escaped, but had taken that scar, the same one he has on his face. Azazel left both heroes on the ground. The symbol of peace began to cough, while still being suppressed by that old man. His quirks and fighting style are different now. You won't be able to hit him head-on like before. You must be clever, the old man advised the symbol of peace. This really is the continuation of the battle from 6 years ago, which never ended. It just took a pause. Can you still move? Asked the old man. Overcome your limits. It's that or die. All Might. Why yes, answered the peace symbol, wiping the blood that was coming out of his mouth, while smoke began to come out of his mouth again. Azazel. All Might. Don't demand too much of yourself. Help will come soon, said Azazel to his friend. All that was missing was for them to appreciate it, to potentialize that content. The helicopter was recording everything, while at the same time broadcasting everything live to all the media. They were the only ones who managed to get an aerial view. The reporter could only define this as out of a nightmare. In just an instant he had destroyed half the road. The great All Might faces the one who is believed to be the leader of the League of Villains, and above all, they also managed to capture the UA students, some teachers and heroes, but the one who seemed most injured was the brown-haired one. A single villain had done this. It was truly terrifying. Everything was seen by everyone, the rest of the UA students in their respective houses, Hyoudou residence, the UA Academy, everywhere. Although many were shocked by this, as always society is something very different. The heroes have made everyone live in a bubble, always thinking that the hero will always save the day. Many throughout Japan thought that way. In the end, All Might will take care of it, right? With the group, they kept making the brown-haired boy react in one way or another, but it was useless, and many of them didn't stop crying. Namuri, hey! Keep your eyes open. Don't go! Or I'll tell everyone what you did in the camp bathroom. Do you hear me? She exclaimed to the brown-haired man, with her head on the woman's legs, while tears fell on the brown-haired man's face. Don't leave me, she said in a whisper. Kirishima, old man. Don't go to the light. You still have a lot to do before that. If you're a man, keep your eyes open. Do you hear me? Exclaimed the redhead, shouting at the top of his lungs at the brown-haired boy. He tried not to cry, but it was useless. Todoroki, hey! Don't even think about sleeping at times like this like you do in class. Exclaimed the boy with the ice and fire quirk. Hey Hyoudou. He shouted his friend's name. Hisashi was calling for reinforcements, as well as doctors to the place. He felt guilty for how the young man was. Momo could no longer create more things to help the brown-haired boy. She no longer knew what to do. Everything she knew about creating objects to help wounds, none was for this type, just watching him die. Without being able to say what she had for him. Kyoka tried to listen to the brown-haired boy's pulse, which had become increasingly slower. It was not a good sign. She could do nothing but watch, with the sensation of her heart being pierced by a stake. Yu, who stood up, with his hair covering his eyes, walked towards the direction where the Palia against All for One were. They walked slowly, but without maintaining a good balance, then revealing tears, with an angry expression, becoming large. The blonde jumped and fell on the villain with great force, causing the ground to rise as the girl fell on top of the villain. Then the woman began to hit her mind at the same place where the villain was. She didn't listen to anything that was happening, not even the warnings of All Might or Gran Torino. The woman just wanted to make this man pay. She hit non-stop. The size he was created clouds of dust around him, but the woman didn't care. She kept hitting non-stop. You, damn it! Exclaimed the blonde, continuing to punch in the same place. With her giant size, she was more than sure she would crush that guy. She just had to hit harder. All that should be left is ground meat die. Give it back to me! All Might was going to stop the woman before something happened to her. He ran towards her, but after a few steps of running, he felt a great pain, in the same location as his wound, on the left side, between the stomach and the respiratory system, the same one that All for One did to him in the past. Now he had done it again. Nailing his limbs with several egg beaks, this quickly caused him to spit blood. Then, everything around him exploded, taking everyone present in the place, without exceptions, but those who would take the most damage would be those closest to All for One. Like you, All Might, Gran Torino and Azazel, although the latter, I doubt it, since he would manage in many ways, while the rest grabbed what they could. While Namuri hugged the brown-haired boy with all her strength, to prevent him from being taken away. The transmission only showed a faint light for a moment, and then everything went to earth, the same explosion without explosives that took out almost the entire road. The cloud from the earth explosion took about 30 seconds to dissipate, starting to show All for One. With his clothes torn, he had his hands extended. All for One, I wonder if it's okay for me to take the decisive blow to society? He asked curiously, directing the person in front of him, about 7 meters away. But All Might, as much as you hate me, I hate you equally, or maybe more. I killed your teacher, said this part, making his hand address him, but you took away what I'd built, right? For that reason, I want you to have the most horrible death possible. He exclaimed to activate another quirk. His body began to grow in his muscle mass. No, they looked like some metallic pieces came out of him. Don't be ashamed, that's your true form, what you really are. But the look of the symbol of peace told him everything. He wasn't going to give up. I give up. I think I won't change anything about your look. You're stubborn like a child. Maybe this didn't affect you either, hero. In fact, Shigaraki Tamura is Shimura Nada's grandson. All for One dropped a bomb of revelation to the symbol of peace, who, despite being inside the curtain of dust, All for One's infrared quirk could see him clearly. This revelation was too much for him. The smoke screen began to disperse more, revealing in All Might a form between his real and the heroic. One of his hands covered the mortal wound, while the same wound began to bleed. All for One had stabbed him deeper. Little by little his heroic form was lost. More and more smoke began to come out of his body. What remained of his heroic form began to deflate like a balloon. All Might couldn't believe it. That Shigaraki was his teacher's grandson. It must be a lie. It must be. It couldn't be. But the villain claimed it was true. Shigaraki's meeting with him at the USJ was no coincidence. It was all planned, that in the end the symbol of peace ended up meeting him. All Might's strength was declining, as he watched One for All's nemesis do the same thing as his teacher, always smiling at everything, like a hero, only hearing All for One's mockery. All for One, first I will destroy your self-esteem that you maintained even with your injury. Show the world your pathetic form, symbol of peace, said the villain to the true form of that symbol of peace that the world admired so much, something that the symbol of peace was already almost leaving his heroic form completely. Although I think that destroying it was your spirit, he said mockingly, referring to the teacher of All Might. All Might, th is a relative of my MOMO teacher, he said between stutters. It was still difficult to think what it is. It was too much. All this time, he saw Shigaraki as an enemy, who in the end turned out to be the grandson of his late teacher. What have I done? Ag. He began to scream for his mistake. Little by little despair entered him. But something happened. The sky began to quickly shine white. No, rather, the sky formed a circle. Strange pentagrams were drawn on it, as if it were a spell, and then it disappeared, without revealing what it was, or what it did. Nothing that will happen from here on will be seen by the world. Nothing comes out. Nothing comes in, said a new voice, which apparently was next to All Might, a few meters to the left. That circle, magic, was to create a field around this destruction. No one from outside, not even the media that records, will see what happens inside. For those who are outside the field, they will not see anything, only the destroyed landscape of what were once streets and buildings full of people walking, before the eyes of those outside. They simply disappeared by magic. While outside the field, all the spectators were wondering what had happened. Out of nowhere, everything, like All Might and the villain, had vanished as if it were an illusion in the desert. They did not understand what had just happened, only left with the doubt, where did they go? A strong current of air cleared the entire smoke screen, but it was not intense, but lighter, as if it were a breeze, showing a hooded man wearing the same clothes as the brown-haired man, carrying an unconscious empty lady in his arms. And next to the hooded man, there was Valley, with the wings of divine dividing, releasing blue particles, while he had his arms crossed. As much as All Might and Gran Torino did not recognize the two, except for Azazel, who smiled at this, and with the students Namuri and Hisashi in front of them, were Serafal, Ravel, Leifi and Lulu. The young people and the two adults were surprised. They were still in the same place, without any extra scratches or anything like that. They had not suffered anything, not even with that explosion. Azazel, they finally arrived. They took a while, I commented the fallen one, cleaning the dust left on his outfit a little longer, and I would have taken care of it without you. Valley, don't tell me, tell him, said Referendum to the hooded man, and as for you, move and you won't last a second, he said to All for One, who for some reason had frozen at Lucifer's comment. I'm sorry, but every time we had the replica ready, it always brought out a new damage. which only made it longer, the hooded man commented to Azazel, while he carried you towards the direction where his companions were, in front of them. His voice seemed familiar, too much. The hooded man left the blonde with his companions, and then stung the girl in several places on her body. To be more specific, where she had received damage, she was left with Momo. I'll leave you sand to you, please, he asked the Yayorozu, who upon seeing the hooded man, opened her eyes in surprise. She couldn't even speak. She could barely utter a word. After leaving you in Momo's hands, the hooded man went towards the brown-haired man, who still kept his eyes slightly open. No one present said anything. The clothes and that voice had stuck with them. They didn't know what to think. You did an excellent job, you can rest, I'll take care of the rest, said the hooded man to the brown-haired man, who smiled slightly, to close his eyes, while the rest simply understood that the brown-haired man could rest in peace. Before someone could say not to give up, the brown-haired man vanished like smoke. To show that there was nothing left of him, and in the place where it was, a thin golden thread of no more than 7 centimeters by the wind, it ended up in the palm of the hooded man, to stop shining, showing that it is not a thread, but a hair of a brown color. Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, Momo, Kyoka, Midoriya, Nimuri, Izumi and Hisashi did not know what had happened. They had no words to say the rest. The brown-haired man had vanished. They looked at the hooded man for an answer, but he turned around to look in the direction of All for One. Ravel, Leifi, I'll leave it to them, he asked the two mentioned as a favor, receiving a positive response from her. The hooded man walked along with Serafal and Lulu to meet with Azazel, Vala, All Might and Gran Torino. Azazel, better late than never, he said with amusement to the hooded man, who began to remove his hood, revealing a spiky brown mane. Everyone present opened their eyes, excluding the natural shadows and those who were unconscious, like Bakugo and you. It was something that made their heads fly. In front of them was Issei. Chapter 58, The Smash of the 7 Continents. The hooded man had taken off his hood, showing who he was, leaving everyone present surprised, since it was the same brown-haired man who was injured, and the one who was injured simply vanished like smoke. When did that happen? They didn't know, but he was alive, and they witnessed his mortal wound. Could it be a clone? Could it be a quirk of that man called Vala? Since everyone knew very well what their quirk was, except for Valley, and a new one from Azazel, since apparently he not only creates spears of light, but also wings, many wings. It had to be Vala's quirk, which has to be one of cloning and making a copy of someone or an object. It had to be, it was the only answer. But seeing him with those wings that looked like something high-tech, those wings had to be machines. It couldn't be his quirk, but the first option. Issei, sorry for the delay, All Might Sisai. The brown-haired boy apologized to his teacher, who was equally surprised. I think you got ahead of us in rescuing Bakugo, and Izumi, he said amusedly, but received no response from the aforementioned sensei. What the hell? I exclaimed, the symbol of peace coming out of its print, that circle that appeared and disappeared from the sky, and the appearance of the students who escaped from their arrest, and above all, the almost dead chestnut tree was as if nothing had happened, and the other one just like him, who was mortally wounded, disappeared. All Might, young Hyoudou, Nanny, how? Asked the symbol of peace to the brown-haired boy, taking him by the shoulders, starting to shake him from front to back. You are alive, he exclaimed with excitement, without thinking that the brown-haired boy was starting to get dizzy. Azazel, if you keep shaking him, he won't be there for long, commented the former leader of Grigori to the symbol of peace, who looked at the brown-haired man who was shaking him. He had spirals in his eyes, I told you. Hyoudou Shonen, the peace symbol exclaimed to the brown-haired boy, who had spirals in his eyes. After all, the brown-haired boy, how to put it, if he gets dizzy on the amusement park rides, with this it was just as probable, and more so being a shaking of the peace symbol, which would simply be equivalent to that of a rough mountain. And well, girls, you know, although it was Opha's first, on their date at the amusement park, she discovered that the brown-haired boy is afraid of everything that has to do with machines inside the amusement park, such as a roller coaster, a pirate ship that goes forward and backward, a carousel, in short. He is afraid of any attraction that he has to ride. It doesn't seem like it, because he acts like a tough guy, but if you look at him carefully, you can see his blue face when he is on one of those attractions. For a moment, The symbol of peace had been neglected. Then he had remembered to quickly refocus his sight on his nemesis. For a moment he had forgotten what he heard from his mentor, a blow from All for One, combined with his best quirks. It was a blow, but his arm was enormous, like something deformed. Like hundreds of medals accumulated in the arm. The symbol of peace, who still had the chestnut in one of his hands, tried to intercept the attack. Before being able to see who managed to land the blow, the symbol of peace or the villain, the wind flooded the area around the two with dust, preventing him from seeing who landed the blow. All for One, spring limbs, kinetic boost x4, strength boost x3, multiplier, hypertrophy, rivets, air walk and spear bone. Let's see if you can stand my best combination of quirks. I have said All for One. His blow had hit something. At first it was something hard and didn't offer any resistance. The One for All is no longer inside you since. But in them, said the villain to the person inside the cloud of dust, what you have left are the residues. That remaining flame, it will weaken with use. Until it goes out. The villain said to put more force into his fist, but it hadn't moved. He could feel something hard, harder than steel. It was like a human trying to push a wall of pure concrete. Without result, no matter how much force the villain tried to put into his fist, it didn't move. Don't tell me that. Your blow is quite weak. All Might Sensei hits harder than you, said a voice from within the curtain of dust, where All Might was, and the curtain of dust was dispersed, showing a brown-haired man stopping the villain's deformed fist with his right foot while having a serious look, a slight push with his right foot. All for One was sent back until he collided with one. All Might, young Hyoudou. He couldn't continue speaking since the brown-haired boy turned to look. Issei, rest a little. I'll keep you busy for when you recover. He finished saying this, so that the symbol of peace, along with his master Gran Torino, were enveloped by a sphere of wind respectively, taking them to where the others were. Midoriya, All Might. Are you okay? He asked his mentor worriedly. He had heard what All for One said, and he knew it, from the moment he told the story of One for All and All for One, and that is that his mentor would be weakening. Kirishima, hey Leifei. What did Hyoudou do with that attack? He was the first to be shocked. He immediately asked what the brown-haired boy had done. He had repelled that blow. It was much stronger than the previous ones All Might had received, and he was rarely able to counter it. Leifei, I only used my strength to counter that guy's, answered the Pendragon, but she was no longer wearing her Gaul clothes, but the uniform of the Magic Academy of her world. Issei-sama said that he would explain this from the beginning. This is not a good place to ask questions. What the blonde Pendragon said left everyone shocked, including All Might. The brunette had only used his strength to counter that blow. Even All Might himself would find it difficult to counter it with all his strength. She said it as if it were something normal in her tone of voice. Nimuri, if that is Issei, then who was the Issei who received the attack from that guy? Asked the black-haired girl. She didn't know when there were two, if all this time they hadn't separated from him. Although if the one who disappeared was a clone like the fire villain that Aizawa fought, it would be a relief. Leifei, Midnight Sensei, the questions will be for later. It will be your decision whether you believe us or not, the girl gave as an answer to the black-haired girl's question. Revel-san, I think you should give All Might Sensei something that Issei-sama asked you for a long time ago. Revel, oh right. The girl remembered what she had to give to the symbol of peace. From a magic circle that she saw in the palm of the phoenix's right hand, from it came out a bottle, a phoenix tear, one more powerful than normal. If you use normal tears, they regenerate your strength and damage. This one that they will give to the symbol of peace will do more than just that, much more. Take it, said the girl, giving the small container with a fine design and high-quality craftsmanship to the symbol of peace. All Might, is that it? Asked the symbol of peace. While with one arm he covered his wound, he didn't know what that bottle was, nor what that small bottle contains, which he has in his free hand. Revel, Issei-sama said that he can help with Midoriya's training, but you are his teacher, and that is your duty, to see his growth, said the blonde to the symbol of peace, a message from the brown-haired, although she also knew the situation of the symbol of peace. The symbol of peace understood the message, Midoriya, in the same way as the old man from Gran Torino. All Might had asked the brown-haired man to help the green-haired man with his inherited quirk, but the one who really has to see his growth is him. All Might, it couldn't end here. He had to keep going. see the next symbol of peace emerge. While the rest only thought it would be as teacher and student, without knowing the bond that unites Izuku with the symbol of peace. Before anyone could say anything, multiple bangs echoed through the place, caused by All for One fighting against Axton, Vala, Azazel, Seraphal and Lulu, where this group landed in front of a group of spectators. From the noise, the two unconscious, Bakugo and you woke up. "You, Issei!" exclaimed the woman, getting up violently, since the last thing she remembers is that she was hitting that villain with ferocity, and then turning all black. She really wanted to grind that guy with all her strength to see new faces, huh? What happened? Vala, hey Hyoudou, are you serious? Is this why I offered to help you? This guy is too weak, commented Lucifer. After a small exchange of forces with him, he was not as strong as he looks. The destruction of All for One was great, almost touching the incomplete juggernaut of the chestnut against Xiaoba. Although one thing is destructive range and another is true power, the mention of the chestnut's surname was heard by Yu, who looked in front of her, finding the chestnut from behind, without the wound, in one piece. She remained static when she saw that he was fine. "You, Issei-san?" said the girl between a bit of stuttering the name of the brown-haired boy, who turned around upon hearing that they were speaking to him. "Issei, oh. You-san, how good that you woke up. I see that you are fine now," said the brown-haired man with serenity, and then returned to the fight, covering his hands in the form of an X from an air cannon from All for One, which broke his jacket. Yu was shocked. It really was him, as if the one from a while ago was just a mirage. She wanted an answer, not just her, but everyone, even Bakugo, who when he woke up, seeing how the symbol of peace was, seemed like a different person. "Issei, so you're the one they call sensei, aren't you?" he asked the All for One. On several occasions when he went out as the Sekiryuutei, they always found villains who came after him, with orders from a certain sensei. He had heard it through the communicator. He never thought it would be the one in front of him. "All for One, I'm flattered that someone knows me. The police and other media that know about me have hidden my existence very well," said the villain to the brown-haired man's comment. "Do we know each other from somewhere?" "Issei, you know me by another name," said the brown-haired boy seriously, to show his left hand, which begins to shine, showing a red gauntlet. "Are you ready, Drake?" he asked the being inside the glove. "Drake, even the question offends, my friend," exclaimed the gem embedded in the gauntlet, surprising those who were unaware of this, but had seen that glove in a certain place. But where? For All for One, that glove looked familiar, but how did he take it out? Only his forearm shone, and then he appeared with the glove. Could that glove be Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker? A voice echoed throughout the place, without knowing where it came from. Before being able to ask what it was, the chestnut was engulfed by a tornado of flames with slight emerald lights, then dispersed until it disappeared, revealing a crimson armor, one very familiar to all those present. No one could say anything. They were really left with their mouths open. In front of everyone were the Sekiryuutei, and above all, the brown-haired man transformed into the Sekiryuutei. Everyone, even All Might himself, could not believe what he saw. "That?" exclaimed all those outside the supernatural, except for All for One, who, having no face, could not be seen. But after a time of sending villains under his control, without a good result, in the end his objective of taking away his quirk is in front of him, and he is only a high school brat. "Bakugo, hey you damn bastard! Where the hell did you get that armor?" he asked with his same temperamental attitude as always. He's not crazy to believe that the bastard who beat him at the sports festival is the real Red Vigilante. "Issei, eh? Where did you get it from?" he asked himself in response to the explosive boy's question. Apparently this revelation didn't sit very well with him. "Let's say, as always, I've always had it with me." "Kyoka, so you were." The girl with the earphone jack quirk couldn't finish her sentence, since the voice of the brown-haired boy before putting on the armor sounded again, but this time with slight changes in the sentence. "Banishing Dragon, Balance Breaker." Unlike fire, this time it was a bright blue light of particles that appeared, and immediately a white armor of blue gems with golden details appeared. But this one had wings, the same ones that the one called Vala was wearing. Only being able to reach that inside that armor, Vala was. The group looked at Azazel, to see if he would do the same. As if it really happened. "Azazel, what? Don't look at me. I don't have armor like them, said the fallen one simply to the group, who looked at the girls, Seraphal, Ravel, Leifi and Lulu, who also denied like the former governor. Kurashima, it can't be. That Vala is the blue Sekiryuutei, exclaimed the redhead, surprised beyond belief. Definitely red is the best color. But returning to his comment about Vala's name, well, it didn't sit well with him, let's say, since it might not be noticeable because of the helmet. But the redhead's comment was like a large steel bucket falling on Lucifer's pride, a hard blow. Valley, I'm not the blue Sekiryuutei, I'm the strongest Hakuryoku of all time, he said with annoyance at Kurishima's comment, and don't forget, spiky hair, he commented to the mentioned student, then looked at his rival. Albion still hasn't forgotten that you would free him as Drake. He's been bothering me asking when I would visit you. Issei, I can't assure you that it won't hurt you, the brown-haired boy commented to Lucifer's descendant. Even remembering how he broke the seals that enclosed the red dragon's soul, it hurt him quite a bit. All for one, interesting, I've never seen a quirk like that. Nor technology, commented the villain, looking at the two armors. They have to be mine, he said to launch himself towards the dragon duo. With such a quirk in his possession, he would be invincible. At all costs it has to be his. The conversation of the two dragons was interrupted by an all-for-one attack, the duo dodging the villain's giant blow, causing the villain to only hit the air, and then be frozen by Seraphal, inside a pillar of ice. Immediately Lulu hit the ice pillar hard, breaking it and sending the villain a few meters back. But it didn't end there. Two spears of light went towards him, but he managed to dodge it, levitating himself. All for one. Interesting, said the villain in midair, looking at the 5 people he was fighting with. The vigilante he has searched for so much for his strange but powerful armor, turns out to be the first year UA champion. Really, that red gauntlet transformed into a complete armor, as if that were not enough. His quirk, according to the infiltrated reports, was super strength, and create lightning. His strength could be compared to that of One for All, the villain thought in his mind. So by logic, if he could create lightning, that would be the power source for that armor. The villain came to this conclusion. 2 powerful quirks, and 2 armors together, it had to be his. He would give it a better use. Now he had more reason to have it in his possession. The villain launched multiple very powerful air cannon shots towards the group, but Vala stood in front of them. His wings began to shine brightly, while some blades sounded, which seemed to come from the wings. Divide, divide, divide. The same word echoed 3 times. Each time the air shots from All for One seemed to lose their power, until at last they reached the group, only as soft breezes of wind. Valley, seriously, I don't know why you want to drag out this fight, Hyoudou. I can't even find him warming up, the albino commented to his rival, looking where he is supposed to be. But he is no longer there. The sound of something hitting the ground hard, they saw that it was All for One, sent crashing into the ground by the brown-haired boy, who was floating with the propellants. Issei, because we are not the ones who have to defeat him, commented the brown-haired boy, returning to his place after sending the villain to the ground. He looked at the group where the symbol of peace was enchanted, who apparently has not drunk the potion yet. Vala, are you talking about that skeletal guy? Asked Lucifer, receiving an affirmation as an answer, to look at the symbol of peace, taking off his helmet. Hey you! Exclaimed to the symbol of peace, but since he doesn't know his name, this almighty, you better stand up and defeat this guy, because it will become boring to fight with him, said the albino without much interest. All Might, who heard this was his fight, and right now others were fighting in his place. It was humiliating in a way. His wound did not help him. Now he had more damage. He could no longer enter his hero form completely, only accumulating what remains of the waste in one hand. In the right one, the hero got up, leaving the bottle on the ground. Since he still did not know what it was, they only gave him to drink it, which he did not do. Tashinori, when you are at your limit, remember. Remember why you clench your fist. Remember your origin. That will take you a little beyond your limits. His reason for being a hero, the teachings of his mentor, the world he has sought to protect, the symbol of peace, must continue fighting until the last drop of his power. The death of his mentor will not be in vain. Defeat All for One, then go after Shigaraki. Make him return to the path he has to be on. Before he could walk to where the Palia was, Azazel stood in front of him. Apparently they wouldn't let him fight, but not before drinking that potion. Azazel, didn't you forget to take something? he asked sarcastically to the symbol of peace, who was surprised by what the fallen man said, who simply pointed to the small bottle that was on the ground, the same one that Ravel gave him. You'll thank us later. All Might, may I ask what that drink is? Azazel, let's say that. Returning to the all-for-one fight, the villain tried in any way to hit the brown-haired boy. While the rest watched the fight, Vala had removed his armor, standing with his arms crossed watching the fight, in addition to the fact that next week was the beginning of the great raiding game, Crimson Kupo. And for some reason he came to remind him to sign up. All for one, give me that power. Someone like you shouldn't have it. It should be mine, said the villain, creating several portals of dark water. From it came Nomus, very similar to the one I see in the USJ. The brown-haired man took his distance, while removing his helmet, looking at the villain seriously. Issei, if you want it, come for it, exclaimed the brown-haired boy, raising his right hand and extending it towards the villain, while opening his hands. Roar! Raiden! Exclaimed the brown-haired boy. The sky inside the dome began to appear a large gray cloud. Multiple lightning bolts fell from the cloud, all striking the Numus recently brought by the villain, collapsing to the ground with smoke coming out of their bodies. Those who were not familiar with this were surprised. The brown-haired boy had just made a cloud appear to throw rays at those Numus. Could it be a third quirk? That had broken the quirk scheme, since it didn't go beyond 2, the classmates who knew him. At first it was just super strength, and in the USJ he showed a second quirk, and now a third. The lightning struck all the Numus, even the portals that All for One created, but none of them had hit him. All for One, it seems you have failed to give me, the villain commented to the brown-haired man. You really are a box of surprises. I want more and more to get my hands on you, to steal everything you have, said the villain, in a tone of voice that could be slightly distinguished that he wanted the brown-haired man's quirks, not only his, but the rest that have shown to be never seen before. Issei, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but what I have is not a quirk, but something else, the brown-haired man revealed to the villain as his armor disappeared. It was time for him to return to combat. I'm back! Exclaimed a very familiar voice to the villain, who looked in the direction where that voice came from, meeting All Might's fist, hitting him full in the face, sending him a good distance away. All Might had returned to combat, in his full hero form, and on the part of his wound, which could be noticed since that part of the suit was broken, there was no such wound, but only a mark of having been there. Something about the number 1 hero seemed different, as if he were more complete than ever. He seemed reborn. His shaded eyes, as if they were dark circles, had disappeared, being able to see normal eyes. In addition to his blue eyes, he seemed more awake than ever. In addition, he seemed a little more rejuvenated. Issei, I see that you have already recovered, All Might Sensei, he exclaimed with a smile upon seeing his teacher, newer than ever. There was no damage to him, only superficial. All Might, young Hyoudou, that bottle, it really was incredible. I don't know what happened, but after drinking it I feel more recovered than ever, exclaimed the symbol of peace, taking a step forward, being the closest to All for One. Thank you very much. Everything is fine. Why? Because I'm here. The symbol of peace exclaimed his signature phrase with that smile that characterizes him, but he became serious, to continue fighting with his nemesis. Now he felt that he could fight for a long time. After drinking what was contained in that small container, he felt as if all of One for All returned to him. No. That is not the best way to define it. He felt like the remaining flames of One for All began to grow with intensity, becoming as big as it was before he inherited it. Everyone was surprised since the symbol of peace had made a 180-degree change for the better. He seemed to look better than ever, not counting his hero's suit torn in some parts and superficial wounds. All for One got up from the rubble, surprised. Just a moment ago, All Might seemed to have reached his limit. He could barely accumulate the remaining One for All in a single arm, and now in an instant he hits him in his hero form. And wow, it hurt. It seemed like he had recovered. What could have happened to him, or rather, what did they do to him to regenerate? All for One, how is it possible? The villain could not finish, as he felt himself being taken by one of his legs, beginning to spin rapidly. All Might, I told you I could do this all day, didn't I? Asked the symbol of peace while spinning All for One, and then throwing it into the air. Detroit smash! All Might gave a powerful uppercut-type blow, hitting nothing, or so it seems, since it was so much force that the gusts of wind were technically his fist, hitting the villain in midair, who even if he didn't know how he had recovered, it was as if the wound caused 6 years ago was never done, and that he never gave the one for all. All Might's attack didn't end there. The brown-haired man reached the villain in a single jump, sending him back to the same place where he ended, while All Might and the brown-haired man returned to their positions, all of them standing in front of each other watching from afar the villain get up again, who now had a large part of his suit destroyed. All Might, young Hyoudou, I guess you'll have to explain what was in that bottle too, commented the peace symbol to the brown-haired boy, who before escaping from the interrogation room, had said that he would explain when this was over, but again looked ahead. It's time to finish once and for all for one, exclaimed the peace symbol. Outside the barrier, many heroes went to the place where the confrontation between All Might and All for One was taking place, but they had disappeared, or so they thought, since when that strange circle appeared over the fighting area, they simply disappeared as if it were a mirage. Nobody knew what was happening until they tried to get closer to the place, but they could not advance any further, as if an invisible barrier was in front of them, and no matter how hard they tried to break it, it did not work. Regarding the heroes who were taking civilians out of the destroyed area, surprisingly there were no civilians, and according to reports, thousands of circles began to appear in the parts that the destruction did not reach. Civilians appeared from them, all unconscious, according to reports from those present. Strange things were happening. After that circle appeared over the battle of the symbol of peace, the heroes who were outside the barrier trying to enter were endeavor, Kamui, edge shot, but none were successful in passing that invisible barrier. Suddenly behind them appeared circles of the same size that appeared in the sky, but smaller. From them came out heroes who were in this area, Group B, coming out Tiger, Best Jeanist, Gang Orca, Ragdoll and the police. They didn't wait to go help them, since none of them were conscious, and apparently Empty Lady was missing, where they assumed she was still inside that strange barrier. It wasn't difficult to conclude that Almighty was still inside, some UA students who they managed to capture. This barrier apparently works like a magic mirror as well. Back to the barrier. It was time to end this fight, for everything, for his teacher, to make All for One pay for what he did. He had enough strength, he felt it, as if that wound caused by All for One 6 years ago was nothing, it had disappeared. The symbol of peace clenched his fists tightly, while his body began to be surrounded by lights. There were no traces of the One for All. The One for All is in him. He didn't know how to explain it, but he seemed to have recovered a good part of what he inherited. Just one blow, a powerful blow with all his strength recovered, going beyond his limit. With this blow, it was enough. The symbol of peace stood in a pose to throw a punch, while his right fist was adjusted backwards to give it more power. Issei, wait! The brown-haired boy stopped the symbol of peace. Rare of him. Wait a moment, sensei. I'll go get someone, said the brown-haired boy to go where his group is, taking Izuku to put him next to his mentor ready. All Might, young Midoriya? What are you up to, young Hyoudou? Asked the symbol of peace to the brown-haired man, bringing a student into this, even though he is also a student, but he showed himself to be more than what he appears to be. Issei, isn't it obvious? If you're going to kick All for One's ass, you have to use all of One for All, right? I asked, intrigued, where the two One for All users didn't understand. What he had just said seemed like a tongue twister. Midoriya, Issei-kun, you're not thinking about me fighting too, are you? The green-haired boy asked nervously. He just hoped he wasn't right. Not even in his dreams could he beat All for One. Issei, that's right! Exclaimed the brown-haired man, giving him the thumbs up as he acted as heir to One for All. All Might / Midoriya, what? They both exclaimed upon hearing what the brown-haired boy wanted to do. It was crazy, and for All Might, being a hero and teacher, he wouldn't let that happen. All Might, young Hyoudou, that's dangerous! Exclaimed the symbol of peace at what the brown-haired man was planning. Issei, nothing will happen. Midoriya is strong enough to fight, said the brown-haired boy, but then told both of them in a low voice, but they have to show what he is capable of. He will not always be able to avoid fighting. There is a reason you gave him the One for All, right? Asked the brown-haired boy to the symbol of peace. He understood what the brown-haired boy meant. Fighting was just a matter of time. The symbol of peace wanted his successor to be ready before getting deeply involved in the profession of a hero. But something that was never possible. Usj, Stain. And now, there are 3 occasions where fighting cannot be avoided. It was no coincidence. He had to let the boy fight or not. Midoriya. But I don't think I can. Issei, don't say that, that's what he's there for, to help you improve, isn't it? Said the brown-haired man, referring to him to Midoriya, who didn't know what he was talking about. You can ask for help from Shin. The brown-haired man said that name, an old acquaintance. This name was like a wave of memories for the green-haired man. That name was where he remembered what happened against the muscular man. What happened was real, to the point of no return. Midoriya, don't tell me that. Issei, asked him for help. You know how to call him, said the brown-haired boy with a smile. You didn't have to have been there to know that. Just by seeing the light traces of power from having used borrowed power, you could feel it. So whenever you want, we'll attack. The chased one got into a combat stance. Midoriya didn't think about it much, because everything happened so fast that he didn't have time to remember that power. He looked at his right hand, trying to remember what that feeling of power was like. He clenched his fists tightly, while he could, next to the peace symbol and the brown-haired one. Remember how that power combined with the full call wrapped his body. Note, add music from the chapter cover. Feel he closed his eyes. It is not time to doubt. A hero does not think, he acts. His body is faster than his mind. He closed his eyes, to immediately be enveloped by the 205 of One for All. Green rays and a faint green-white light enveloped the green-haired man, while his body began to notice red lines of his quirk. Remember that feeling. Remember those words to use it. Remember. Borrowed power Yakumo. Shin. A silhouette appeared on the green-haired boy's back, as if it were a spirit. Only All for One could see a bit of his face, while the rest only saw the barely visible back of that spirit. They really appreciated the brown-haired boy's back silhouette a lot, not being able to see his face. Both Vala and Azaza were surprised to see that, although they slightly had the idea that this could be the clone that became someone independent, just as the brown-haired boy said, while the girls present from the Hyoudou residence knew that part, a borrowed power, although they did not know when the green-haired boy had obtained that ability. All Might was surprised to see what his pupil had just done, something like spirit possession. The green-haired man opened his eyes, to put on a battle pose as well. He looked confident in his expression. Midoriya, One for All 28%. As soon as the green-haired boy and All Might were ready, the brunette turned to look at Leify, sending only a nod to the blonde, who understood the message. It was time to remove the barrier, so she moved her broom a little, to perform the spell, removing the barrier. Issei, I'll go ahead, you guys will deliver the direct hit. The brown-haired boy exclaimed with a smile, launching himself first into All for One. The old Daishin had taught him a valuable lesson. Always show a smile before a fight and give it your all to beat him. The Barar quickly disappeared, once again being able to notice how they were in that place. Appearing by magic, the helicopter could record the fight again, once again noticing the symbol of peace as new, as if he had recovered from the beating that villain gave him. But the camera focused on the brown-haired boy, since he was the first to launch himself against the villain, running quickly, while jumping, dodging the villain's air shots, or simply receiving them, as if it were nothing, all of this fight being broadcast throughout the country. The brown-haired man reached the villain, but he hit him. But he kicked the villain in the arm, making him rise, as if canceling his attack with another attack. All for One tried to hit him with his other arm, with the same result, his attack being cancelled with a second kick from the brown-haired man, leaving both of his hands deformed above. Issei, now! Exclaimed the brown-haired boy, as if it were a signal, and then jumped to get out of the way of a combined attack, mentor and student. All Might, I hope you're ready, Midoriya Shonen, because this will be the final blow. Exclaimed the symbol of peace with his unchanging smile. This blow was for his teacher, a technique in his honor, that unlike all his techniques based on states of the American country, the United States, this will be his greatest attack. Midoriya, hi! Exclaimed confidently the bearer of One for All. Teacher and student Mr. launched themselves at the same time towards All for One quickly, leaving in their path a large blizzard, a sign that they were going with great force. The peace symbol squeezed his fist harder, to begin to shine brightly. The power that has been entrusted to the next generation by many people, praying that it works for the good of all, so that their hopes may be won. Now it is your turn, strive, Toshinori. The voice of his teacher echoed through the mind of the symbol of peace, the same words she said when she inherited the One for All to him. In these moments, the flame of the One for All shone brightly, while its size grew and grew. Nana, the name of her teacher, the representation of 7 in Japanese, 7 continents, Antarctica, North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia and Oceania, 7 continents, a single blow. This blow is stronger than her best technique, United States of Smash. This new movement, which represents his teacher, surpasses him by far. Student and teacher ran at full speed, to the point that both looked like lightning. The green-haired man went ahead of his mentor to deliver the second blow. Detroit Smash. Izuku delivered a powerful blow to the villain's stomach. The villain could clearly be heard grunting at the damage. The young man immediately moved away, delivering the final blow to his mentor. All Might. This blow is for my teacher, said the symbol of peace to All for One. It's time to go further, plus ultra, exclaimed the symbol of peace loudly, while preparing to give the blow, which in his sight seemed to happen slowly. Memories of his mentor, the training, the moments he spent with her. This final blow is an honor to her. Shimura Nana, the 7th bearer of One for All. Smash. Of 7, Lullaby, Tairiku, continents. The viewers of this broadcast, the heroes who could now pass, without the obstacle of the barrier created by the Pendragon, arrived just in time to see how the blow of the symbol of peace, that this blow was going for his mentor, his spirit would be at his side. The screams of those who saw this, shouted support for the symbol of peace. The voices of the whole world continue supporting him, praying for his victory. The students who want to be a great hero like you, the professionals who admire you. All Might! All Might! H! Shouted the symbol of peace. The blow hit All for One's face, breaking what remains of his mask, the part he uses to breathe. This movement would end this fight, with the victory of good. The villain was slammed into the ground, causing everything around him to break violently, creating a large tornado that swept away everyone present. If it weren't for the supernatural group, who quickly got everyone out of the place, leaving only the symbol of peace and his nemesis in the center of that tornado. It was something never seen before. The power of the wind created could be equivalent to one created by an atomic explosion. The helicopter couldn't even get close, it had to move away, but that didn't help either. It was going to crash, but with his armor on, he managed to grab the machine and leave it on the ground. Buildings, rocks, everything seemed to fly away from this huge blow. Goodbye All for One, said the hero to his enemy. The huge tornado dispersed in one fell swoop, showing the symbol of peace standing, and the villain on the ground, unconscious. The symbol of peace raised his fist to the sky, giving the victory sign. Note, end of song. A silence was present in the place. The same was true for the spectators. The hero was still in his muscular form, as if with all that attack he had not completely exhausted his recovery. The fist sign of the peace symbol to the sky. The screams were not long in coming from all the spectators. All Might, he had won. The villain stopped moving. Gran Torino assumed that this would be his last job as the symbol of peace, but it didn't seem like it. There were no traces of smoke coming out of his former student. All Might! All Might! All Might! All Might! All the people screamed with excitement, while praising the symbol of peace. It was then that the group approached, towards the symbol of peace. Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, Kyoka, Momo, Midoriya, Serafall, Leifi, Ravel, Lulu, Namuri, Yu, Gran Torino, Hisashi, Izumi, Azazel, Vala and the Chestnut approached the symbol of peace. Izuku, All Might! Are you okay? The green-haired man asked his mentor, not knowing about his new renewed condition. It was at that moment that the aforementioned stopped being in his hero form, while Midoriya thought he would return to his civilian form. But it was the opposite. The symbol of peace, after leaving the hero state, had not changed much, just less muscles. All Might, what's wrong? Midoriya Shonen asked the symbol of peace, but was surprised to hear his own voice. It seemed deeper, as if it wasn't him. He looked at his hands, finding that he wasn't skinny. He seemed to have regained muscle mass. He began to touch his face with his hands, feeling that he wasn't malnourished either. What happened to me? Was what he asked the group. He looked at Gran Torino for an answer, while the old veteran had his mouth open. Before the eyes of the veteran hero, his former student was seen, as good as new, in his original form, without the causes of that injury, and slightly younger. All Might, can someone tell me what happened to me? Asked the symbol of peace to those present in a hurry. He felt like he had his body before that wound that took away a large part of his organs. But the answer was answered, when Seraphol created an ice mirror, passing it to the symbol of peace, who, to see how they were, dropped his jaw as much as he could. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my godness! He exclaimed the symbol of peace to immediately go into his hero form without thinking, without a big change like before. Now he only noticed more muscle, and he also noticed only a little older shortly after he returned from the United States. Everyone smiled at the actions of the symbol of peace, except for Bakugo, who seemed to not know what had happened to him, although all his doubts would later be answered. Thank you, young man. A woman's voice told the brown-haired boy, who only heard him. He looked in the direction behind him, meeting a woman, with dark, straight hair, which hung just below her shoulders, a mole on her right cheek. He wore a sort of simple hero costume, a long, dark-colored sleeveless suit, light yellow gloves that reached just before his elbows, a belt with an angular buckle, and a sort of white hooded cape that was attached to his suit with 2 buttons. It was the spirit of Shimura Nana, who gave a slight bow as if in gratitude, to smile and disappear. It was only for a few moments, which left the brown-haired man surprised. You have a lot to explain, a woman's voice said behind the brown-haired man, who turned to look at the person who said that. It was Namuri, looking at the supernatural group. All eyes were on the group, but more on the brown-haired boy. All eyes demanded an answer to everything they saw. Issei, I suppose you want an explanation, don't you? Asked the brown-haired boy, looking into the eyes of his classmates, teacher, friend and kohai. Now! This was what the group exclaimed when the chestnut tree asked. Not only would he give an explanation, but also the rest of the supernatural group, including Vala. Chapter 59. Renewed Explanations. The battle against All for One had ended, with no civilians injured, nor lives lost, but in the battle, several mysterious things had happened, such as the magic circles that appeared, unconscious civilians coming out of them, and not to mention the large one that appeared over the place of the battle of the symbol of peace with All for One. There were no ways to explain it, but as always, the media makes its theories, ending with the fact that it has to be a quirk of a hero unknown to the world. Perhaps he works in the shadows, but the most talked about topic was always All Might. Their fight was the biggest so far, surpassing all the fights they've had, as the media says, although a small part of the students were seen, who apparently are part of the UA, First A, to be more precise, which was a bad point, but thanks to the symbol of peace being there to keep them safe. But in the last part of the battle, they were able to see how 2 of those students helped the symbol of peace, something that the media saw as unnecessary, and also somewhat irresponsible on their part. Another thing was that the heroes and the police were still looking for the person who caused the climate change in the clouds, causing lightning, without knowing anything, with no clue as to who it was. It couldn't just be a coincidence, it had to be someone with a quirk to do that. There was no other explanation. Friday. Yesterday was a great battle, since miraculously no one was unconscious or injured, but something else happened at the end of the day. The area of Camino, completely destroyed, had been illuminated for approximately 2 minutes. No one could see through the strong light, either human eyes nor means of vision, when the light disappeared. The entire Camino neighborhood was like new. No one could believe it. They did not know what had happened. It was like something magical. But the authorities would refrain from giving an answer, since the media was asking about it. They would not say anything until they knew what it was, whether it came from something similar to those circles or not. For that reason, they would make the media believe that they had something to do with it. Today they would do a second press to clarify what happened. At first the symbol of peace thought of using this to retire. But it was the opposite. His condition was improving. With each passing moment, he still did not know what was happening to him. But of one thing he is sure, that the chestnut tree has something to do with it. And that when he finished what he had to do, his doubts would be resolved, not only his, but also those of others who were present. Another thing that happened was on the police side. They captured all the Numas. None were in combat conditions, but they were alive. Apparently they were resistant enough with that lightning attack, given by that black cloud. They were in the same condition as the first Noma seen, the one from the USJ. They were previously human, but currently they no longer have anything of what they were before. They could identify some of who they were before, but nothing more. They had no human reactions. They did not know what things had happened. It was not possible to obtain more information. There was nothing else. The places where they could find the Nomas were destroyed, with the Battle of All Might, nor could they find anything in the villain's bar. Nothing, not even what became of them, only knowing that they escaped thanks to their leader, although the investigation was still ongoing. Although the High Command, who knew about All Might's condition, assumed that in this fight they would lose their symbol of peace. But the opposite happened, for unknown reasons, which they are still investigating. They tried to ask if those who were inside that invisible barrier that reflects about what they saw had happened to the symbol of peace, something that none of them knew, since they were in the same, although a certain group told them that for nothing would they say what they had seen, only the part about All Might, but not his recovery. For them they still keep their symbol of peace that for many is invincible, although on their part, the High Command, there was a different way of thinking, like giving the load to others, and they light, free of guilt. But what matters is that they would have their symbol of peace for a while longer, before a new one emerges. But another topic to talk about was Shigaraki, who the longer he remains free, his mentality will mature, and could be a high threat to society, who at first only seemed like a child in their eyes. But now the High Command had to take the reins of this, is to capture him as soon as possible despite not knowing where he started. With All Might. The students involved, along with the adults in the fight, were all taken to a nearby hospital next to the peace symbol to be treated for any injuries, which was unnecessary. They were all fine, with only superficial injuries, at most a few bandages to avoid leaving any marks, but they would still have to spend the night in a patient room. In the room where the peace symbol was, there was the aforementioned, along with Gran Torino, his friend Officer Tsukachi. Both still could not believe that All Might had recovered his previous appearance, asking him what happened to him, but receiving a negative answer, he does not know. But he still has something to do, clear up his weak appearance being hooded by the media. But neither he nor Gran Torino could believe that Shigaraki was the grandson of Nana Shimura, the previous bearer of One for All before All Might. This was also made known to Tsukachi. Those revealing words came out of All for One's mouth. They tried to find out more between the two of them, but it was difficult. They had not had any relationship with the Shimura family for years, to say the least. Since the last thing they remembered having anything to do with, or having known about Shimura, was that her husband had been murdered. The woman had put her son up for adoption, to keep him away from the world of heroes. The woman's last request and order was that for both of them, not to come into contact with her son for anything. Whether by good or bad means, after that request, the woman simply disappeared. That was what the old veteran and All Might told the officer. It was what they knew. Both had kept their promise. But apparently they were not cautious enough. It was all they knew. Now the mission of the symbol of peace is to find Shigaraki and how to make him reconsider. That would be for later. It was difficult to see him as before. Just a villain. With the group. Momo, Kyoka, Ida, Todoroki, Kirishima, Midoriya, Serafall, Ravel, Leify, Lulu, and the brown-haired boy were sent back to their respective homes, after spending the night in the hospital, by the green-haired boy. There were officers who escorted the three green-haired boys back to their homes. On Bakugo's side, the explosive blonde was also taken by some officers, but in the company of Azazel, and about Valle, he returned with the brown-haired boy to the Hyoudou residence, like the rest. Although on Bakugo's part, since the fight ended, he had remained very quiet, something that does not go with him, nor with his attitude, but what they could do was give him a moment alone. On Namuri's part, she was summoned by Director Niza to talk. You would stay a little longer in the hospital, being visited by two companions, Death Arm and Kamui. For the whole group, along with the symbol of peace, the chestnut tree would resolve their doubts about what they saw. Not only he would explain, but the others too, since it seems that they know something, a lot, so to speak. They would be explained when everyone gathered. It would be their choice to live remembering this, or not. with Pixie Bob. Tsuchikawa Ryuko, aka Pixie Bob, one of the members that formed the hero team, Wild Wild Hussycats, the blonde slowly opened her eyes, while looking at a white ceiling, but when she opened her eyes, she regretted having done so. The light of the sun blinded her a little, and it was a little burning sensation. She quickly closed it, to hide from the light, but a very familiar voice made her turn in the direction of that voice. "It's good that you woke up. The doctor said that you just need to rest and you would recover," said a woman's voice to the blonde, who recognized that voice. It was her friend and companion, Sosaki Shino, aka Mandalay, who had just entered the room. Ryuko blinked for a few moments, to immediately recognize that this place was a hospital. She got up, to stay sitting on her bed. It was then that she remembered what happened at the camp, accompanied by a small pain in her head. The only thing she remembered was a blow to her head, and from then on everything was dark. "Ryuko, camp!" exclaimed the worried woman. "What happened to the students?" she asked hastily, in addition to getting up from her stretcher, but she was stopped by the brown-haired woman, causing her to calm down. "Shino, calm down," said the woman calmly. Everything had happened, but now she was worried about something else, and she was a rag doll. She still hadn't woken up, while Tiger took care of her. It seemed that she had done things to him that exhausted her. Everything went well, you could say. Then the leader of the Hussycats began to tell what happened after the blonde fell unconscious after being knocked out by one of the villains. Many students suffered poisoning from a purple smoke screen, but there were no signs of danger in their lives. They were only like a sleeping pill, the disappearance of their classmate, the kidnapping of 2 of the students, and the arrest of a certain group under suspicion. "Ryuko, what?" exclaimed the woman at what had happened in just, 2 days. She could say it, but she quickly covered her mouth, since the walls of the hospitals were not very thick, and screaming would be heard quite a bit. "How is Tomoko?" asked the worried woman, also with a sad face. "Shino, she is recovering. She has not woken up yet," said the woman with a sad expression. As she read the girl's physical results, she had lost her quirk. It was hard to believe, it seemed impossible, but her results said so. The doctors had checked multiple times to come to this conclusion. She had lost her search quirk. There was no explanation for this. On the part of the doctors, they didn't know how the girl would take such news. "Ryuko, another thing, what happened to him and the rest who were arrested on suspicion?" the woman asked her friend. It was strange to think that they would be suspects, since what kind of villain would he be if he knew he would be arrested, and still come back? "Shino, well, I don't know how to tell you, so it's better if you see it with your own eyes," commented the woman, taking a remote control, turning on the television, changing to a channel where it talks about that, although that news is what many are talking about, since both the brown-haired and the green-haired, they helped the symbol of peace in his fight. And there he was, talking about the peace symbol fight, plus his conference at the same time, which apparently already happened. You could see how the peace symbol seemed more normal, compared to when that villain put it almost between the ropes, an almost skeletal form. That part of the fight was shown, after having disappeared and reappeared, where the brown-haired man gave the first blow, the green-haired man the second, and for the end, the peace symbol, which was so strong that it took away what was left undestroyed from the Camino neighborhood, which in the end was rebuilt as if by magic. But returning to the conference of the symbol of peace, the aforementioned revealed that the appearance he took in the fight was a form he took to accumulate more strength, but with the disadvantage of being more vulnerable for a time. Obviously it was a lie, something that Gran Torino and Scotchy agreed that he should say, since if they don't even know how it happened, it would simply cause more controversy among everyone. But nobody knows that it is a lie, not even those who know about the status of the symbol of peace, since they don't know anything beyond that. Apparently he was saying a little about what happened in the battle against that villain, in addition to the doubt about his skeletal appearance, and finally, for the doubt about the arrest, that in the end it was all a misunderstanding, since he went to call them, and that it was a coincidence that the villains appeared just after they left. Even though they went against the rules, they thought like heroes. Despite the low odds, they went without hesitation to rescue their companions, and that is what makes them true heroes. It was the last comment from the symbol of peace before ending the conference, before bowing his farewell as a sign of respect to everyone. There ended the peace symbol conference, implying that the group of students arrested were innocent and free. Later, with all might. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and the work of the symbol of peace would take a break, but his duty as a teacher of the UA would not. That work had just begun. Now his duty was to go talk to the parents of all the students of Class A, after everything that happened to the academy, or rather to the students of this incoming generation. There were many casualties for the security of the academy. It was normal to take this action of speaking personally with the parents of the young people, so that they can continue attending the academy, but with some differences or changes in the study plan for the young people, and before starting their second semester. The academy wanted the first-year students to be the first to be applied with this new study plan, the inclusion of the UA dormitory system. The symbol of peace would not go to the houses to talk to the parents of each young man alone. Aizawa would also accompany them. The duel would go to talk to the parents of Group A, and as for Blood King, he would go with those of Group B. The first house they went to was Jiraiya Kyoka's. At first the father refused to accept that. Kyotoku, it doesn't sound very cool to me, the father commented in response to what had been said about the plan for the academy's dormitories, explained by the two teachers. It should be said that All Might was no longer in his skeletal form, as he apparently recovered his lost organs, as well as muscle mass. Although my daughter didn't suffer any harm, that doesn't mean she wasn't there at the fight, and they come out of the dorms with this as if nothing had happened, said the girl's father in a somewhat serious manner to the two teachers, while his wife sat next to him, but she remained silent, watching everything that was happening. Aizawa, what he says is true, commented the well-dressed black-haired man, although not as much as at the press conference, but it is true, on the part, it is our carelessness for not having realized our negligence and pride without realizing it. We think about what we should do at a time like this. All Might, can you leave it with us this time? We will make your daughter a great heroine, she is in good hands, said the symbol of peace, then bowed with Aizawa before the girl's parents. While the girl was bringing 2 glasses of tea for both teachers, it is worth saying that the girl had returned home a few hours ago, receiving a reprimand from her parents for how irresponsible she was to go to that place, despite her intentions. Kyoka, sensei, you don't have to bow, we already decided what to do after receiving a message from the academy, the girl said to the 2 teachers present when the old man saw the All Might fight. He looked like an excited child, the girl said, passing him a glass of tea. Although what he saw of the fight was only a reproduction of what was recorded, it was still exciting, so much so that he started shouting into the microphone, but one thing, All Might, sensei. All Might, yes? Kyoka, about what he said at the conference, will Hyoudou and the others really be free of suspicion? The girl asked seriously to the symbol of peace, who upon realizing the question, could not tell her the truth, since he himself would ask the brown-haired man and the others, but he trusts that they are innocent. So the answer he would give to the girl's question would be yes, young Kyoka. He and the others are free of suspicion. The comment from the symbol of peace drew a sigh and a small smile from the girl. Of course, this small expression did not go unnoticed by the girl's parents, but returning to the subject of talking, from which both professionals came. Kyoka, enough! Exclaimed the father, somewhat embarrassed. I wanted to act like a strict father in front of them. He told his daughter that thanks to her, the image of a cool and cold father was gone. Father and daughter started fighting like little children, both being calmed down by their wife/mother, before the eyes of the 2 heroes, and after approximately 3 minutes, they both calmed down. HMP, we accept that our daughter will live in the academy dormitory, the man said calmly to the 2 teachers, who were surprised, thinking that the first house they would go to would have bad reviews, but it was the opposite. Both adults accepted it without anything but just clarify one thing for me, the father said seriously to the 2 teachers, who paid attention. Kyoka is very young to have a boyfriend, he said to the 2 teachers, who raised their eyebrows in shock. Young people today are very open. Kyoka, Dad! The girl exclaimed with sadness at what her father said. The first house wasn't as bad as they thought, it was better than they thought, and that's despite both teachers having prepared a long speech to get their daughter to live in the dorms, which wasn't necessary, although I think a large part of it is due to the influence of the symbol of peace, who in his fight against All for One. Everyone saw what he's capable of, surpassing by far everything seen before. Anyway, the next family would be Bakugo Katsuki's. Skip, Bakugo residence. Mitsuki, Yes, I'm counting on you, said the woman, serenely accepting that her son lived in a dormitory within the academy. Apparently Bakugo wanted to be alone in his room for a while, so there was only the woman and Azazel, who was in another seat drinking a glass of wine. Aizawa, may I know what you are doing here? Asked the black-haired man, surprised to see him here. Azazel, well, since I and some officers escorted the boy back to his home, it's normal that I was here, answered the fallen to the question of the caterpillar professor. Although more than answering, it was simply not what he wanted to know, but in reality it was to see how the woman's condition was, after all. The blonde was the only thing the woman has now. All might, Lady Mitsuki, won't you think about it before accepting? Asked the symbol of peace, surprised by the woman's quick response. After all, his son was one of the main victims. It's not that the answer wasn't good for him, but that the woman accepted faster than Kyoka's parents. Mitsuki, to tell the truth, the woman slightly lowered her gaze to the ground, while she joined her hands. This expression of the woman did not go unnoticed by Azazel, nor the two adults. It was like an expression of guilt. I was never a good mother in its entirety to Katsuki, although his intentions are good. His attitude was something in which I failed as a mother to educate him, was the only thing she said, to bow her head. So educate Katsuki in what I have not been able to. His son has always been reckless. Maybe it's because he witnessed the breakup of his marriage, but even so, he tried to give his best. He received a good quirk, something that people have always praised him for. It was one of the factors of his recklessness, and if a place could change that, it would be UA. The academy may receive bad reviews for a while, but the woman trusts the academy and the teachers. She knew her son would be in good hands. The two teachers also thanked the woman for her understanding and would do their best to educate her son to be a good hero in the future. Azazel, a happy ending for everyone, this deserves a toast, exclaimed the fallen man with his usual relaxed attitude, walking through life, a comment that made the woman get up from her seat, walking towards where the fallen man was. Mitsuki, there is still something left before that, said the woman, to whisper something in hatred. Former governor. The next house to visit was Midoriya Izuku's. This All Might would go alone, while Aizawa would go to other houses. The symbol of peace entered the apartment complex, where the family lived. Although the apartments were seen attached, each one was very spacious, so living there would not be a problem. The symbol of peace stood at the entrance of the Midoriya house. Before entering he would take a sigh, and then ring the house bell. After ringing the doorbell of the house, the door opened, being received by Inko, Midoriya and Izumi. Well, actually it was Hisashi, since both his wife and children were almost as if they were stones to have the symbol of peace stepping on their house, so much so that they could barely utter words. The symbol of peace went to sit in the dining room to talk about this, but passing by a room, to be more precise, his students, he could see that they were full of things all related to him, such as figures, posters, the boy admires him, and quite a lot. An explanation later. After the explanation of the dormitories in the academy by the symbol of peace, a silence flooded the dining room, since the final answer would be Inko, not Hisashi. It is true that he is the father of the family, but so many years away from the country, technically his wife is the one who rules the house. I accept. That was what he said to the woman in response to the permission. Although the woman did not like the idea, she could not stop her son, not even with her husband. He had seen the change in his son over the years, from being quirkless to being someone with a quirk out of nowhere. But since his quirk miraculously appeared, no, since he entered UA, he did not stop hurting himself over and over again, although on all occasions he healed without damage at long arm. As a mother she could not stop thinking that one day he would not be able to recover from the damage, and seeing her child fight against that villain, that symbol of peace, made her understand one thing. Her son had grown so much without her realizing it, and with that fight that helped the symbol of peace, the woman realized the great growth of her son. She knows that even if she refuses, nothing will stop her son from following his dream of continuing to study at the UA. Inko, I only ask that you take good care of my little one during his stay at the academy, the woman asked, looking at her son. She cannot stop her son, she can only watch over his well-being. The symbol of peace stood up from his seat, to bow completely, in a sign of respect to the woman. He could see that the woman did not want to let go. She did her best to give permission, and that is admirable. As the mentor of the next symbol of peace, It is his duty to make sure that the answer given by the green-haired boy's mother is not given in vain. What at first seemed like the boy was following in his footsteps, in that battle he has proven to be someone else who only wants to follow in the footsteps of his admired figure. Not even he knew when the boy had changed so much, and that he is his mentor, but it seems that he has not done his job as a mentor properly, leaving his duty to someone else. Now that the symbol of peace knows what his current condition is, he would not have problems like before, although there was nothing he could teach him about physical training, only the management of his quirk remained. The family immediately made the symbol of peace stand up, which he did immediately. He would do everything possible to educate the green-haired boy, as his replacement, future hero, and as someone independent. Just as the peace symbol was raised, the doorbell of the house rang. The one who went to open the door was Izumi. The girl opened the door, finding that it was the brown-haired man. "Izumi Issei-senpai?" I exclaimed, surprised to see him. It was only about 4 hours ago they said goodbye at the hospital. "Issei, since when do you call me senpai?" he asked the girl, confused. "Is this your brother?" He asked for the older green-haired of the two, since he needed her to accompany him somewhere. "Izumi, oh yeah, he's there," the girl answered the brown-haired boy's question. "Oniai-chan. Someone's looking for you," exclaimed the girl, calling her brother. "He'll be right back," the girl commented, and then she started analyzing the brown-haired boy from head to toe. "Issei Edo. Are you looking for something?" asked the brown-haired man, seeing how the girl looked at him as if searching for something. "Izumi Nothing. Nothing," exclaimed the girl, coming back to her senses, since she could not see any red device anywhere, or where she keeps that red gauntlet, nowhere. Before the girl could ask, the rest of those in the Midoriya house arrived at the entrance/exit, seeing that the brunette was there. "Izuku Issei-kun? What are you doing here?" the boy asked his friend, since it was only a few hours ago that they returned from the hospital, to rest a little from what they saw last night, the fight, the reconstruction of all Camino, and he appears again. "All Might, young Hyoudou, weren't you supposed to be resting like the other boys who were present?" asked the symbol of peace, since the boys who went to that place had to rest a little, in the most comfortable way in their homes, but it seems that the brown-haired boy has other plans for his free time. "Issei, about that, I have to take care of some matters, that's why I'm around," said the brown-haired man to the symbol of peace. Since he last went to the underworld, in just a few hours many things had happened in the world of heroes. If he and the others had been there at that moment, they would have avoided many things. Not to say that none of this would happen, and now that he is free, he can investigate a little of what happened to the victims, in addition to a promise he made to the class president. "But I have to ask you something, could you help us go somewhere?" I asked the brown-haired man to the symbol of peace. "All Might, where do you want to go?" asked the symbol of peace, confused. "Where do you need him to help you?" "Issei, I'll tell you later, I can't talk about this in public," said the brown-haired boy, since he plans to ask his master for a favor to help him and Azazel to talk, with all for one it's a delicate subject to talk about in an open place. The symbol of peace did not understand what he wanted to talk about, but nothing bad would be what he asked him, so he accepted, and they would meet in a certain place to go where the brown-haired man has in mind, receiving a thank you from him, but returning to the main topic for which he came to the Midoriya house. "Midoriya, could you accompany me to Ida's house?" the brown-haired man asked his friend. "Midoriya Ida-kun's house?" said the green-haired boy, surprised, to immediately remember the aforementioned request. "Don't tell me that." "Issei, that's right, to help with his brother's injury," was the only thing the brown-haired boy said to the green-haired boy, giving him an idea of what they were going to do. "All Might, young Hyoudou, about doubts." "Issei, I promise you, didn't I? Tomorrow I will answer all your questions at the Hyoudou residence." Saturday, 3:56 p.m., Hyoudou residence. Today was the day where the explanations came. Everyone who wanted explanations arrived at the entrance of the great Hyoudou residence. All Might, Midoriya, Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, Momo, Kyuka, Yu, Namuri and Izumi, and surprisingly Bakugo, Katsuki, with his mother, Mitsuki. Those present wanted an answer, and for this reason they had come to this house, which at first, for those who had already visited the house, was like any other, with the exception that it is very large to be from this place. But after what had happened, they felt that the large house was surrounded by a powerful aura of mystery. Hisashi is supposed to come too, but he seems to feel that his children will be able to handle what is coming, while he will take care of his wife, and give a few explanations of what his job really is. The group rang the hunting bell, opening the door to reveal Graphia, who welcomed the large group into the house. The Lucifuge knew what would happen. It was something the supernatural world had done, but the first time it didn't go so well that they had to erase the memory of all humans, leading them to believe it was an alien contact. This would be the second time they would try, since the numbers are smaller, and in another human world, not the one they know, although they would have to wait a little longer for the answers the group wants, since at this moment, the chestnut tree is not there. The group were guided to the room, where they could find some girls they already knew, such as Venelana, Yasaka, Sarah Fall, Penemu, Gabriel, Sona, Tsubaki, Lilith, and Celestine. While the chestnut pieces were all in the training room, along with Prim, Kaigaya, and little Akane. In addition to the aforementioned girls who were in the room, there were also Surzex, Ajuka, Azazel, and the chestnut's parents. Everyone was calm, while they waited for the chestnut to return, since only he was missing, but he wouldn't take long to return. The group that had arrived, the only one who had an idea of where the chestnut was at this moment, was surely where the Hussycats are. The group would wait for the missing person. While they were served tea by Graphia, an awkward silence came from the group of humans. Many did not know where to start, since there were so many questions that arose in just one night. Graphia Issei-sama will soon be back, said the Lucifuge to the newcomers, then stood next to where her king, Vanilliana, is. The group understood the message. They would wait. While drinking the tea, they could think about what they would ask first. With the Hussycats. The news of the condition of the change in Ragdoll given by her companions, the news that gave her about her quirk, was a great blow to her career as a professional heroine, to the point that her career as a professional heroine at first glance is like suspended, but who knows if it will be like before. Before society, this battle was victorious, but with several wounded heroes, who required a rest from their injuries, which despite not being lethal, without a good rest can bring future repercussions. Shiratoko Tomoko, aka Ragdoll, the girl cried non-stop for this terrible news. She had studied since very young in the profession of hero, but now what will become of her? Only one night passed, just one was enough for her to lose everything. Her companions, Mandalay, Shino, Pixie Bob, Ryuko, Tiger, Yawara, her companions were by her companion's side at this moment. It was better to be by her side in moments like this, to support her. Standing by the heartbroken member of the team of heroes, thinking that this would be the end of her career as a professional hero, she had been through so many things in her career as a hero, and in this way she called it quits. While outside that office, all of this was seen by Koda, who remained silent watching this. The little one did not know exactly what was happening, but he had the idea. But being still little, they did not know what to do, more than just see everything that was happening. Eto Koda? Do you know where the Hussycats are? Asked a voice behind the little one mentioned, who turned to see who it was. It was strange to hear someone else at this time of day other than the four members. The boy saw who spoke. It was the brown-haired man. He was surprised to see him here. He didn't know how he got here. Even by train it would take approximately 2 hours, since this was the official agency of the Wild Hussycats, unlike the camp, which were cabins offered by the UA. Koda, you? How did you get here? He asked, surprised to see the brown-haired boy. Issei, well, I came to give something to Ragdoll. That's her name, isn't it? I asked with doubt. The name of the mentioned partly had the responsibility, since if she hadn't left at that moment, she would have avoided both the affected students and the kidnapping. Maybe he can't fix everything, but he would do whatever was within his reach. Carrying the title of Supreme God is no excuse to perform all kinds of miracles. He only has the title for power in battle, and not the ability to perform miracles. That part was too limited. Tell me, is he there? I asked the little one again, but I managed to hear some voices behind the door behind the boy. He looked out and found the Hussycats. Apparently they had already told him about the Ragdoll condition. The brown-haired boy took a small tube out of his pocket, giving it to the little boy. with some instructions for the little boy to use it on the ragdoll. Not for nothing he along with Azazel and All Might went to the maximum security prison to visit. All for one, it was more because Azazel wanted to test the device on the villain. And for the brown-haired boy, he simply wanted the villain to return the quirks he stole from the ragdoll. It was neither difficult nor easy, it was normal, especially in Azazel's words, the complexity of the villain's body. One could say that he is the first and only human who could live for a long time, outside of the imagination of humans. And if you're wondering why the cameras couldn't record that part, it's simple, magical illusion. Before everyone's eyes, at first glance it just seems like the three of them are talking to the villain. The instructions for Kota to inject what was inside the tube into the ragdoll were simple. Just press the button on the small tube, a syringe would come out, and then inject it into the girl's forearm. Kota was a little more mature than the rest of the boys, but he was still a little boy, since the brown-haired boy said that if he wanted to help, he would have to inject the ragdoll. There was only one chance. The boy didn't understand much, but he knew how to help, so he would do it. If that could help the girl, the boy immediately went to do what the brown-haired boy said. With the small tube in his hand, he pressed the button, taking out the syringe that comes in the small tube. The boy entered the room where the adults were, while the brown-haired boy looked through the entrance. But a little hidden, because of the situation the adults were in, they did not pay attention to what he was bringing. The boy carefully approached the ragdoll. The boy managed to get close to the woman. He immediately injected what was inside the tube into the woman. He alerted the three adults of what the little boy did. He injected his partner with some kind of unknown tube, in addition to the strange design. The adults quickly removed the syringe from the girl, but it was too late. It seemed that what was inside the tube had already entered the ragdoll, and the syringe left a small wound, which Tiger immediately went to get a first aid kit. Mandalay started scolding the little boy for doing that, and asked the little boy what was inside the tube, something that not even the boy knew. He only said that he wanted to help, and that, he said that it would help ragdoll. Ryuko and Yawara were dealing with the small wound Tomoko had left by the syringe, while the little girl's aunt was asking who the little boy meant by he. But at that moment, something happened to Ragdoll. Her eyes sharpened. At the sight of the girl, she could see everything around her. This feeling was very familiar to her. Seeing everything like this on missions, she didn't understand what was happening. Out of nowhere she was starting to be able to see like this again. Tomoko, Chi girls, no, I don't know what's happening to me, said the alarmed girl looking at her classmates, who also didn't know what was happening to her. But those eyes she took were the same ones she had when she used her quirk. Could it be what? Hyoudou Residence Hall. In the Hyoudou house, in the living room, they were still the same. There was no one new. The same people were still there, waiting for the last one missing. But the wait was over. In the middle of the living room, a dimensional gap appeared, something that the supernatural recognized, and on the part of the humans, only Momo recognized. Since that thing as a door, she appreciated saving Prim, and she had the idea of who would come out of there. The brown-haired boy came out of the dimensional gap, seeing that the group had arrived, so he sat next to Venilana, next to the supernaturals. The moment had arrived. He took a breath to begin, as long as the group was ready, most of whom swallowed dryly. Issei, tell me. The brown-haired boy did not finish his question, since a magic circle appeared in the room. Vala came out of it, along with Lavinia. This appearance interrupted. Lavinia, Luchan, Lavine-san came to visit you, exclaimed the ice mage into the air, but it was for a certain halfling in the room. Without responding, the mage went to look for the brown-haired loli. Vala, did I miss something? Asked Lucifer to the brown-haired boy. Issei, not at all, we were about to start, the brown-haired boy answered Lucifer, but returning to what he was doing, the brown-haired boy asked the group the question again. Tell me, do you believe in the supernatural? In this way the first step of the explanations began, that same question that he began to enter the world of the supernatural. A little of what each of those present are was given to the group. A little explanation of what they are next. The group of humans were silent in some, while others were as if in doubt of existence, and others in their nerdy way like Izuku and Izumi, and a few seemed to have smoke coming out of their heads, as if that little explanation given by the supernatural group present blew their minds. Apparently everyone was trying to process what they heard. It seemed like something unreal. that only a second-year high school boy could invent in his Junibyo stage: demons, fallen, yokais, angels, dragons, anything that is part of mythologies, legends, etc., too unreal. Seeing how the group was, they had no choice but to give the humans a little time to process what they had acquired, while the supernatural side waited to see how they would be taken in the end. A moment later. "Momo, let me see if I got this," said the Yaoyorozo, the first to speak after having processed everything that was said. "You three are demon kings of hell," said the girl, referring to Surzex, Ajuka, and Seraphal, who nodded at what the girl said. "And you are the former leader and sub-leader of the fallen angels," she said, referring to Azazel and Penemu, who nodded. "And you are the leader of the yokai of the west," said the girl to Yasaka, who nodded. "It's hard to believe," said the girl, putting her fingers to her temple, "and more to know that they are from another world." Despite being the first to say something, it was still very difficult to think of this as a truth. It is true that in this world there are supernatural stories, but that is all there is to it. Stories, things that are not real, they are only from books, at least that is what I thought. But the group thought about the facts, about what happened the night before in the battle on Camino. Those circles, if they really say that, does that mean that all those circles are magic? Todoroki, if Hyoudou is a dragon, then his parents are said Endeavor's youngest son. He said that. They immediately looked at his parents. That means they are dragons too, right? Azazel, no, they are humans, revealed Azazel before the possibility that Todoroki said, which is not how he thinks. Ida, if his parents are humans, that means that Hyoudou-kun is not their biological son, right? Asked the class president. Since two humans cannot give birth to a child being a different species, at least one of the two has to be a dragon, but just as Azazel said, both are humans, leaving only one possibility. Issei, that part is a long story, said the brown-haired boy in response to Tenya's question, and it really is a long and short story at the same time. There is only one way to summarize it. Let's say that my body was destroyed, and the one I have now is made of flesh and dragon power, said the brown-haired boy, answering Tenya's doubt. Mitsuki, so what you said while being drunk is real, said Bakugo's mother, looking at Azazel. That answers a lot of what you said weeks ago, the woman thought. Bakugo, old woman? Don't tell me you knew about this? He asked violently. Apparently he recovered his explosive attitude after his mind was sent to explode, but his way of speaking to his mother, getting a blow to the head by his mother. Mitsuki, don't talk to your mother like that. You were kidnapped for a reason, she exclaimed, scolding her son for his attitude, even though she has the same explosive attitude. Bakugo, don't hit me, Baba, old woman, he exclaimed explosively to his mother, who responded back explosively. Such an explosive discussion only brought a drop of sweat to everyone present, an explosive discussion between mother and son. Apparently they will have to wait a moment to return to the questions. Nothing would be able to extinguish that explosion. Moment later. Now that mother and son calmed down, it was time for Azazel to explain how Mitsuki said that. What Azazel said is true. Where the aforementioned could only say that he got drunk, for the first time, to the point that he said things without realizing it. Apparently weeks before the camp, Azazel had met with Mitsuki to drink at a bar, as it always was like months ago, but this time something happened that the fallen man never thought. That woman is the first human who beats him in drinking, or at least makes him look drunk. That was Azazel's simple explanation, and apparently because he was drunk he told the woman about her identity. And now the question is, how did Mitsuki confirm it? Simple. Remember the night Azazel flew out the window of his room? Well, let's say that the woman was able to see a little before falling completely asleep, which at first was a dream, but in the morning, seeing the little that could be recorded of the battle, she was able to believe a little, and this is confirmed. Azazel, what? Sooner or later they would know of our existence. It's only a matter of time, so why not choose a small portion of trust to start? I doubt the same thing will happen as the existence of the aliens, said the fallen one to the rest of the supernatural, who found meaning. After all, it was their fault that humans in part believed in aliens, confusing them for them, after erasing their memories and replacing them with others. All Might, what do you mean by that, Azazel? Asked the symbol of peace, like aliens. Azazel, have you heard of alien sightings? He asked in a playful way to the group of humans, who nodded. Well, they weren't exactly aliens, but beings like us, In the past we have tried to make more direct contact, but as it didn't go as we expected, we erased their minds, replacing them with aliens. That was in our world. That was the simple explanation of the fallen. That was how it was in his world. It couldn't be more summarized. And that a part of the humans believe that aliens are partly the fault of the supernatural, that with the passing of the years, the gap that divides the natural and the supernatural divides more and more, until they can no longer have a more direct contact, as it has been more than 1,000 years ago. Kyoka, does that mean Hyoudou is of age? Asked the girl with the jack cables. She couldn't believe that he is about 200 years old. Not at all. Surzex. Well, Issei-kun may be very old, but in the supernatural he is still very young, said the Red Mao in response to Kyoka's question, and it is true that 200 years in the supernatural is still part of a demon's adolescence, despite looking like an adult. Although the 3 demon kings in front of the group did not look at all like what the media says they are, not at all. In their eyes they look like any other person, since it is not as described in the stories, scary, not at all. Beelzebub does not have the appearance of a giant fly. Leviathan does not seem to be a giant sea serpent, or even have any features of them, and Lucifer, well, at least he looks like a human. Issei, well, any other questions? Asked the brown-haired man calmly, looking at the group, who didn't even know where to start. It was then that Nemuri got up from her seat. The hairs on her forehead covered her gaze. The woman walked slowly until she was in front of Penemu. Nemuri, tell me, she said, taking the shoulders of the fallen one, is Issei-kun really of age? She asked seriously to the fallen one. Penemu, it couldn't be more legal, answered the fall to the black-haired girl's question. Knowing her, there was only one way the black-haired girl wanted to go. Nemuri, and about the onsen at the camp? Penemu, it's not good to spy on people you know. Fufufu. The woman laughed in a funny way, seeing how her coworker was. Celestine managed to hear the last thing the brunette said. In the camp's onsen, her face exploded red. What she did to the brunette, Nemuri had seen it. Issei, Nani! Exclaimed the brown-haired boy, upset, knowing that what happened in the onsen had been seen by the black-haired girl, without knowing that an extra had also seen it. Unaware of this, no one knew what he was referring to, only Seraphal, who laughed silently. Before the group could continue with any questions, a strong tremor was felt, alerting the humans, and the supernatural had an idea of where the tremor came from. The supernatural group went to the training room on the lower floors, where the group of humans followed them. Upon arriving at the training room, surprising the humans that they had a training room, the girls only thought that there was only an underground pool, but there were other rooms. The training room was filled with a curtain of dust. You couldn't see what was happening inside. Only Prim, Kagaya, with Akane in the arms of the pink-haired girl, since these 3 were only watching the training. The smoke screen cleared with a strong blizzard, causing the humans to take cover. The smoke screen cleared, revealing the rest of the girls in the residence, who are pieces of the chestnut. Except for Ophis and Leifi, the rest of the pieces had something around their head, as if it were a halo, but it is not that of an angel, but of. Chapter 60, Shinra. Shinra Tsubaki, daughter of one of the clans of Japan that purifies evil spirits, clans that since ancient times, descendant of the Shinra clan, one of the most powerful clans of purifiers in Japan. Unlike her ancestors, she was born with a sacred gear, Mirror Alice, a mirror that at first only reflects abnormal beings, like a door that makes contact with evil beings. Such ability was the cause of her isolation from her clan. With her, at a very young age she was able to materialize the mirror. Reflecting evil beings is just one of her abilities that the girl would discover over the years. Excluded by her family, for her abnormal ability, without knowing that she was a sacred gear, a difficult childhood, even more so for young people born from clans with very ancient traditions. There is a phrase that is said in the following way: with time the problems will be solved. A phrase of 50 and 50, true or not true, which for little Tsubaki was the bad part. Time did not help her at all, she simply remained isolated from the family. That mirror, cursed, as the clan members say, the condition of her eyes was not a good sign for the clan. Eyes of different colors, bicolor, known as heterochroma, an anomaly in the iris of the eyes, are more common in the eyes, but can also affect the skin. Everyone already knows its scientific origin, but what happens with the supernatural? The anomaly that little Tsubaki has in her eyes is due to Mirror Alice. What most resembles a mirror in humans are the eyes, to be more precise. Left eye is violet, right eye is light brown, very rare coming from the Shinra family, who have dark eyes, Tsubaki being eyes very different from those of the clan. At the age of 12, the girl ran away from home, losing all interest in gaining the clan's acceptance. That day the girl would remember forever. It was a very snowy night. The girl had nothing but a simple traditional Japanese outfit, either very old nor very new. From scratching in the cold snow that slowly froze her feet until they bled, in such a strong snow blizzard climate, it is no wonder that a little girl in the middle of this climate became ill. Her head was starting to heat up, while her vision was getting blurred, a headache was coming up, the road seemed to have no place to take cover from the strong blizzard, unable to take it anymore, she fell to the ground white with snow. He didn't have a life that kept him going, a family that saw him as an outsider. Escaping was the best thing he'd ever done. But the way he was now wasn't so bad, it was better than those looks of contempt from the clan. If this was for the best, the girl could put an end to that contempt. The girl began to close her eyes. What the girl thought was a cold end, that cold feeling disappeared little by little, replacing it with heat. Even so, the girl's fever did not go down. But that feeling of heat calmed it a little. She could not open her eyes yet, but she felt like she was carried by a soft wall. She did not know what it was, but she felt like that wall covered her from that strong blizzard, while the only things she could hear were footsteps in the snow. Without knowing, the girl no longer felt the cold. The girl was finally able to open her eyes a little slightly, just a little, managing to see a campfire and the beginnings of a cave. She felt like her body was wrapped in several blankets, while a cold towel was on her head. The girl tried to look a little further, to see who was the one who brought him here. She couldn't see much. Only the part of his waist down, black boots with white tips, a yellowish fabric was the only thing she could see, before closing her eyes again. She didn't know how long it had been, but the girl was able to open her eyes again. This time she could see the face of the person who brought him here in a blurry way. There was no clarity. Despite seeing his face, her vision was blurry, but it seemed that the fever did not subside. She closed her eyes again. But she could hear a little of what the guy was talking about. Hey! This, can you hear me? Missing machine from. That was what the girl could hear, but not everything clearly. But the girl could hear another voice, which was not the subject's. Just more, I'm back. Adam! Ring! I swear I will come back. Uka! It was the only thing he could hear, to fall asleep. He could no longer hear anything, he could only feel the sensation of heat that enveloped the girl's body. Without knowing who that subject was, his vision darkened, to fall deeply asleep. Tonight was like a dream for her, without knowing what happened or what has become of that man who took her to safety in a cave from the strong blizzard. Everything was like a dream. Skip. It had been 7 years since she escaped from home. In addition to being saved from that blizzard, that memory remained as an old memory that the now 17-year-old Tsubaki would forget. In these years many things had happened, such as meeting Sona Citri, youngest daughter of one of the main demonic houses of the underworld, becoming her queen, something she never found when she was in the Citri clan, kindness. Sona had offered him more than what his family could offer him, education, magical knowledge, in this case demonic due to the properties of being a reincarnated demon, education and training. The Citri clan gave her everything she needed to be a queen for Sona, but without treating her like her clan did. Handling and magical knowledge is not enough, but also a physical combat, which over the years she learned the use of the naginata, a Japanese-style spear, like a kind of long-handled sword like a spear. Achieving great mastery in handling, but since the part of duty as a queen is done, but what about normal life? Well, being a demon, you couldn't say it's entirely normal. One last ability, or rather, the handling of her sacred gear, discovering it as Mirror Alice, Mirror of Recollection or Mirror of Memories, a full-body mirror, which can easily reflect a human, which at first the girl saw as a curse. She learned to handle it, having multiple uses as support, offensive and defensive. In the years that she has known Sona, at first glance it seems like a relationship between a priest and a king, but there was a great friendship between the two of them, with Tsubaki being one of the few people who really understand Sona. Before starting to study with Sona in the human world, she was given 2 special lenses, not for magnification, but for her heterochromic eyes, making her eyes the same color, a light brown color. Present past. Now it was the 3rd year of the girl and her king, along with Rias, Aquino and Abe, the beginning of their 3rd year. Last year the academy where she studies had gone from being exclusively for women to being for men too. For humans it is only for educational reasons, but as for demons, they knew very well that it is so that Rias's knight could study at the academy. A good-looking young man, something that was not bad at all in the eyes of the girl, although it is not something that is her intention to meet boys, but to help her king learn about the ways of human education, so that in the future her king can fulfill his dream. That was when she entered the 2nd year. She knew she was a demon, a piece of Rias, but for now she was not interested. She would focus on her work of helping Sona. The first 2 years of her life as a student nothing interesting happened. The tranquility that exists in this city, except for a few stray demons, was not a nuisance for the girl. On the contrary, she liked this silence. Not bad, she could live, that was the good thing, as she wanted, not like before. But things changed when she started her 3rd and last year of high school. It is true that from when she entered her 2nd year the academy became a coeducational academy, but even so, not many men were able to enter, due to the high grades that the academy requires, so that even when entering the 3rd year, many men and women entered. The first time he made contact with that person, it was on a rainy day, not long ago when classes started in his 3rd year, a rainy spring day. It was dismissal time. Many of the students from the academy had already left. She and her king were at the entrance, watching as all the students were leaving to return home after a day of school. The after-school schedule, the academy became a base for their king and Rias for their duties as demons. Many, upon seeing the 2 girls, the president and vice president of the student council, would think that they did not have an umbrella to return home. So it was at that moment that the girl met that young man, who would soon be known throughout the academy as a member of the trio of perverts. Here. This will help you. It was the only thing the young man said. Brown hair, either long nor short, honey brown eyes. The boy offered his king an umbrella, something that the 2 of them could easily do together. But the reality is different. The 2 demons were simply watching all the students leave, to begin their duties as demons. Before they could return the umbrella to him, the boy ran off with the backpack over his head to protect himself from the rain, something that is not entirely possible, only partly, disappearing into the heavy rain. That voice, for Shinra in a certain way seemed familiar, but he didn't know where he had heard it. He couldn't remember it, but in a certain way it seemed familiar to him. Snow, that was what came to his mind, but his king asked him for a job. Tsubaki, I want you to watch that boy for a while. It was the order of her king, which brought the girl out of her thoughts, to keep an eye on that young man, who apparently her king felt something in him, something that as his queen, would follow the given order, and in passing could possibly remember that feeling of gratitude. Skip. The vice president of the student council was watching the boy for a while, managing to know his name, Hyoudou Issei, 16 years old, only child, nothing remarkable beyond his perversion. It wasn't much, since it was the only thing the young man did, spy on the kendo girls, being beaten by them for spying on them. That would be part of his day at the academy. Although he was also good-looking on the outside, there were times when he became serious, like when he walked near a taekwondo school. He showed a very attentive side, as if he wanted to fight, or something like that. He didn't appreciate much what he was in the academy, a complete perverted idiot, as many people call him. Looking inside the dojo, and seeing one of his hands, and then squeezing it, gives the impression that he knew how to fight, even for himself. But as things are different, the boy, when he sees beautiful girls passing by, returns to how he is when he shows himself at the academy. Something that in the first few days made the brunette shed a drop of sweat, making it seem as though the seriousness she saw was simply a product of her imagination. The girl has used her sacred gear to see a little of the young man. One of the mirror's abilities is to reflect the memories of the person the user desires, but it has its limitations, something that is not moving freely between her memories, but seeing what the mirror can show, a random memory, in short. Moon with a silver pillar in it was the only thing the queen could see with her mirror, without understanding the meaning. Strange, very strange. She didn't know what it was, at all, something that the girl put aside, to report to her king that the young man had nothing out of the ordinary for a human. She had watched that boy for 2 months, coming to the conclusion that he was someone normal, with nothing out of the ordinary, although in the last few days, the Tower of Rias was also watching him, something that the brunette did not give importance to, thinking that he would have the same result as her, a normal person. Skip. That boy ended up being a pawn of Rias, awakening a simple twice critical, or so he thought, in the same way a little before that chestnut event, a certain Genshur Saji and Nimura Ruruko, second and first years respectively. It was revealed that Chestnut Tree had become a piece of Rias, when the two kings of their respective nobility met to discuss the full moon for access to the magic forest. Before meeting, Rias simply told them that he had a simple twice critical, but even so, there was something special that he would try to discover. That simple increase by 2 turned out to be a Longinus, of the 13 that there were, the boosted gear, which houses the soul of the feared red dragon. Skip. Gremory vs. Phoenix. The rating game of Gremory against Phoenix ended with the victory of the third son of the Phoenix, Razor, although for being the first rating game of the red-haired heiress it was quite good, as despite the difference in pieces, they were still able to beat the majority, leaving only 2 Razor pieces. Tsubaki and her king were watching the fight in a room where the rest of the Citri heiress pieces were located. Shinra saw 2 pieces in particular, the Gremory knight and the pawn. The knight showed good technique, managing to eliminate several Razor pieces with great sword handling. The chestnut, despite only having been there for approximately 3 weeks, had become a demon, something really early to enter a rating game against an experienced player like Razor, not to mention his pieces. The difference in experience was very large. Logically, the chestnut would be the first to be eliminated from the competition, but it wasn't like that, which impressed her, not only her, but also those present in the room, even her king. Despite being the least experienced, he gave everything, he managed to keep fighting, so that in the end only he, the nun, Bishop and Rias remained against Razor and his queen. In the end it ended up being the Razor's victory. Rias had given up, everything was over, he lost, the commitment was not cancelled. Skip. Sekiryuutei vs. Phoenix. The rating game ended a few days ago, with Rias' performance. On the night of the party between the engagement between Rias and Razor, a second round occurred, which did not continue in the rating game. It would continue at this time, being witnessed by many demons from important houses. Only against the third son of the Phoenix, who at first glance was absurd for a newly reincarnated, would be an absolute defeat for the young man. Again the memory of a night of strong blizzard came to Tsubaki's mind. Strange thing, that familiar feeling. The battle for Rias did not end. There was only a pause in between. Now it was the final round of the fight, for the freedom of the Gremory. Not only demons from notable houses were there, but also the demon king Lucifer himself. He would be like some kind of mediator in this fight. Dragon and Phoenix, 2 mythological beasts, although both are not at all close to what the real ones are, only had part of the power, but it was more than enough for a demonstration of power. A strong snowstorm kept appearing in Tsubaki's mind while she was watching that fight. She had remained static watching the fight, as if an unknown force was attracting the girl to look more closely at this fight. The fight was close for the young man, who for a few moments was able to enter the balance breaker for 10 seconds, leaving Razor almost at a disadvantage. Although his movements were predictable, they were strong. Before the final blow, that red armor was finished. Skip. Gremory vs. Citri. A good time had passed since the chestnut's fight against Razor, ending with a good result for everyone. That could be said. We skipped a time after what happened with Kokabeel and the peace formation of the biblical factions, demons, angels and fallen. The new demons of this generation were invited to a party to present themselves to the underworld. It is that in part of the kings of each nobility of young demons, a normal party for the world of demons. The dream of his king was, how to say it, it was the mockery of the council demons, a rating school for all kinds of demons, not only for high class as dictated by the laws. To prove it, it was concluded to demonstrate it in a rating game, Gremory against Citri. Tsubaki had to ambush the 2 horses of Rias, Zenobia and Kiba. She, along with Tsubasa and Tomo against the horses of Rias, she was able to defeat Zenobia, using her own attack against her, having studied a little what each piece of Rias is capable of. His sacred gear was able to return double damage to the blue-haired girl, taking her out of the game immediately. Although against the other horse it was a different story, it made it quite difficult for him. The surprise factor that Kiba gave him was incredible, combining sword birth with Durandal defeating him. That boy, who at first seemed interesting to him, when the girl was defeated, something about her, he found a certain interest in the horse of Rias, a certain interest. Skip. The friendship between Hyoudou and Kiba, which at first glance seems like something normal, but a part of the underworld does not see it that way, only a small part, that both maintain a certain relationship, although this event or rumor was also made known in the academy, without knowing who started the rumor. The rumor was that both maintain a homogeneous relationship, something that many women believe is true, of course, with the blonde being the dominant one in that relationship. Of all the girls who believe that relationship is real, she is included, how to say it, added to the illustrations of the underworld. It was gold material in the eyes of the girl. On one occasion she was able to talk or ask Hyoudou about that, something that almost gave her a heart attack, even though she knows the brown-haired boy's tastes. Even so, in a certain way the girl sees him as a potential rival, something that is like low blows for the brown-haired boy, imagining that he bats for the other side. But in the end the brown-haired boy denied that rumor. Good for her, in addition to exchanging numbers to help the girl in her relationship with Kiba, to take steps forward, like those of his friend, in order to dispel this homo rumor, something that they would exchange information in secret, between those conversations through email. The brown-haired boy is not a pervert in his entirety. Sometimes he brought up topics that the girl would never think that someone like him would talk about. Skip. Knowing that the chestnut tree died was a hard blow for everyone, as friends and for some as couples. For Tsubaki it was a feeling of gratitude to disappear, as if she owed him something, an unknown pain. Again a scene full of snow with a strong storm of the same came to her mind. A somewhat familiar memory, but not clear. The more he thinks about that distant memory, it becomes more and more real. A cold blizzard, everything around him was dark, but it did not limit his vision. The ground full of snow in the middle of a blizzard, the feeling of cold became more noticeable. Her mind became clearer with that memory. A black silhouette appeared in front of her. While the girl tried to get closer and closer, the silhouette did not become clearer, but surprisingly the person behind that silhouette became clearer. That black silhouette, only her feet could be seen, black boots with a white tip and light greenish-blue pants, normal jeans, the rest could not be seen. And as for what that silhouette was carrying, it could be clearly seen. It was a little girl in a Shinto priestess-type outfit, but somewhat old. That little girl was the black-haired girl's eyes opened abruptly as she remembered that little girl. She was Tsubaki, Tsubaki! The voice of his king brought him out of his thoughts, remembering that they were currently fighting against Heracles and Jean of the hero faction, to protect the children of the underworld from the terrorist organization, but the disadvantage was that they had some of them as hostages. It was at that moment someone appeared before this fight, a crimson armor, turning the situation around. The return from death. A memory of a cavern with a dim campfire came to Tsubaki's mind, a feeling of warmth. Skip, 5 years old. Many things had happened in these 5 years, like that she had somehow started a relationship with Kiba years ago, but that today it had ended, since a fight had started for the blonde, between her and a girl named Tosca, someone very close to Kiba, another survivor of the Holy Swords Project. Compete for the heart of the blonde, something that lasted several years, until finally the aforementioned made a decision. For Kiba it was a hard decision, but he had to make one, although he has thought about the best option that this supernatural life gives him, but he did not feel that it was the right thing for him. He thought about it a lot. He had already found his decision. It was a hard blow for Queen Citri, it really was, although on the other hand, it was something that the girl expected, as was the idea of competing with Rias and the others. She could never. It's not that the girl didn't have confidence in her attributes, she simply couldn't compete with them. She had lost more than the girl had thought. On the advice of her king, she would take a trip to clear her mind. The destination? There would be no fixed direction for her trip, but she would keep in touch with her king. That was in the first 3 months, until she lost communication with her king. Sona didn't know what happened to her queen. Her piece didn't appear anywhere to summon it, something that started to worry her. Before starting a search, she received a message from her queen, something that in the end didn't require a search, but even so maintaining an email communication. It was impossible to search for the Shinra through her piece, but she simply said that she would help some people, without going into details. And that he would not return after approximately a year or a little more. Nobody knows what happened to Tsubaki in that period of time. He had only sent a few photos of where he was, a place unknown to Sona, a kind of temple with a giant white hourglass, a blue sky with white clouds. During the time the girl was there, she discovered something she never thought she would find, although the requirement to preserve those memories would be to keep it a secret, something that the girl gladly accepted. After all, in that place she discovered, or rather, a truth. And also an extra gift before returning in the period that marks 7 years since that event. Go World Current Events Amusement Park. Amusement park, a place for people looking for fun or for a couple's pastime, or at least that's what is believed, since on the roller coaster in that place, screams of terror could be heard, coming from a certain blue-haired man. Why? The blue-haired boy's screams of fear on the ride, as he went down at full speed from the top of the roller coaster, while next to him, in the other seat, was a blonde girl with blue eyes, with short hair down to her shoulders. In her eyes, the blue-haired boy seemed quite scared, and somewhat cute. It wasn't just on the roller coaster, but it also happened on other attractions. Whether on simple attractions like a carousel, the blue-haired boy felt scared. He didn't even understand it. It was simply like something unconscious. He didn't even know why he did it, and it was so difficult to ask Peach out on a date. With Rio. The idiot has how many? The voice of a furious purple-haired woman with long hair smashed a concrete pillar. Apparently Xiaochen had returned from paying a visit to a certain brunette. She came back to say how she was Jean. The blonde right hand of the current Jade Emperor, Sakurai Ryo, was not only there, but also Takatsuki Alkane, Yakumo Dushin and Asahina Yuki. There were different reactions, such as the previously white-haired, now light reddish-brown-haired, had dropped her glasses, while her husband had knocked over his instant cup of soup. As for Dushin, the old grandfather of the chestnut tree, he couldn't believe it, but apparently he inherited the attractive Don Juan from his grandfather in his youth before entering the army, and above all, he is now a great-grandfather, if you could say it that way, and he already wants to pay him a visit. And finally, Asahina Yuki, a girl who in a certain sense the brown-haired man had stood up for 8 years, with no trace of her whereabouts until a few days ago, and now that this ex-bishop has returned, and gives her the news of how the brown-haired man is currently, the damned good man has more than 30 women as partners. Something that brought out a vein of anger in him when he found out about that. So many years worried about the bastard, and they come up with this news. She was looking forward to the moment when she could meet him again, to beat him up. The good thing is that she has a cold character, so no one would know what she would think. A short visit would be made to the chestnut tree by those present, coinciding with the date of the grand raiding game that would soon take place in the underworld. Chapter 61, From the Future to the Past, for a Future Present. Sekiryuutei, a user of the boosted gear, is the one who has this title that each generation of sacred gear user obtains, but only one who is considered abnormal, a threat, someone who has always turned the situation around. The strongest Sekiryuutei of all time, Hyoudou Issei. I was able to start a war at that time, another war of the 3 biblical factions because of the god Shikigami. Although the main cause of this war was me, my objective was achieved, to start a war, to destroy the inferior beings. At first the plan was going as planned, but even so, that bastard was able to avoid it before completing the last phase. The 3 factions suffered many losses in numbers, but even so, they united again, managing to discover that I was the cause of the war. I failed at the last moment. No, my plan was perfect. If so, the culprit is that damn Sekiryuutei. This is the second time that he frustrates my plans. Years ago he prevented me from running the old man's peace treaty with other factions, and now again. Although it was not entirely a defeat, with that last intervention of that damned low being, it would be his last time. The best way to eliminate him is to undo him before he is as strong as he is now. There was only one way, but it would be quite complicated. He would have to analyze beings like Kronos, to know how he can handle time. Time travel, a magic that has been lost in time, to the point of being something that even the current leaders of each faction have forgotten, although knowing the old man, he will have information about it. Time magic. I have hidden for approximately 30 years, achieving my goal, traveling in time, destroying the Sekiryuutei at its weakest moment, but something like that would not satisfy me, but my ambition simply grew, and it is to rewrite history. In the years that I remained hidden carrying out my tests and creating a seal to travel to the past, years ago in the War of the Three Factions with Shikigami, that deity when leaving his world temporarily, other beings have escaped from that world, exe, for having left his world temporarily to come to this one. Some mechanical beings with organic parts, called underworld lifeforms, or simplified UL, although I have managed to learn that their presence has been among us before the war that caused, I have been able to ally myself with them, managing to advance faster in the seal. The seal is complete. Just before I could travel through it, my location has been found. That damn Sekiryuutei had found me. Although I was able to escape, my plan again had to be delayed, since the machines that keep the seal open had been destroyed by his appearance, although I did not leave without a minimum loss for him. I have launched a curse on one of his wives, leaving him in a coma. I was able to escape. Once again I found a good place to carry out the seal of traveling in the past. But as always, those beings called demons are really detestable. They are like plagues that do not want to let you go for anything. It was no longer time for this. I have to carry out my plan from the past with the UL. I will rule over all. Past. I have managed to reach the past, with a large part of the UL, but even so, I have carried out an investigation, since it seems that it was not the time I had planned, but a little later. Just shortly before the fight against the beast of the apocalypse, I have traveled a little after the date I have planned. But I am in the process. If the writings say that time can change, something that limits my existence too much in this time, something that I cannot do things directly, if I remember correctly, myself from this time is still locked up, but I will escape after several years. Note, he doesn't know that he is in the passage of another reality, thinking that it is his reality, but in the past. Although I was not present at many of the events, I can intervene in a certain way, but in a way that does not reveal my identity. Seeing the situation, the best person to make the first change would be Rivalries. If I remember correctly, he had to die to completely free Trihexa. Despite being a dirty demon, he will be useful to my plans, in this way ensuring my existence in a new timeline. Letting him die as a simple sacrifice would be a waste, so where he was supposed to die, he will become a simple illusion for everyone, a simple clone made with UL clones that I have been able to replicate. I also took advantage of the opportunity for the Sekiryuutei to be sealed along with the beast. An event very similar to what it should have been, but with an important change, but at the same time insignificant. Make many faction leaders and those within the top 10 strongest beings get sealed, and then make a Juka think he had found a method to get them all out of there. But with the change, it is assumed that this Mao would not find the way until several years from now. Making the Sekiryuutei switch places with the sealed leaders was easier than I thought. Having knowledge of what will happen is really a great advantage. I disguised myself as a normal demon who is under the command of Rivalries. It was me who suggested removing a large part of the beast's power. It will be useful to me for a long time. He will be the one who will represent me for a time before ensuring my existence in this timeline. And then he will cease to be useful to me, as much as he, and the power of the beast will belong to me when the time comes. 7 years later. 7 years have passed since I arrived at this time. It was time for that demon's usefulness to end, so I let him do his stupid war once again. With the power of the beast he was able to create versions of far superior demons, but even so, they are not as powerful as their creator. Many changes have happened in these 7 years. But the most important is that I was finally able to get rid of the Sekiryuutei before he became powerful, and my existence as well as that of the UL still have their presence in this world. It was time to put my plan into action. All that's missing is for that son of Lucifer to end that war game. It would finally be my time to enter, after 7 damn years serving a disgusting demon. That's what I thought, until someone appeared who never appeared, nor did I know of his existence. That guy carried out Rivalries in an instant. In addition to taking away the power he stole from the beast, that guy was unknown, someone who had no information about him. He shouldn't exist, since he never appeared. Why appear in this new timeline? Another obstacle that delays my plan. His power is totally a threat to my plans. I could not put my plans into action. I have to analyze it, obtain information about it. My plans cannot be frustrated anymore. Another dam that makes me have to delay my plans. But if I have managed to get rid of the Sekiryuutei, that new individual would be nothing Yakumo. I have been able to recruit several beings that would serve as my pieces to keep informed. A warrior from Asgard, who lost his mind for no reason, after the cancellation of a certain commitment came to him, a cadre crazy about war. Rivalries believes that we only took away a part of the power of the beast. But in reality he has managed to have a fragment of the beast's body, which he was able to replicate to better the duel, but also to me, an armor. I couldn't find out anything about that individual. It's as if he was created by the changes I've made over the years in the line. But what does it matter? Very soon he will no longer be a threat. I have allied with the Indra of this time, to launch a surprise attack in that ridiculous tournament. There's just a little more left. I have assured myself that if my version of this line dies, I will continue to exist. It is no longer necessary for me to continue hiding to exist, not anymore. An army in my favor, completely modified with fragments created from a fragment of the beast. The demons will not know what they were attacked with. NPOV Loki. City of Lilith, Underworld. We are weeks away from starting the grand raiding game tournament for all factions. In an alley with few pedestrians, a portal opened. From it came out 3 hooded men, who do not measure more than 1.72 meters. "Are you sure we're in the right time?" asked one of the 3 hooded figures. Her voice was that of a girl. "I'm sure, since the traces left by the portal that Loki used places him at this time," answered the other of the 3 hooded men. "Apparently they are looking for Loki, to bring him to justice." His voice was a young man's. "We are not entirely sure, but we could be a little before or after his arrival. Let's just hope it's not too late," said the 3rd hooded man. This one, like the previous one, has a young man's voice. "I'll make the bastard pay for putting that curse on Kasan," said the hooded woman angrily. "When it was learned that her mother entered a coma because of the cursed man, you'll help me, won't you?" "Zen and Shin?" asked the girl to the 2 hooded men by their names. "That's how it will be, for now. We must gather information from this time. We don't want to make any changes that affect time," said the one they assume is called Shin. "We'll go for Loki when X and the others arrive too," said the hooded man called Zen. "A change in the past could have repercussions for the future." Current events Co. A love that could never be confessed, due to the insecurity of acceptance, despite the fact that that girl had saved him from a commitment, a way of staying in love, but that in a certain way he was able to find the attractiveness of the one who at that time was known as the perverted beast in the Ko Academy. This girl could never confess her feelings, despite showing on several occasions that she could be with him. But competing for him, along with Rias and Aquino, would be difficult. It's not that she doesn't have confidence in her attributes, but there really will be people who compete with the 2 great girls of the Academy. It would be ridiculous to compete with them. It's been 7 years since the last thing was heard from him. This girl had put everything aside since then, ceasing to be the beast tamer that she is, to the point of not even entering into knowledge of the supernatural at all, trying to live normally like a human. Abe Kyom, age 26, occupation, world-renowned professional tennis player, currently single, for unknown reasons above all. No matter what kind of men he declared his love to, in the end he only gets a rejection from the girl. A grown woman, who is currently on her day off. As a famous person she must keep a very low profile if she wants to go out for a walk, was in a cafe in the park. She was not alone, she was with 2 friends, Murayama Kawari and Keitei Sui, who has spent a while without seeing her senpai/friend, since she has been busy in a world tennis competition, which ended recently, with the brunette as champion. The 3 women were quietly drinking coffee until one of the former members of the Ko Academy's Kendo Club spoke about a certain topic. "Yui na Abe-senpai, did you hear that Hyoudou returned from his long journey?" I asked with interest to the brunette tamer, or who is currently a professional tennis player. This said by the pink-haired girl made the tennis champion choke on her coffee when she heard this, since the last thing she heard from him was not good at all, making her angry with herself for not having the courage. It took Kyom a few moments to recover. Apart from coughing a little, she had taken it for granted, hearing that name, coming from someone other than herself. "Kyom, when was it?" he asked hurriedly, since it was something he would never think of hearing, that someone else would see it. since it was impossible, but what Yui said only meant one thing, that he had. Kaori, let me remember, I think it was a few months ago, said the other member of the Kendo Club, in addition to showing a video on social media of a certain brown-haired guy participating in a singing contest. Before Kyom's eyes, the brown-haired boy had changed a lot. She doubted to believe if it was him, since his appearance had changed, a little from what she remembered, not to say much change, until he said her name. The desire entered the girl for an answer. She would not find it here, but in the supernatural she should know something. So she said goodbye to her friends, in addition to paying the bill to go home, to search among her old things, a certain seal of the Gremory clan, for an answer. Opening, faction tournament, grand rating game. We see 4 fragments of the chestnut's life as son Wukong, then become Yakumo Jin, then Hyoudou Issei, and finally become Yakumo Jin again. After this he is replaced by a blue sky with the title of God Highschool GxH Arc, grand rating game. The day we step onto the battlefield, we must march forward bravely. The entire stadium was screaming as the participants of the grand rating game were present, all with a look of determination and a slight, challenging smile. The participants of the era are Issei Hyoudou, Vala Lucifer, Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, Serorg Bale, Tobio Accuse, Chao Chao, Sun Wukong, Dulio Gesualdo, Jean Yakumo, Riser Phoenix, Dihauser Belial, Rikyo Nura, Alan Veilfor, Vidar Odinson and Athena. 11. There is a space of destiny, and the faith has not changed. The nobility of the respective participants is shown, all ready to fight, none of them looking like they wanted to lose. As long as you open your eyes, you can see it. Among the spectators we can see 6 hooded figures, 5 adults and 1 apparently a child. Then the camera changes to the VIP room, where Venelana, Yasaka, Gabriel, Penemu, Lilith, Prim, Kagaya, Celestine, and Akane were. And some boys from Class A. Everyone watched the tournament with a smile. Too familiar with the company, the road ahead is not lonely. Among the shadows you could see Loki along with Kokabeel and Hagen, watching the tournament, and waiting for the moment to attack, while behind them they had a large army of UL. Scene changed to show a somewhat malevolent smiling Indra. Temporarily bid farewell to those warm smiling faces in the past. At this moment, I am saddened by the coldness of the past. It shows Issei turning his back on Rias, Aquino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irena, and then each one takes a different path. So that everything around Chestnut breaks like glass as he falls into the deep sea with his eyes closed. Even if I can only be with you in the dark, I won't let my sparks dim. As long as I am alone, I will never be alone in the dark. The chestnut fell to the bottom of the water, gradually darkening, but several hands grabbed it and pulled it out of the water. They were his girls, each one smiling at him. It was enough to make him understand. It was then that he smiled too. Thoughts cannot be avoided and memories are played over and over again. The brown-haired boy and Megumi are shown staring at each other, then both smile and link their pinkies, then the scene is illuminated by a flash of light. The victory or defeat is not complete, but I still have this cigarette in my hand. All the kings were preparing to fight, while the public did not stop getting excited and shouting, while the kings surrounded themselves with power. In the presenter's booth, Tiamat, Azazel and All Might were smiling. The 3 of them will be the presenters, while Tiamat will be the game's supervisor. Breaking out of the abyss to reach Nirvana. Issei activates his balance breaker. Rias activates her Crimson Extinct Dragonar. Vala activates his balance breaker. Sona wraps herself in a kind of dark cloak that took the form of a suit. Serorg enters his Regulus King Leather Rex. Tokyo enters his balance breaker Knight Celestial/Dog. Chao Chao activates the Polar Knight Longinus. Behind him he begins to produce 7 orbs. The old son Wukong begins to take his young form. Dulio takes out his 10 wings of light, and then creates a sword of light. Burn! Burn! My fire! Fire! Jean makes his halo appear next to Ri ready to fight. Riser takes out his phoenix wings, while releasing an immense fire. Belial surrounds himself with demonic power. Rikuo begins to surround his body with something like black fire, like a shadow. Alan begins to surround himself with demonic power. Vidar surrounded himself with the aura of a Nordic deity, while his left arm was surrounded by armor. And Athena put parts of a golden armor next to a golden spear. All the kings rushed to fight, making a clash of explosions. Burning in the wilderness. Vala, Sun Wukong, Alan launched themselves towards Jin, where the chestnut creates several clones to counterattack. Seruorg and Riser launched themselves towards Issei, where the trio collide, hitting the ground. Don't be afraid of failure. Stick to your beliefs. Sona, wearing her cloak, fights against Rias in dragon armor. No one yields to her power. Tobio fights against Rikuo. Cap Chao charges against Dilio. The hero shows great mastery with his spear, while the angel is not far behind. Vidar clashes his sword against Athena's spear. Dream energy. Branchi Mingxiang energy. Illuminating the energy of dreams. The clash of power of everyone on the field created an explosion that gradually decreased in size and then disappeared, showing that it was now the combat of the pieces. Come on! Tsubaki and Yura had the same cloak as Sona. Both Citri girls were face to face against Akino and Asia in their balance breaker. While Jin's nobility fought against Vala's. While Ophis just watched the fight. Run! Run! More faster! Faster! Issei's nobility fighting against risers, Bina against Eubelina. A giant woman against several riser pieces. All the while, a pinkish-purple smoke appeared around them. Through the smoke, the silhouette of a 10-meter dragon with two girls riding it can be seen. Run forward, run forward. The tournament cuts to Valerie, who activates the Grail, illuminating everything. It then cuts to Angelica and Shuri. Keep your vows to each other. Now we can see how the screen is covered by hundreds of fallen angel feathers, then being carried away by the wind. The day that crosses eternity. After the feathers, it now showed a black-haired fallen angel, and then only showed the lower part of her face with tears and a grimace of sadness. Burn! Burn! My fire! Fire! Now we see the tournament again, showing the entire audience cheering for the great battles. Now we see Issei, Jin, Dilio and Vidar standing in the stadium with their pieces. Burning in the wilderness. Issei vs Vidar, Dragon vs Dios Nordico. Jin vs Dilio, Monkey King State vs Zenith Tempest. Don't be afraid of failure. Stick to your beliefs. Now the camera shows Kyom, Almenhild with Valerie witnessing that Jin and Issei are the same person. Dream energy. Branchi Mingxiang energy. Illuminating the energy of dreams. The whole place is destroyed. There was no stadium. The participants, All Might and some of his students, the girls, the leaders and the other three hooded figures uncovered, in front of them Jin, Ryo, Akane and Yuki, the four looking straight ahead at a very muscular guy, light greenish skin with long red hair. On the subject's chest was a red sphere with two black stars. OVA Christmas, Strauss. A mini special about what's happening with Mary Jane right now, as the residence prepares to head to the underworld for the competition. Earthland. Christmas, a time full of peace and happiness. The streets and houses of all Earthland are filled with bright lights. White snow falls from the cloudy sky. In a certain house located in Magnolia, live a certain sister and a brother, who have dinner together as usual, especially to recover a sister who was supposed to be dead. Many things had happened in a very short time: Phantom Lord, festival battle, oration cease, Idolos. But Christmas had arrived, reuniting the three Strausses, Mary Jane, Lisanna and Elfman, Strauss respectively, a great Christmas dinner together. After so many years, Lisanna returned. Although both Lisanna and Elfman knew very well the gift that their older sister wanted, it had been 7 years since they last saw it. Gifts don't always have to be material. What the eldest of the Strauss sisters wants is to see a certain brown-haired boy again, who hasn't been seen for years. A red gauntlet with green gems, a somewhat strange name. He had left when they met the current master of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov Dreyer, with no information on where the person searching for the elder Strauss is currently, but with the feeling that he is alive. Lisanna, look, nay, there's no need to hide it, said the middle Strauss to her sister. This Christmas wish is something that her sister asks for every year. Lisanna showed a smile, one very similar to the brown-haired boy when he smiles through his teeth. I know we'll see Jean and I again very soon, she exclaimed with confidence. Elfman, Lisanna-san is right, Jean and I is the most manly. We'll see him again very soon, exclaimed the youngest of the Strauss sisters, smiling like his second oldest sister. Mary Jane did not deny what her sister and younger brother had said. There were hundreds of possibilities, and she was very ready to see him again very soon. He looked at his bracelet that was on his right hand, one created by him. During the time he was with them, the guild master also helped him find something of that subject. The feeling of crossing their paths again was strong. Mary Jane, thank you, exclaimed the older white-haired girl with a smile. The only thing missing was that guy, who when they met again, the Strausses would make sure that he lived with them. He wouldn't escape again like he did 7 years ago. A Christmas dinner, big food banquets, a big celebration before leaving for Tenru Island for the tests to become an S-class mage was very close, approximately 2 months. Fate is capricious, paths cross at the least opportune moment, but what matters is that the paths of two people will cross again after so many years. Smiles were the only thing the Strauss family had while spending Christmas Eve together, spending time with their families, waiting for Santa Makarov to come and deliver presents to their children. The grandfather who always takes care of his children, despite the damage they cause, but in the end that is what they do, that is what they are. Fairy tale. We'll see each other again, Jean, I have a feeling. These were Mary Jane's thoughts as they ate with their family on this snowy Christmas night. Chapter 62. We're going to the other world. The group looked at the girls who were in the training room. While some of the humans were able to recognize those who were in that curtain of already cleared dust, but there was something different about her. Except for Leify and Ophis, there was like a halo around her head. It was not a simple one. In the front there was like a kind of curve. Only those who lived in the residence knew what that halo meant. Besides Ajuka, the brown-haired boy smiled excitedly. He could notice that all his pieces did not look as tired as the previous times they used them, just in time for the tournament. While the rest of those present did not know what this situation meant, they could only relate it to one thing: supernatural. They could only think about that. It was the only answer. Since no one spoke, they simply stared at the group of girls with that strange halo on their heads. But quickly all those halos dissipated, and they were soon sitting on the ground. They could handle it, but the where would come after leaving the state. It was an advantage. Previously, the where was shown in the middle of that promotion, but unlike a normal promotion for the pieces, this was temporary. Up to 30 minutes is all they could keep it before the where began, a last-minute move. They were all sweaty, so it was best for the group to go take a relaxing bath, while the others returned to the room to continue with the explanation. Moments later. A little about the origin of all the supernatural presence. It seems the residence is divided, that it comes from 2 worlds, in addition to what the chestnut is, something that surprised everyone, that its current position is the same as that of All Might, the symbol of peace of the supernatural. Hard to believe. Even though I know that it is older, it is not surprising. 2 symbols of peace gathered in a single room, one of the natural and the other of the supernatural. A somewhat spectacular encounter, and something that would never be the chestnut in that way. Now the next thing to explain was the armor of the chestnut and valley, just summarizing in a single story, telling what they are: dragons sealed in things created thousands of years ago. Well, only one of them is still sealed, the other, well, is in the kitchen looking for something to eat for about noon. But the subject of the armor was of great interest to Izumi. Her brother may be a fan of heroes from Japan, so she is the opposite. Her taste is heroes outside of Japan. To be more specific, from the country she was studying, the United States. Comparing the chestnut armor with that of the hero Iron Man, although the clear difference is that one is magical and the other technological, in addition to the first having life, Iron Man has shown more capacity, since he has not seen much of the other. Although from the stories he tells about each user of that armor, well, not much, since it would be a long story, having the ability to kill gods, but returning to the subject of Iron Man, something that for the brown-haired boy, as a child he had read several comics of the aforementioned hero, and to think that it really exists in this world, and not in fiction like in his own. And another thing was that many of the heroes that only appeared in comics that the brown-haired girl read exist. Some are already professional heroes, and others are still students that the green-haired girl mentioned some. And to think that there is an academy of heroes called Marvel Academy, with a director none other than Stan Lee. And to think that the creator of comics in his world is the director of an academy of heroes, it was to be expected from that man. But returning to the explanations, now the next thing to say are the girls of the residence, summarizing in the shortest way possible, and that is, that all of them are the brown-haired man's partner, a revelation that stunned several of the girls present, and it was the same for the men. This I could only read in old stories. That people have a harem, and the brown-haired man's is large, but according to historical writings, the largest number of members belongs to an ancient prince of India, who had approximately 100 wives. And the brown-haired man is in second place, with only a third of the Indian prince. Namuri, let me know, how did you meet? The woman asked calmly, but inside she was jealous. At first she thought the girls in this residence were simply relatives. Now it turns out they are strong rivals beyond belief. Rosweiss, I was her teacher, the albino said simply, and to think that being a teacher at Ko Academy started it all. Kuroka, we were fighting over who would keep my sister, said the Nikomata the first time they met. Like enemies, fighting over Kaneko, not a good way to start, but in the end it ended well. Ravel, the fight over Razor and Ai-sama's wife, said the Pahinix. At the end of that fight everything began, it was the beginning. Leifi, I am his fan and a contract magician. Penemu, in a bar while I was drinking too much, said the first one, but he didn't say it was 1,000 years ago. Gabriel, he made a hole in the sky, said the seraph, who thanks to that hole, was able to go to the human world for a while, until her brother discovered it. Graphia, when she was studying at her previous academy. Seraphal, I met him when I visited Soten during the parents' visiting days, said the levitating Mao. Sona/Tsubaki, umbrella, was the only thing they said for a simple loan of an umbrella during the spring rain, although for Tsubaki, it was on another occasion, which has not happened yet, something that she would keep as a secret, only showing a slight smile. Griselda, I met him when I visited my sister. Venelana, he broke my daughter's engagement. Of Fufu, he was in the crowd, but he just didn't show up. Kunu, he helped me save my mother. Yasaka, he saved me when I was a child, she said to the eldest Kitsune. You, wait. As a child, aren't you older than Issei-kun? Asked the blonde heroine to the oldest Kitsune, if her daughter told her that she helped her save her mother, and that her mother told her that she was saved as a child. It didn't make sense, she didn't understand that part, the blonde asked first, although she also had this same doubt. Yasaka, as you heard, I met him when I was little, said the leader of the Western Yokais, although she did not go into details. Note, before anything comes out in this part with canon, I will not tell how what Yasaka said in this story happened, keep quiet to avoid unnecessary fights. Ida, wait, when was that? Yasaka, 1,000 years ago. 3, 2, 1, nanny! All the humans exclaimed upon hearing how long ago it was, dropping their jaws to the ground. The chestnut tree is only 200 years old, how could it have been 1,000 years ago? Momo, as I remember, Issei-kun is 200 years old, said Yayorozu, because it is hard to believe hearing that age, but it is confirmed, devils and angels are in front of them, hard not to believe, how is that possible? Ophis, physically she is 200 years old, but mentally. Lilith, Oniai is 2,000 years old. They finished saying the original and copy of Infinity. The mind explosions kept appearing one after another, and now it comes out that it is 2,000 years old. Which of those two figures are really correct? So they continued to explain that part, the true age of the chestnut, as well as its other names, and as always, for the group of humans, so much information was like grenades exploding in their minds. It was a lot to process, and it's not over yet. Sun Wukong? The humans exclaimed the name of the chestnut tree, one of the recognizable ones, the Monkey King, the mythical character from the novel Journey to the West, is in front of them, although. Isn't he supposed to have more hair all over his body and not a hairless one? The fictional character was in front of them, a character that in modern times has had many adaptations in all media, games, series, TV, in almost everything, apparently it is not so fictional now. They wanted to know, but it was a long story, so they continued again how each girl in the residence met the brunette, and more how the hell he has a harem and acts normally as if nothing happened in front of the classroom, although logically it has to be a secret by current laws. Office. I met him before the others, said the loli simply, then drank some apple juice. Todoroki, how old are you? Asked Endeavor's youngest son, upon hearing that the loli said she met the brown-haired boy first and the others. Surely she is referring to time. Office, you don't want to know, was what the Infinity Dragon said, and the truth is that is quite old, than any of those present and perhaps of the supernatural. No, she is surely. Azazel, it would be better if you didn't ask her. I can assure you that she is older than all of us combined, Azazel said to the group, who listened to what the fallen one said, and judging by the appearance of the loli, wondered how tall she is. Office. My form is that of an adult woman, the loli revealed to the group. She doesn't care that they know that she is older than many. Age is something that doesn't affect me. But this form that you see is the most comfortable, said the loli, resolving the group's doubt. The next to say how they met were the girls from Eostia. Why in a group? Well, they all met him during the Kuroinu conflict, just like that, although for Kagaya, who knew him through the stories of her town, she also says that she really met him during the Kuroinu conflict. They only said that, not much about their origins. Like in the case of Chloe and Maya, it was something that was uncomfortable to say, so they simply said how they met the brown-haired boy. Light elf and dark elf, half-breeds, halflings, mythological beings again, although these are more fantasy and myths and legends, although they can no longer surprise you, if you accepted the supernatural. Possibly all kinds of things exist that are only in books. Members of the harem, a phrase that went through the minds of 4 girls present, 2 young and 2 adults, right or wrong. It is true that they explained how the underworld works, a modern and average form of regime, but more modern, but preserving many of the rules, but without entering into limiting freedoms. Is what the brown-haired man has right or wrong? Could it be that jealousy is passing through his eyes? Didn't they know? On one hand, they want the brown-haired man, but on the other hand, it's hard to accept a harem. Well, or maybe they stole his piece of cake. The next doubt to be resolved was what was seen in the training room, summing up to just the training of the chestnut pieces. As nobility that are used to participate in tournaments held in the underworld, they are like duels, either for sportsmanship or to win X things. In short, they are duels like Middle Ages for something or someone, in addition to being considered a sport, that many factions can now participate, something interesting to use the chess system to determine each piece, or in this case the people. For Namuri, when she realized that all or part of the residents of the house were the chestnut's partner, what she saw in the onsen no longer seemed so crazy. Could it be that? Namuri, tell me, have they done it? I asked in a low voice to Penemu, although many of the supernatural heard it, and more so the brown-haired one. Penemu, of course. She answered with a smile to the black-haired girl's question. She clearly knew that she has a certain interest in her man, so why not take advantage of it to mock her? A foxy smile appeared on her. And do you want to know how it was? She asked mockingly, but in a low voice. Namuri could not refuse what Penemu said. The hips are very important for a man, the same for a woman. Refusing to listen would be like not discovering one of the man's capabilities. The woman swallowed, nodding in affirmation. The woman approached so that the cadre could tell her what the woman wanted to know, whispering in a low voice so that the supernaturals wouldn't hear it. They went a little far away from those present to find out about this topic. Namuri, it can't be! Exclaimed the woman after hearing Penemu. And how long does it last? Asked the woman. Then the cadre whispered to her again. That long? Exclaimed the black-haired woman for the second time. Who knows how long a session lasts? Longer than a movie, for God's sake! Exclaimed the woman in surprise to sit back down in her place. You! What did you talk about? The professional heroine asked the brunette, who had a face as impressed as could be. There are more than 30 women, and quite a few hours. For the blonde, she didn't know what Penemu had told her. Namuri, I won the lottery! Exclaimed the woman in response to Yu's question, showing a thumbs up. And wow, it is, fighting against so many for a cake would be worth it, plus the honeymoon activity of Fufu. The blonde raised an eyebrow, not understanding Namuri's comment. Her eyes shone brightly. Maybe it was her imagination, but she could feel a fire coming out of the old woman, as the blonde calls the black-haired woman. The explanations ended today. 3 hours had passed since they started, almost being 4 hours. It was a lot to process. But of course, leaving one last thing clear, it is their decision whether to keep these memories or not, since it would not be good to involve them in something they do not want. The reason is something that both the three Maos present and the former governor of the fallen present talked about a long time ago. In the human world they come from, relating to humans did not work in modern times, something that in the end ended up creating myths of aliens after erasing all traces of them. And why not make contact between humans and supernatural in this world? Of course, I wouldn't start with a large number, those present are more than enough. Start with this small number. Start little by little to be able to coexist the natural with the supernatural, was the last thing I explained to Azazel to the group of humans. The group more or less understood what they want, always believing that demons are bad, and apparently they are not as reflected in the books. They seem like someone normal like them, but living with beings that are supposed to only exist in books, something that they had done since the beginning of when they entered the UA. A magician, a dragon, demons, yokai and princesses, they had lived with them for almost 5 months, and there was nothing wrong. It's not that bad, if the world accepted the fact of the Curix little by little in its beginnings, possibly with the supernatural too, it could be an incredible experience. All Might thought about it. It didn't take long. He had made a decision, and it's not so bad to live with them. It would be a good idea. The symbol of peace got up from his seat, to get a little closer to the brown-haired man, extending his hand to him. All Might, it will be a pleasure to live with you, Pillar of the Alliance, said the symbol of peace with a smile to the brown-haired boy, understanding the hand in a sign of friendship. The message was clear. It meant that the symbol of peace gladly accepts knowing the existence of supernatural beings, which for now would be a secret to the world and others outside the residence. It seems like a friendly action, but it meant a lot, a handshake between the symbol of peace with the Pillar of the Alliance. For the chestnut, he gladly accepted. He got up from his seat, to correspond to the symbol of peace. Issei, the pleasure is mine, peace symbol, said the brown-haired boy with a smile, but the peace symbol was better. Both symbols shook hands in a friendly manner, in the sight of some of the natural and supernatural, so they also knew what decision to make. After all, it would be interesting if they had the opportunity to live a great adventure, as they are in magic and fantasy series. Izuku and Izumi watched as the symbol of peace shook hands with the Pillar of Peace. It was an incredible moment, seeing the symbol of peace from another world shake hands with the one from their world. It was incredible, and for the younger green-haired girl, she took a picture of the two symbols shaking hands, with an instant photo camera, to put it in her photo album. Kirishima was the next to speak to the brunette. The redhead bowed 90 degrees, surprising those present. Kirishima, teach me to be like you, exclaimed the redhead loudly, but respectfully to the brown-haired boy, who neither he nor anyone else knew what the redhead with the hardening quirk was up to master. The young man exclaimed the last part, making everyone present shed a drop of sweat. No one was an exception. What was said in this residence would all be a secret. No one could know about this. No one who wasn't here should know about it until the leaders decided it was the right time to reveal it. Before the brown-haired boy could answer, his mother's call caught everyone's attention. It was already afternoon, dinner time. The eldest Hyoudou invited everyone to dinner at the large residence. Now that they knew about the supernatural, with a little magic, enlarging the table and increasing the number of chairs, there was room for everyone. The chestnut's mother even invited the humans to dinner, which most of them refused at first, but in the end they accepted. The older chestnut's kindness was too much, and not even the symbol of peace could deny it. They agreed to eat at the Hyoudou residence, which ended up being the first place where the symbol of peace and the Pillar of the Alliance shook hands in peace. At dinner they talked mostly about the grand raiding game, something that caught the humans' attention, about which would start in a few days, like on Thursday. Vala explained to the brown-haired man and that he should register soon. And about Tiamat, who hadn't left her room until dinner time, there were already a good number of people who would explain, so the blue-haired woman simply let the rest do the explanation. Now sitting at the same table, the woman introduced herself as Tiamat, Dragon Queen, something that surprised the simple presentation. She didn't seem like it, but a cold aura denoted power and someone to fear and respect. returning to the grand raiding game, which would take place in the underworld, something that humans listened to all the explanations, and that the prize would be a wish, with the combined power of all the leaders of the allied factions. The prize surprised the group. The prize for the winner would be a wish. Everything within the combined powers was a lot, knowing that if they are as strong as the books reflect, a wish was more than many would fight to be the winner. And those who would participate in the tournament would be the Chestnut, Sona and Vala, the third kings who were present, of course without counting leaders, a tournament that would be broadcast to everything supernatural, from their house. This tournament is held every 2 years, enough time to select the 16 kings to participate in this tournament. It is like the Olympics that humans do every 4 years, a surprising but simple explanation. As much as the third kings, none of them had thought of losing, only climbing to the top, being crowned champion, or champion in Sona's case. This tournament was simply exciting just by listening to the group of humans. It really seemed like fantasy, only seen in manga. If it sounded quite incredible to hear it, it would be more interesting to see it, so it would be worth trying. So, the group of humans could only ask the supernatural one thing about the tournament. Can we attend the tournament too? That was what they asked. It seemed that everyone was interested in that. It is not surprising, after all, it was too difficult to see things like that, and to think that the emergence of quirks, many inexplicable things could be explained, thinking that many of the mysterious events of the past, but with the supernatural, opened more possibilities to hidden truths. Although Bakugo was the only one who refused to leave, he had to accompany him by force of his mother, despite eating at the residence. Something in him made him uncomfortable. Knowing all this, the feeling of a great gap of difference there was in him, with the rest of those present. The group's question made the brown-haired boy spit out the rice he was eating. He almost choked on a piece of fish, but he managed to recover. He thought about it for a bit, but seeing that it would be a fun occasion, he accepted. Likewise Strauss and Ijuka, they had no problem letting them attend to see the tournament. Plus it would be a good way for them to know a little more, before the world knows about them. Not to mention Serafall, anyway, so they agreed to arrive at the residence at tomorrow morning, to go to the other world, the underworld or hell. Will it be as the books say? They were about to find out. The rest of the dinner was simply unimportant things, normal practices, until finally everyone went back to their respective homes, either alone, or asking for transportation. Well, Mitsuki asked Azazel if he could accompany her and her son back, something that the aforementioned gladly accepted. Now that the guests left, it was time for Vala and his wife Lavinia, Strauss, and Ijuka to return to the underworld, leaving only those who live in the residence. They also had to rest. Day after. It was morning at the Hyoudou residence. Right at the departure time, everyone who would attend was gathered, although there was an extra guest on Todoroki's part. The brown-haired boy had asked why the aforementioned brought his sister, something that the boy said that he couldn't do anything about, that she simply wanted to accompany him. Because of what happened in Camino, his sister wouldn't let her little brother go anywhere alone again. Yes, the whole role of a mother, although it was to be expected. The girl has occupied the role of mother in a certain way for several years. Todoroki Fuyumi, the eldest daughter of the Todoroki, a young adult woman, of average height, fair skin with white hair with some red strands, which reaches almost to her shoulders, rectangular gray glasses. The woman did not understand where she was going, since her brother did not say where. He only said that he was going on a trip with some friends. Despite saying that, the concern that a sister has for her younger brother is too much, to the point that she would accompany him. But a part of the woman, knowing that her little brother has friends, couldn't be happier, but she still didn't know where to go. Since the group that arrived was invited to enter, the girl was surprised to see that the house has several floors, in addition to being large, without knowing the big surprise of where she will go. What surprised the girl the most was seeing the symbol of peace here too, even though she knows that he is a teacher at the academy that her little brother attends. It was surprising to see him here. Will they go to the place with a large transport, since she saw that there were a lot of people, and most of them were women? For the brown-haired boy that Todoroki brought his sister, despite the fact that the aforementioned could not handle her, he did not refuse, but that she should keep it a secret, which Hyoudou accepted, and they told his sister to remain calm wherever they were going. Now that everyone is gathered, plus Shoto's sister, it was time to leave. The brown-haired boy was excited. Everyone didn't have any luggage since the day before they were told that it was not necessary to bring luggage. A large dimensional gap opened in front of everyone who was in the training room. The gap surprised everyone, but for Yumi, to see this. But she sensed that it was a quirk, if that was what it should be. The group immediately entered the other side of the gap, and then were blinded by the light that on the other side, the adventure of some of the students of Group A is about to begin. In another world, surprises await them. Afternoon, Hyoudou residence. It was already afternoon at the Hyoudou residence. Outside the large residence, there were 5 people, 3 girls, an adult and a small boy. They were the Hussy Cats, Shino, Ryuko, Tomoko, Yawara and Koda. The group of professional heroines were at the entrance of the Hyoudou residence, after what Koda told him, that the tube with the syringe was given to him by the brown-haired man, so that he could inject it into the ragdoll, which at first they thought was something dangerous, but there was a good change in Tomoko, who immediately went to do her checkups, getting good news, her quirk was back. They thought for a while after that news, just thinking about what that tube was, and who gave it to Koda. Thanks to the ties that the group of Hussy Cats has, they were easily able to get the address of the brown-haired boy, even though it was already in all the media, something that the blonde of the Hussy Cats would not let it pass. A visit to the brown-haired boy's house, something that impacted him when he saw it in person. They came for an answer. In addition to thanking, they had not reported what happened with Ragdoll, since Koda told what the brown-haired man said, that no one should know about this, only All Might knows. With mentioning the symbol of peace, it was more than enough for the Hussy Cats not to let it be known, yet. Ryuko rang the doorbell of the residence. The door took a few seconds to open. The girl was excited. The one who opened the door was the brown-haired boy's mother, who did not recognize the heroines, and it should be said that they were wearing casual clothes. The entire residence went to the underworld, except for the Chestnut's parents, since the couple felt more like watching the tournament from home. They were already too old to attend places so crowded with people. The kind woman answered the blonde heroine's question, letting her know that the brunette went on a trip, and that he would not return until UA classes started again, something that left the Hussy Cats heroine stunned, knowing that there were 3 weeks left until UA classes started again. Chapter 63, Jin Issei the Dragon. The world has restarted on multiple occasions, to maintain a balance, destroy to create, return to its roots, start again from scratch. Only a few are the exceptions to see how this restart process. Only 3 beings emerged from the same entity, the entity of creation, Genova. The creation dragon, the primordial of this reality, DXD, Nakanon, Ue, which only appears at the creation of zero, or the beginning, a powerful roar, is more than enough to create life in its beginnings, leaving the rest to the same beings created from its great roar to advance until time runs out. In this way, the cycle is repeated. Destruction paved the way for its emergence. No one knows of its existence, until a few cycles ago, before a restart, a certain god recorded on tombstones information about the dragon, and its 3 descendants, End, Apocalypse and Infinity. The tombstones engraved by that god practically mention those 3 descendants of the dragon of Genesis. After thousands of cycles, the same god has somehow been able to gather all the information, alien to the other deities. His fight is only to make a clean slate, to open the way for Genesis to make its creation. For the erasure to be carried out, it is necessary that the End, Apocalypse and Infinity be reunited. Of all the pillars engraved by those scriptures, in the last restart, everything was lost, only a fragment remaining, the keyword. The world will be destroyed when the End, Apocalypse and Infinity meet. It was the only fragment recovered, located on the highest mountain on earth, where thousands of years from now, where the Ark of the Flood would be located until a certain white-bearded god in white robes would discover it, to begin to thoroughly investigate those words. The 3 descendants. The dragon of Genesis, after creating the new world from scratch, with the same characteristics as the previous one, disappears, but not before dividing his power into 3 parts, which are known as the 3 descendants, End, Apocalypse and Infinity. The End and the Apocalypse will meet to fight, being watched by the part of the Infinite. The End and the Apocalypse must both die fighting, so that in the end the part of the Infinite enters, and when its duty enters, all existing life will have been destroyed by the battle produced between the End and the Apocalypse. Being the infinite, the only living being in this existence, his only duty is to disappear into particles, sacrificing his life, like his two brothers, finishing the last part of the ritual, to call the dragon of creation, and start again from scratch, repeating the cycle of creation. The three descendants, when born in each reboot, take different genders each, either male, female, or genderless, randomly. Their most recent incarnations are the End, a blood-red dragon that sheds life during its battle with the Apocalypse, a red dragon that only appears when the end is near. The Apocalypse, a dark dragon, like the dead life on Earth, a black color that simply describe it, would be death, would be the best definition. Its emergence will be the same living beings do, destruction, battles, wars, supernatural or natural. A war is inevitable, for each battle made by living beings will make its emergence come closer. And finally, the Infinite, which on this occasion, the Infinite, a dragon with dark purple scales, with a golden gaze, which is the only one that houses the purity of Genesis in it, as its name indicates, infinite. She has greater power than her two brothers, but that does not mean that she is the strongest among the three, she is the weak one. It's like using a 1-liter container and a 2.5-liter container. Who would fill it with more water? The answer is simple, isn't it? It's the same dynamic to explain how powerful the three descendants are. While the End and the Apocalypse, their pool of water is limited, that of infinity is endless. When the three of them meet, the end of this cycle will begin. For now, they will remain outside the society of life, waiting for their entry, to mark the end of this cycle, and the beginning of a new one, from scratch, redo everything from the beginning, all life, and the world. The cycle is broken. The sealing of the Apocalypse by the biblical God at the end of the Great Holy War was difficult. The war was a setback that the God did not predict. No one knows that his death was to seal the Apocalypse, and not in the Holy War. Although he didn't die in sealing the Apocalypse, he simply disappeared, leaving the world to believe that he died, like the demon kings, 4 dead, 3 missing. In this way, it was only the beginning of breaking the reset cycle. And the arrival of an inhabitant from another world was no coincidence either, the consequences of changing course, only allowing another threat from another world to come. Not only is the cycle broken, but it leads to a bigger problem without knowing that this is a consequence of breaking the cycle. The sealing of the Apocalypse was only the beginning of a new perspective of seeing things. This end of the cycle will bring new things and a threat from another world. Likewise, it was infinite to learn about what human emotion is. Only time will tell. The great threat from another world is released. Time is running out. 7 years have passed before the time limit for his emergence, his arrival. If there is no cycle to repeat, he will have to do it with his own hands. End of Genova 01 fragment. Go World. A quiet day at school. Today's schools, unlike 17 years ago, were different. Since Ragnarok, due to the large increase in the number of users with the ability to borrow power, the academies have made special classes for those young people, groups where all users would study. This structure simply like this. Over time, discrimination against non-users of borrowed power has arisen. Many of the users look down on non-users, not only in academia, but also in society. No matter how much the higher-ups do their job of bringing equality, it is not easy. In a certain way, someone gave more luxuries to the users, while the non-users were put aside, as a lower class, a discrimination that is currently a problem that many are struggling to eliminate. At this moment we focused on the grass. Near a lake, there were 2 young men lying on the green grass, a blue-haired boy in an orange jacket, navy jeans, name, Nakiri Dan. The other young man was a greenish blonde. He wore a white top, baggy blue pants, black boots. He wore a pair of gloves that covered his entire forearm, black with golden lines, name, Dean Ockham, from Ireland, but grown in this country. Those who have known Dan and Raina since they were little, get along quite well. He along with his sister and a few others are those who do not discriminate against Dan for not being a user. Dan, how lucky Dean is! Exclaimed the blue-haired man in a tired tone to his friend, who was also lying on the floor. How I would love to be able to enter a class with the borrowed power users. Dean, it's not that bad Dan, you're strong too, said the blonde-haired man to his friend. You're strong, you just need practice. Despite not having borrowed power, You're pretty tough against blows, said the young man, remembering how the blue-haired man, despite the strong blows the bully gave him, didn't seem to receive serious damage. But changing the subject, how was your date with Peach? I still don't believe you like girls who are older than you. Dan this we did well, but she had to leave early, since the Jade Emperor called him back to his duty, commented the blue-haired man. The girl mentioned, she is part of the Emperor's side, unlike the always executives. Peach, one of the apostles of Jade, the few followers of the Jade Emperor, are those who always help non-users, while the executives help users more. One could say that those under the orders of the Jade Emperor are those in charge of non-users. The girl is only about 4 years older than the blue-haired boy, but despite working under the Emperor's orders, the girl has an apartment right next to the Nakiri and Dean. The girl, despite having borrowed power, prefers to live more humbly, just like everyone else. Dean, I can't wait for the Go tournament, he exclaimed, stretching his arms to the sky. The young man's dream was to become an executive, and participating in that tournament, he could achieve it. Dan, my sister will win. She has trained a lot to win. With the money she won, she will be able to recover from her leg injury, and she doesn't need to use borrowed power to move freely without support, said the blue-haired man. But I can't stop thinking that we will see something incredible when the day of the tournament arrives. Dean, they're always interesting, but why do you say that? Dan, I don't know how to say it, but I've had dreams that feel pretty real, said the boy, remembering a bit of those dreams or visions. He had 2 red armors, fighting in the middle of an abandoned industry, then everything goes white. The greenish blonde-haired boy remained silent for a moment, thinking about what his friend said, and then he started to laugh. Hey! It was very real. I swear. Dean, yes, like the time you told me you faced an army of men, ogres and other fantasy beings, in the Middle Ages to defend a kingdom, said the greenish blonde hair with amusement. The dreams that his blue-haired friend has are always very crazy, but fun. Those dreams that give you is only the beginning of another battle. Its origin sooner or later will come to light. Discovering its origin, the time of each person is united. Only the hourglass needs to reach its limit. Chapter 64. The Bittersweet Love of a Fall. Everyone remembers the fallen angel who was going to marry the Penemu cadre? Good. Well, it went wrong for him because the aforementioned cancelled the wedding on the very same day. It was a big surprise for those present at that time, because let's say that after 1,000 years, he was able to remarry, and unlike the cadre, this time it was a human, in Japan. She was a magician in modern times. Everything happened from a contract, to ensure that the magician would have protection, and from there, the magician followed the fallen man everywhere. He had not been involved with Grigory's things for a long time, but that did not mean that he was not aware of what was happening. The years passed. Between the fallen and the magician, a small fallen was born, a hybrid with a human, a little girl with long dark hair and purple eyes. For a few years she had studied at home, under the tutelage of her parents, in combat by her father, and in magic by her mother. They lived in a cabin made by the fallen man in a beautiful forest, a little far from a city. Nothing was missing. The girl was happy. When the little girl turned 10, her parents decided to send her to Grigory to study. She couldn't spend her whole life in this forest, and in Grigory she could see the world from a perspective that a normal human couldn't see. Currently, Grigory had become a research organization, which could ensure that her daughter wouldn't get into trouble. Something that he communicated with his leader, Azazel, so that he would do him this favor. Although the leader of the fallen had been surprised that he had a daughter, knowing that in the past, he was traumatized thanks to Penemu, but he was looking for it. But it is good to know that he overcame that trauma. Stay at Grigory's. The brunette's stay in Grigory was normal. In supernatural terms, she met another young woman, with long blue hair, who is a little older than her. Since then, they have gotten along quite well, being good friends. In order not to feel alone during her stay in the secret organization of the fallen, even though Azazel is the leader, Shemhazai was the one who did the work to tell the truth, while Azazel focused a lot on the research of the sacred gear, to create artificial ones, something that the entire organization knows, and something that as leader. The assignments to most of the fallen were always surveillance of possible users with sacred gear. The cadre Penemu, the most powerful fallen woman of all Grigory, not to say that she is the strongest fallen, possibly even surpassing the other fallen leaders, were the rumors that run among all the fallen, a woman of cold character, serious, without love interest at all. The fame of the cadre was not bad at all, on the contrary, it went very well, earning the admiration of the fallen for many years. If we tell Shemhazai that he is second in command, Penemu would be the one who maintains control in this whole place, like a boss who fumigates her worker with an iron gaze. Both Rainier and Calawarner in a certain way admire the cadre for the great respect she has achieved, not only for beauty, but for power, even though her position is as a secretary of Azazel. The leader, if he were to anger her, would surely do her errands. Something that with this admiration made the two girls want to be under the command of the aforementioned, which a few years ended up being. For Penemu, the woman knew who Rainier's father was. It is true that in the past they had a relationship in a certain way, to the point of almost getting married. If it were not for the idiocy of her father, the woman does not hate the black-haired woman, but her father dislikes her, although let's see that she has a daughter. Apparently she has matured enough. Azazel had said what that fallen man was now, a husband, and that he works as a lumberjack to live quietly with his wife. The least the woman could do is educate her daughter, teach her what a fallen person does today. It could be that among angels, demons and fallen people, they would be the second to have the most contact with humans, with demons being the first, although in recent years, the number of contacts with demons has fallen a little. There is no longer a war, but there is a small limit between the three factions, and that is that none can get in the other's way, not get involved in the other's business. This was what they had between the three factions, although for Azazel, his interest is almost nil. As long as they do not hinder him in his investigations, he has no problem. Nor he with the others. Oh. Despite being under Penemu's command, Azazel is still the leader, so orders are orders. She and Calawarner were entrusted with the duty of monitoring users with sacred gear in this area, somewhat ironic, since the two sisters of two mouths were studying here, so they had to keep a low profile. Ko, a small urban city, quiet but beautiful, had not changed at all since the last time she visited this city with her father and mother. The brunette, now 18 years old, wondered what had become of the two friends that the girl met in the past, although of course, the girl used another name at that time, under the name of Elaine. A nickname that means a lot to her parents, a bright light for both of them. Her parents, every time they went out, always used false names. Reason? Her parents never said, they simply said the reason for being supernatural beings, something that little Rainier believes at that moment, and continues to believe. She met two boys when she visited this city many times, well, a boy and a girl, both with brown hair, but the girl's hair was more of a bright light color, although the boy didn't know that his friend was actually a friend, but he doesn't judge her. The girl dressed very manly back then. What will become of them now? The black-haired girl wondered when she returned to this city, after so many years. I wouldn't say it, but the girl is in love with her friend who lives in Ko, a bit silly, but always makes her smile. If she remembers correctly, his first and last name is Hyoudou. A little hunch since she was very young. You can't blame her, for growing up listening to the romance stories between her father and mother, something that her daughter is a closet romantic, plus the side of being a fallen half, a little perversion flows through her genes. If his father could meet and marry his mother who is human, why can't she? Maybe the boy won't remember her after so many years. It doesn't matter, he would start from scratch. The place where she and her partner would stay would be in a somewhat old church. They are not here on vacation, but to gather data for Azazel's investigations, something that a place like this, the demons would not approach, not even being an abandoned church. Well, he is not entirely alone. Apparently there are people from the church here, among some, a gray-haired father, who at first glance looks formal, but gives off a bad smell. Something is wrong, since according to reports, this place would be abandoned, and out of nowhere there were so many renegade exorcists. Both falls did not understand. But the doubt was resolved by that young father named Freed, support in case the demons in the area are hostile, orders from Kokabeel. Skip months. A reunion with the boy you like since you met him years ago when you were a little girl, doesn't sound so bad. It sounds somewhat romantic. It would be that way, in case Kokabeel hadn't appeared. Apparently there were changes of plans. According to this high command of the Fallen says, the surveillance had ended. Humans with sacred gear are no longer useful to them for Azazel's investigations, was what Kokabel said. Something suspicious seemed to both girls. They refused to believe an order given by Azazel in this way. They wanted to confirm it, something that Kokabel said he was in charge of. Orders are orders, something suspicious. But they are simply fallen under orders, but that he would investigate in secret. Skip, after the appointment. The clues were connected. It was all just Kokabel's plans. They didn't know what he was up to, but nothing good would come out of it. Many of the humans who had sacred gear were dead. Only 2 remained alive, well, 1 alive, who had been recruited by the Citri clan. The other one was killed by Rainier. It was the best option. It was better for her to kill him than for others to do it. She of course knew what the hell was after the boy. She wasn't stupid. She knew that a demon from the Gremry clan was watching him. Previously it was a Citri who did it. She didn't want the boy to join the demons. But this was the best option to put him so he could stay alive. The boy seems to be someone who values friendship a lot, but his interest in fighting is almost zero. A memory from the past came to mind from the fall. When she was little, on one of the visits, they were playing with Hyoudou and Hyoudou. She remembers that the brown-haired boy from that time said he wanted to be a superhero when he grew up, something that would be a little funny to remember now, but it was what she needed. A villain for the hero to emerge, or in this case a villain. She already killed the brown-haired boy so that the sister of the Mao Lucifer could recruit him. It was only the beginning. Technically, if she followed the order given by Kokabel, facing him would be worse. What she did seemed like the best option of all, apart from being able to communicate with Grigory. There weren't many options for her and her partner. Now there's only one thing missing, or rather one person. While Calawarner helps the boy awaken his sacred gear, being like the bad guy who wants to kill him, Rainier would intercept a certain nun who would soon arrive, making the nun meet a demon by coincidence. That would keep him safe from the fallen traitors in this city. Asia meets Issei. It was no coincidence that they both met in the park, but Kokabel begins to suspect he had to take a different direction. Acting by Kokabel's side didn't seem to work anymore. He needed to prove it, and those fallen ones who kept an eye on him day and night. It was difficult to move around the city. If I remember correctly, that Asia Argento has a sacred healing gear. If she handles it well, she could cure anything. Twilight healing, a high-class sacred healing gear. This is wrong. It should not be in Kokabel's hands. Again, she would have to give it to the demons, even if she doesn't want to. But after all, at the end of this they would die anyway, so why not be the bad one, to help in the shadows? She needed to be even worse in the eyes of the brown-haired man. She senses that he has more hidden potential than what he shows with a simple twice critical. It only takes a strong image to wake him up. Extraction of Twilight healing. Everything is done. Thanks to the help of her friend, everything turned out for the good of all. Despite the appearance of a demon from the Astaroth clan, everything turned out well. Calawarner died helping her friend hold back the 2 fallen ones to go as support, the 3 dying at the hands of Rias Gremry. With only her left, Rainier, her action of extracting the sacred gear and killing Asia in the process, managed to awaken the true potential of the brown-haired girl. It is not only a simple twice critical, but it is the boosted gear. A Longinus, her work is done. She could feel the hatred coming from the brown-haired girl towards her. She would not defend herself to die at his hands. She did not regret it. She would not believe him if he told her the truth. It has been a good life that the girl had, although she would have liked to live a little longer. But for the things she has done, paying for her crimes with her life. It is reasonable. There is only one last thing that the brown-haired girl must learn. In a battle and war, mercy is for the weak. If you are merciful, you will die, which the brunette was not, despite the black-haired woman telling the truth, that the quote was not a lie. The brunette did what she had in mind, not to have mercy. He turned his back on her. If he had mercy, he would die. And she would no longer be there to save him again. He did the right thing, let his king eliminate him. The fall saw the girl on her back for the last time. No matter that the Gremry prepares her power of destruction, she smiled for the last time to close her eyes. She would leave Asia in her hands. Fine, Rainier. Present, unknown place. I don't know why you want to revive a simple and pure fall, asked a bored voice, but angry at having agreed to revive the aforementioned. She may look normal at first glance, but she has something that the other fallen ones don't have, said another voice, looking into a 2-meter-high container. In the past they prevented him from recruiting the daughter of the cursed Barraquil. Not for nothing the clan of his cursed wife knew that his daughter is impure, he said with poison. He was supposed to rescue that little girl, in this way train her. Akino, daughter of the Master of Thunder and a priestess of great power of demon-slaying clans, would have immense power if trained properly, but some bastard had to leak this action to Barraquil. The good thing is that it was not known that he was responsible for Shuri's death. But that doesn't matter. I found another hybrid of good power, a descendant of Merlin, he said with amusement, looking at the person inside the container, and to think that your mother would be the last descendant of Merlin Rainier. Unknown time, unknown location. In a place very similar to the dimensional gap, there were 6 young people, 5 boys and a girl. A blonde, a red-haired man, a gray-haired man, a black-haired man, a brown-haired man, and a white-haired woman. The blonde man was wearing a biker-style jumpsuit, a red leather jacket, a white shirt, jeans, and black boots. He seemed to be carrying a metallic sphere in his hands, as if it were a container. The redhead was wearing a kind of formal suit, but a little messy. He seemed to have a bored face, since he thought something fun would happen, and not take a criminal back to where he has to be, but anyway, it's better than being in college. Hey Ishin? Isn't today the day you return to the Bacon Academy? Asked the blonde to the brown-haired boy with purple eyes, named Ishin. Ishin, that's right. After a year of rest, I will return to the academy, said the brown-haired man with a little interest. He wore a kind of light armor. With a scarf around his neck, he carries a weapon very similar to a Chinese wooden umbrella, but in reality it is made of metal. That's great. I'd love to take a year off, he commented to the blonde with jealousy, but thanks for helping us with this, he thanked, referring to the sphere. Isn't that right, kid? He asked his 2 brothers, a redhead and a gray-haired one. Before they could answer, an explosion erupted in them, and the sphere was snatched away by an unknown person. Ofufu, thanks for bringing me this guy, thanked a voice, which was not any of the 6 young people. As the black smoke cleared in the group, they saw who was the cause, a being with purple skin, white hair, with a slightly muscular body, in addition to wearing glasses. In one of his hand he held the sphere that he snatched from the group, and in the other, a red crystal sphere, which has 4 black stars inside it. If you'll excuse me, I have plans for our special guest, he said with amusement, and then disappeared. The group of 6 young people had no choice but to go after that guy. They recognize who he is, thanks to spying on some of their father's documents. Someone extremely dangerous. Even if he is the same age as them, he could cause a lot of problems. They had to recover the criminal before their parents realized it. Chapter 65. Welcome to the Underworld. The group appeared through a dimensional gap. A blue sky with white clouds was what they saw, bright light, but not blinding. After a while they could finally see a blue landscape, green pastures, buildings both modern and normal as in their world in the distance. Near them was a large European-style mansion. It seemed that everything around it was some kind of garden, and a little close to the large mansion, was there a church? It is supposed to be in hell. How is there a church here? Besides, everything around it doesn't seem like they are in hell, which seemed strange to them. It didn't seem at all gloomy? Something that the supernatural group explained is that they are actually in hell, or the underworld, but the blue sky they see is artificial, created by the Archangel Michael, as is the artificial sun, a surprising fact for the group of humans present. The first impression of the underworld, and it is not as they imagined, well, not in this territory, although they were told that it is a bit as they imagine, but nothing out of the ordinary, a modern European city, things like that, and that they are in the chestnut territory. So young, and he has great lands, even though he is older than all of them. In the supernatural he is still a young man, and this is due to his achievements. What a symbol of the peace of the supernatural. Not even All Might gave him such great lands, or rather they didn't even give him lands, but anyway. Today is Monday. The grand raiding game began in 2 days. On Wednesday, the group was guided by Grafia to the mansion. Upon entering, they were greeted by several maids and a certain group of nuns. The maids' thing is understandable, since they keep the mansion clean, but what do 6 nuns have to do with this? Simple. Apparently Olga explained that not only the 9 of them were originally from Ostia who came to this world, the 6 nuns wanted to follow her figure in admiring, and that they currently live in this mansion. Something rare for the group of humans. But few people know that the figure of Sun Wukong, once a literary character, became a figure of belief among humans, which is not surprising because the chestnut has a small group of followers, although only Momo knows this fact, but he explained to others that he did not know it. Although she doesn't care that the brown-haired boy has followers, Yaoyorozu felt a feeling of jealousy, as if they gave the brown-haired boy too much respect and little personal space. But time passes quickly, so the chestnut, along with nobility, Sarah Fall, Sona and Tsubaki would go to register for the tournament. Although this year's tournament would be different from the previous ones, the leaders would choose the best or those who seemed suitable for this tournament. But this year they saved 2 special places for a single person. They made an exception. So they would leave Venelana, Graphia, Gabriel, Penemu, Yasaka, Kaigaya, Celestine, Prim, Tiamat and Lilith to teach this city. Azazel is also there, but he had nothing to do, so he would accompany the boys to show him a little of the supernatural. For the moment it would be the Yakumo territory, Hyoudou. Then they would continue with the Lilith capital. Graphia guides each one to where their guest rooms would be, and wow, it looks very luxurious despite being for guests. A bed that is bigger than their rooms, even for Momo. Apparently the demons have more luxuries than their family. And of course, the group also had the company of the 6 nuns, who did not know the other surname of the chestnut, simply the name of Wukong Jin, not his other name, something that Venelana explained was to hide his identity. Until the time is right to reveal it, she did not say anything else, since it would be a somewhat long story. The nuns, as faithful followers of this religion, if one could say so, told some things that they witnessed in Eostia, such as some of the battles that the chestnut tree had against the now extinct Kuroina army, one against millions. They told all of them. After showing each person's room respectively, something that would take humans a while to learn where their room was, since all the doors were the same, they now continued a walk through the city, which currently had a good number of inhabitants, a few from the upper class about setting up their businesses. Most were from the middle class and below. They did not look like demons, they looked really human. Children running through the streets, with some figures of a certain red armor very recognized by the group, but they knew what Venelana said. Wukong Jin and Hyoudou Issei are the same person, but no inhabitant knows, only some leaders and a few close to the chestnut. Many people walked through the streets, quietly. The topic that everyone was talking about was the grand raiding game. It must have been something exciting. That was what could be heard. The buildings in a certain way seemed European, but at the same time like a city in Japan, which they know. It was like the chestnut tree said. In addition to passing by some of the stores, they managed to see the transmission of a certain animated program, The Adventures of the Sekiryuutei. Not only that, but the store sold pure products from the program, or things related to the Sekiryuutei. Well, for being the pillar of the alliance, a title very similar to that of All Might, symbol of peace. If All Might has his own products with his image, it was to be expected that the brown-haired one would have it too. But All Might is an adult, well, he too, but since his appearance is that of a young woman of almost 18 years old, it is difficult to believe that he is older. What I saw did not seem to be very different from what they see in Japan, of course with a Western touch, but it preserves much of how the cities of Japan are. But what is most surprising is the technology, projections everywhere. Although again the explanation came, this time from Azazel, in the last 7 years. The underworld had many advances in technology, bringing out technologies that only exist in future story books, but that are now a reality. After several hours visiting every part of the city, the group stopped at a restaurant to eat. The dishes served were very varied, which made the group happy. There was both Eastern and Western food, and there was plenty to choose from. They were grateful that the menus were available in Japanese. It was a large group, so they had to put 2 tables together. The food was delicious and of high quality. The bill was for Wukong Jin, but the restaurant owner said it was on the house, as he recognized several of the women, who it had been known for some time were the fiancées of the owner of this territory. The Wukong territory may be a territory that emerged recently, but in a short time, under the command of Venelana, it was able to gain a good popularity to live, in addition to being linked to the Citri Academy, which is why the territory gained a bit of popularity among pure and reincarnated demons. After eating, the group continued their visits again, but girls like Momo, Kyoka, Namuri and Yu asked some questions to some of the girls from the chestnut tree. Since they found out that he has a harem, they always have doubts. This question was more for women like Venelana and Yasaka, since they know that both of them were previously married to another man, something that the two women smiled sweetly at before answering the question. You see. Note, Venelana was explained Yasaka, it will be revealed in GXD in their respective arc. I clarified this before you come out with a comment as always. Skip afternoon. In the living room of the Yakumo mansion, it was already 6 in the evening. Everyone was present, girls from the Hyoudou residence, and guests from the world of heroes. All looked at the brown-haired boy with a drop of sweat. He was in the corner of the room, with an air of defeat, with a wooden stick drawing circles in a kneeling position, not knowing what had happened to them in the time he left. What happened to him? That was what everyone asked. Not even when he ate a bento dessert made by Sona was he like that, because those who were with the brown-haired man told him a little about what happened to him, and that is that he cannot participate as Hyoudou Issei, and as Jin he can, was the summary. Something that those who were not with the brown-haired man did not understand. It's not that bad, or is it? Well, here we explain it. Hyoudou Issei cannot participate because he doesn't have pieces, since it is true that he is also registered as a high-class devil, when his two alter egos were promoted. It's not that bad, they could divide their nobility in half, to be on the Yakumo team and the other team Hyoudou, was Momo's proposal, although what Yaoyorozu thought was also thought by the others, which is partly possible, but not entirely. It would be like an exchange of pieces, of which according to one of the rules, there cannot be more than 3, since in the past there was no such rule, and it was a disaster in the exchange, which today is limited to 2 numbers. The number of pieces required to enter is a minimum of 7, which the chestnut tree did not have, and it had already been revealed that those of his nobility are Yakumo pieces. Thanks to this, it cannot be hidden. A small mistake by Serafal when she signed papers in her duty as a Mao was unintentional. She already wanted to leave. It was an event from a long time ago, on a quiet weekend. But returning with the brown-haired boy in the corner crying, while several girls tried to console him, he couldn't participate as Hyoudou Issei. It's not that big a deal, but he knows the brown-haired boy's love of fighting. Not being able to have fun for 2 is a hard blow. Serafal, Issei-chan, it's not that bad, we'll solve it later. The Mao encouraged the brown-haired boy. You'll see that you'll have just as much fun just participating as a Jin. There are 2 days left. You'll be able to get some pieces under the name of Hyoudou Issei. The last thing the older Citri said could have made the brown-haired boy come out of his blank trance. It seems that an idea occurred to him. He got up from the corner to go to where Izuku was. The brown-haired boy looked at him seriously, which made the aforementioned boy nervous. Issei, Midoriya, he said with a somewhat gloomy voice, while the hairs on his forehead covered his eyes. You will help me, won't you? He asked with a voice that seemed to come out of a horror movie. The aforementioned did not understand what he was referring to. Help him with what? Something that was quickly resolved. You will be part of my team so that I can participate in the raiding game, isn't that right? Friend, was what the brown-haired man said with a smile, while I could see how his eyes shone, a somewhat sinister smile. He's desperate! They all exclaimed in their minds when they saw how the brown-haired man asked the green-haired man for a favor. More than a favor, it seemed like extortion. It was the first time they had seen the current brown-haired man in this way. With this, his great taste for fighting was confirmed. The green-haired man refused to enter, as he felt like he wasn't even ready at all. He didn't know which people he would be fighting against. While he was refusing to put his signature on a sheet, anyone who saw him would surely have a drop. Although other boys thought the same as the green-haired boy, it is true that a fight sounds fun, but they do not know the limit that this fight reaches. Surely with their little experience, they would not be able to pass the eliminatory rounds, so they simply kept silent, their profile low. They did not want to participate either, since the limit of the power of the supernatural would surely be too much for them at this moment. The discussion between the brunette and the green-haired man, Serafal gave him 20 folders, each containing a profile of certain people. They are people that she, along with several others who know the brunette's identity, helped gather. They are people who are interested in becoming part of Hyoudou Issei's nobility. Of course, this is also a secret for those requested. She does not yet know the identity of her possible king. The brown-haired man, upon hearing what these requests were, immediately left the green-haired man alone, creating 19 clones for each one to see the candidates, but seeing if there were at least 7 to be able to participate, finding him in these 20 profiles, and for his good luck, he found one, a certain dragon. The chestnut tree immediately said that he would pay a visit to that person, in Tannen's territory, and among the 20 profiles, only one caught his attention. Without wasting time, he flew out through a window. He would return soon. He left again, but this time alone, with the profile folder of that subject, but returning to those present in the room. All Might invited him to speak with Izuku in private, which they gave him a room so they could talk in private. It seems that Graphia's idea that she had a while ago could be useful, something that she would tell the brown-haired man when she returned. In addition to the fact that Sona also has something to ask the brown-haired man, it seems that one of her bishops could not participate for health and safety reasons. They would go to take a bath, of course, girls with girls, and boys with boys, since the place where the subject that the brown-haired man went to look for was in Tannen's territory, which is a little far from here, so the brown-haired man would take a while to return. Although for Momo, Kyoka, Namuri and you it seemed strange, why are all the nobility of the chestnut only their partners? Something for Namuri came to a conclusion. Skip room. Let me see if I understand, said a young man with brown hair. You are Hyoudou Issei, but you are also Yakumo Jin, aren't you? Asked the young man to the brown-haired man, answering with a nod from the aforementioned. This young man was like an older adult, between his 25 years, formal suit, but dressed in a mafia style, with golden ornaments drawn as a dragon, name, Bova Tannen, third son of the former Dragon King, one of those who requested to be in a nobility. It was not a simple coincidence. Apparently he has his means to find out a little about the king of the nobility. That would possibly be, at least, the name. The brown-haired boy immediately took a glass of water to drink it. This is incredible, he exclaimed, surprised to know this point. He never thought that Jin and Issei are the same person. At first he didn't believe it, but after talking to Drake, who is inside the boosted gear, it's hard not to believe. Issei, I remind you that it is a secret, said the brown-haired man sitting in front of him, but tell me, do you accept my request to form a team for the tournament? Was the question he asked the youngest son of the former Dragon King. Since his identity is still a secret, something he didn't talk about in the Dragon territory, but in a quieter room in the Yakumo mansion, something that Bova refused to do at first, but not before showing how strong he is, and the rest is history. Bova, of course! Exclaimed the dragon in his human form with excitement. Issei, eh? Aren't you going to think it over? He asked, surprised by the ease with which he accepted. Even though this was good for him, there were only 6 more left, and that's it. The first day wasn't over yet. He would have what was left of today and tomorrow to get the remaining 6 members. Bova, if the great Sekiryuutei asks me, of course I will participate in your team, he exclaimed, sure of his decision. It seems that this year's tournament will be really fun. The young dragon accepted easily. He respects certain people, as well as admiration. Among some of them, the brown one is on the list. It was more than enough reason to decide to join the Red Dragon team. Something that now has an official member, even accepting to be a permanent piece, occupying the pawn piece. It is true that the now adult dragon has a certain good and bad reputation for always wanting to fight, but he would never do anything wrong. He simply seeks to face strong beings to measure his strength and grow even more. Midoriya, after having a talk with his mentor in private, agreed to be part of the brown-haired team in this tournament. Reason, unknown to the others, being the next symbol of peace requires a lot of skill, something that could improve in this tournament. After all, the boy not only has the all-for-one that supports him, one has an extra skill that will be very useful to him. Something that the green-haired boy agreed to be a pawn too, but that would be tempting. Something that the brown-haired boy had no problem with. He would go with the Juka to remove the green-haired boy's piece after the tournament. The brown-haired boy couldn't be more grateful. He was on his knees crying as if all this was a miracle, somewhat ironic considering the title. And then Alana and her queen, to help the chestnut, the Lucifuge, would also agree to participate in the Hyoudou team, but under another name. So as not to make small fuss, she would occupy the role of Queen Peace. It was not necessary to change Venelana's Queen Peace for the chestnuts. Something that caused the brown-haired boy to immediately hug the Lucifuge's legs as if a saint had come to help him. An ironic description. given that she was a demon. But now that the Hyoudou team has 3 members, not counting the king. Pawns, Bova, Izuka Midoriya. Queen, Bina less than, aka, Grafia Lufuge, an alter ego name that she would use in this tournament. Of course, not only the name, but she would use a little magic to change her appearance, a teenage version of her with certain changes, and with her silver hair looser. Well, 3 members in one day, well, half of the day, the remaining 4, I could get it tomorrow. It was time to sleep. The night had arrived a while ago, not without a request from Sona. And it is to ask the brown-haired girl that Olga will be part of her team in this tournament. Sona explained that her bishop, Momo Hanakai, could not participate, since until the last moment, certain nausea began to arise in the girl, which after a visit to the doctor it was determined that the white-haired girl was pregnant. News that surprised those present. Apparently Saji did it with great enthusiasm, but returning with the paramo of the former queen of the Dark Elves, the chestnut accepted, something that the aforementioned also had no problems with. An exchange would not be necessary, she would keep her piece of the chestnut. Ajuka would resolve this tomorrow. Olga would no longer participate as part of the Yakumo team, but rather in Sona's team, something that the pure Dark Elf has no problem with. That was all for today, or so I would assume, since Momo, Kyoka, Namiri and you also asked to participate in the Hyoudou team, something that was like a miracle for the brown-haired boy. Maybe it was everyone's imagination, but everyone supposedly saw a little ghost coming out of the brown-haired boy's mouth with a smile, being illuminated to go to heaven or paradise. Something they asked the 4 girls. They just looked away whistling, avoiding answering the question. Namiri, do you want to participate in the tournament? Or not? The woman asked the brunette, which the brunette left the questions aside, all to participate in the tournament, something that the 4 girls were able to avoid answering why, whether for personal reasons or not. The brown-haired man thought for a bit about which piece to give each one, based on what he knew about the abilities of each one of them, which meant that they were not experts in magic or in swordsmanship, coming to a conclusion. Momo, Kyoka and Namiri would be pawns, and you as a rook, a total piece of Team 7, complete. 5 pawns, a rook and a queen, was better than nothing. At least he could participate, and as 5 of them have no experience in those raiding games, and they are only 1 day away from the tournament, they would have to give them a quick review and teach them the basics. He, along with Grafia and Bova, would be in charge of training them, a full day, and the brown-haired boy believes he knows where to gain time. The Hyoudou team, no, the Red Dragon team is complete, as is the Yakumo team. For the Red Dragon team, they just need a little training, which they would start tomorrow, in the company of Olphus to the place where the training would take place, so everyone should be well rested for tomorrow. The brown-haired boy said that he would sleep alone tonight, since he needed to think about something, which is why they gave him the night off. He and Drake would pay a visit to someone who was used to create his dragon cloak, a certain god-class blacksmith. It's just a guess, but if it's true, I could ask him for a little help. Ise's son. The brown-haired boy was in his mind, walking with a chibi drag in his head. Walking inside the brown-haired boy's mind was absurd, it wouldn't lead anywhere, but the brown-haired boy had another assumption. The dragon's mantle is connected to his mind in a certain way, but what does the mantle have to do with his mind? Simple, the mind is like the union in communication with beings, whether dead or alive. If so, could you communicate with that person? After all, that person and that mantle are one and the same. I wouldn't do it, but after being reincarnated in the full word, not that his body returns to its original form, this was a true reincarnation, despite still not remembering who reincarnated him, that curiosity was always there. Drake asked where they would go, something that not even the brown-haired boy knows, but he wanted to try, to make a mental connection with the cloak, like with the boosted gear. If so, he could ask that person a favor, if the suit and that person are the same and only one. The duo continued walking. As they walked, the white landscape gradually turned gray and from gray to black, until it became completely black, which could possibly establish a connection with the cloak. Issei, hey! Exclaimed the brown-haired man around him. His voice resonated all around him like a great echo. Are you here? Hephaestus! Exclaimed the name of the person the brown-haired man was looking for in the suit. Drake, partner, what does the Greek blacksmith have to do with your suit? asked the chibi dragon confused. He couldn't find the reason. The blacksmith that he has knowledge of has never made. Worse, being his partner from another world, there would be a possibility that the one that his partner knows. I believe it. Issei, it's not him, but her, corrected the brown-haired boy, making it known that he is not a blacksmith, but a blacksmith, something that shocked the red dragon. When there was no response, he shouted the blacksmith's name again. After several shouts, a woman's voice emerged to silence the chestnut tree's cries. There was no need to think much to know who could have answered the chestnut tree's call. Only one person could be in this place. You don't have to burst my eardrums to call me the Monkey King. A voice answered the brown-haired man. That voice seemed a little bored, as if he had just woken up, combined with a strange boredom and disinterest. A woman appeared in front of the brown-haired man and drank. A woman with white skin, pointed ears, but a little decayed gray eyes, and the upper diagonal half of her face was a blue between purple, in addition to being sewn, a pinkish, oriental-style half-sleeved shirt tied with a button on her right side with a knot, gray gloves without the finger part, black shorts that reached the middle of her thigh, high wooden shoes, bright purple hair, which reaches all the way down his back, and he carries a hammer strapped to his back, and finally, a white bandage tied around his head. She is Hephaestus, who created the chestnut dragon's mantle. There is no better forger than her, and the mantle itself is her greatest creation, a masterpiece. She and the mantle are one being. Hephaestus, I'm surprised that until now you're looking for me even when I'm dead, she said with disinterest while smoking a little with her pipe. Tell me, what do you want from someone like me? She asked straight to the point. She doesn't beat around the bush, she always gets to the main point. Issei, I just want you to help me create 3 suits, said the brown-haired boy, joining his hands as a sign of favor. The ones he makes were only temporary, and the blacksmith is the most suitable to help him. What the brown-haired man said made the blacksmith raise one of her eyebrows. Apparently she feels a bit of interest in this request. She would give it a try, despite being dead in a sense, so it would be a good idea to see how much she has rusted. Time here is non-existent, so we don't know how much time has passed outside the suit. Let's get to work, Monkey King. That was the only thing the woman said. As she pulled out her large hammer on her back, 3 suits would come out right away. With the help of the chestnut, the great legendary blacksmith would raise her hammer once more. Tuesdays. This day there was no big change from yesterday, but in this case, they would go to visit Kyoto, while Izuku, Momo, Kyoka, Namuri and you would go to train with the chestnut, Graphia, Ophis and Bova elsewhere. To use time in their favor, they would go for the whole day. Obviously the time would not be as fast as the time the chestnut went there. A week would be enough, a week equal to a day. So there wouldn't be much to explain, other than the visit to Kyoto, having guides like Yasaka and Kunu, and saying that Azazel carried everything Mitsuki bought, something incredible to see, a woman having the womanizer to carry purchases. Another sight. A magic portal opened, from it came out 4 young people, a blonde, a blue-haired man, a light brown-haired man and a red-haired man. The 3 young people had a certain resemblance to a certain brunette, while the blonde looked like a certain Gremory bishop. Are you sure this is an X? The blonde asked the redhead named X. I notice he is different. I guess it's the past, but aren't you the one who's interested in seeing what our father and mother were like in their younger years before our birth? The redhead answered the blonde's question. It makes sense what X said, but we don't have to have contact with key events, said the blue-haired man of the group. I wonder if at this time we arrived, father has already gone to Earthland? He asked the heir. We don't know, Zen, but we have to be careful with who we meet. That's why I brought some hoods, said the brown-haired man to the blue-haired man who has the name Zen, passing a hooded cloak to each of them. We only went back in time to see what our parents were like when they were young, not to make a mess, although I agree with Eri. This place makes me feel something that doesn't fit, but it is right on the same date that the 3rd Azazel Cup takes place soon, said the brown-haired man checking his watch. X, let's go. We'll keep our profiles low to watch our father's tournament, he said with excitement, knowing that they arrived at the exact date. Tomorrow would be the Azazel Cup tournament, while the 3rd cup, since it is every 2 years. Watching the tournament live was not the same as watching it on recordings. This was more interesting. More real. Wednesday Stadium. Note, BGM of the tournament. Listen to the video or the one on the cover of this chapter. Today was the big day of the tournament. The stadium was full, thousands of people were present, mostly demons. This tournament would also be broadcast by all factions. Now the leaders were in a room for them: Cerzex, Ajuka, Asmodeus, Seraphal, Barakiel, Shemhazai, Zeus, Odin, Michael, Yasaka, Quetzalcoatl, Nerarihayan, Shiva, Ray Teeps along with Valerie and Elmenhilden among other members, a large room. They calmly watched the beginning of the tournament, with the two commentators, Azazel and All Might, as commentators, something that Azazel himself accepted, since he had denied in previous tournaments. But as this year would be different, it would be fun to be a commentator, along with All Might, who is a stranger to the supernatural. But Azazel brought him up to date with what was necessary. But apparently he is a colleague in Azazel's current job, as the former governor said, and Tiamat would be like the supervisor in this tournament, to see that no one cheats. Among all the crowd of people, there were a few hooded figures, some old brown, others white, but that's a topic for another day. Let's get back to the tournament. So both commentators began to introduce each king along with his nobility. Equipo Gremri. Ray Rias Gremri. Reina, Himejima Aquino. Bishop, Asia Argento. Alphil, Gaspar Vladi. Tori, Tujo Kaniko. Tower, Vasco Strada. Horse, Hyoudou Kiba. Horse, Zenobia Corda. Pawn x4, Mr. Black, a.k.a. Krom Kruch. Peon x2, Sonia Belmont. Citri Team. Ray Sona Citri. Reina, Shinra Tsubaki. Bishop, Olga Discord. Alphil, Kusaka Rhea. Tower, Lu Garu. Tori, Yura Tsubasa. Horse, Benia. Cabello, Meguri Tomo. Peon x4, Genshuru Saji. Peon, Move the Mouse. White Dragon Team. Ray Vala Lucifer. Queen, Lavinia Rennie. Bishop, Duman Genbu. Alphil, Charlotte Allen. Tower, Penthesali. Tori Biko. Horse, Arthur Pendragon. Horse, Beinhilder, granddaughter. Peon, Chun-Li. Peon, Cammy White. Peon, Okamura Rin. Fallen Dog Team. King, Accused Tobio. Reina, Himejima Suzaku. Alphil, Nanadara Shigyun. Tower, Same Jima Cookie. Tower, Arsen, Aquino's husband. Caballo, Managawa Natsum. Peon, Always SAE. Pawn, Jonathan Morris. Team Trump Cards. King, Dulio Jejaldo. Queen, Marana Shadorova. Bishop, Diethelm Waldseemüller, Asia's husband. Tower, Nero Raimondi, Irina's husband. Tower, Ria Heiken, Sword of Zenobia. Horse, Jessica Lagerquist. Horse, Kayatora Shinra. Pawn x5, Ribbon Selzen. Pawn, Shido Irina. Team Phoenix. Ray Razor Phoenix. Queen Yubaluna. Alphil Maihi. Tower, Isabella. Tori, Shuelan. Horse, Carlamine. Horse, Cirrus. Pawn, Nile. Pawn, Nell. Pawn, Neither. Pawn, Lee. Pawn, Marion. Pawn, Burent. Pawn, Sharia. Pawn, Look. Purple Empire Team. Ray Serorg Bale. Reina, Ending Abaddon. Alphil Vevs Furfur. Alphil Mestita Sabnak. Tower, Barbatos Sex. Tower, Ladora Bune. Horse, Libin Crossel. Horse, Baruka Furkas. Pawn x6, Regulus. Pawn, Gandoma Balam. Pawn, Coriana Andriopus. Sky Lance Team. Ray Chow Chow. Reina, Guan Yu. Alphil George. Bishop, Leonardo. Tori, Heracles. Tower, Kanla. Horse, Jean. Horse, Persis. Pawn, Caesar. Team Journey to the West. Ray, Sun Wukong. Alphil, Hakuria. Alphil, Taishan. Tori, Ju Beiji. Tori, King Ox. Caballo, Sha Wujing. Horse, Neza. Pawn x4 Yulong. Pawn, Honghire. Nordic team. King, Vidar. Reina, Brynhildr, grandmother. Tori, Thor. Horse, Midgardsormr. Horse, Freya. Pawn, Helwig. Pawn, Ortlind. Pawn, Grimgerd. Peon, Swordsman. Team Babel. Ray, Diehauser Belial. Queen, Diana Marba. Bishop, Circe. Bishop, Julia. Tori, Elizabeth Samirius. Tori, Jacob Black. Horse, Edward. Horse, Serial. Pawn, Janet. Pawn, Awan. Pawn, Axel Belial. Pawn, Julie Iscariot. Yokai team. Ray, Rikyo Nura. Reina, Akawa Tsurara. Alpha, Kappa. Tori Ayatabo. Tori Kijoro. Horse, Kurabado. Horse, Jamie. Peon, Kubanashi. Pawn, Kurumaru. Pawn, Tosakamaru. Peon, Sasami. Pawn, Shui. Greek team. Ray, Athena. Reina, Artemis. Bishop, Aplum. Tori, Typhon. Horse, Ares. Pawn x3 Gorgon. Pawn, Steno. Pawn, Uriale. Veil for team. King, Alan Vayefer. Queen, Skaha. Bishop, Carrie. Alphil, Leah. Tower, Borg. Horse, Riser. Horse, Eldon. Pawn, Shadow. Pawn, Edgar. Pawn, Fran. Pawn, Anselm. Pawn, Bedile. Pawn, Dwayne. Team Yakumo. Ray, Yakumo Jean. Reina, Yami Ophis. Bishop, Leifi Pendragon. Alphil, Ross Weiss. Tori, Kuroka. Horse, Griselda Corta. Pawn, Ravel Phoenix. Pawn, Kunu. Pawn, Chloe. Pawn, Maya. Pawn, Claudia. Pawn, Lulu. Pawn, Alice. Red Dragon team. Ray, Issei the Hyoudou. Queen, Bina Lestan. Tori, Takayama Yu. Pawn, Bova Tannen. Pawn, Midoriya Izuku. Pawn, Yayoroza Momo. Pawn, Kayama Namuri. Pawn, Jaira Kyoka. The 16 kings along with their nobility were introduced. The public cheered to see all the teams, and even more to see the Red Emperor Dragon, who after so much time since it was announced that he returned, had shown his face, and had not changed his appearance much. In another VIP room, there were Venelana, Penemu, Celestine, Kagaya, Lilith, Prim with Akane, Mitsuki, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, Kirishima and Izumi, all had the best view and comfort to watch the fight. This was a unique experience. This tournament would definitely be a great show, with Azazel and All Might narrating, playing the role of commentator. Azazel, Big M, what do you think of the participants in this tournament? He asked his fellow commentator with amusement. All Might, my goddess! He exclaimed with emotion, while a large part of the stadium upon hearing this pronunciation had a pain in their heads, shouting in, OUCH, in pain oops, sorry, it's the public's emotion, HMP. What can I say, Azazel? It's an honor. I can see great fighters in this tournament, even champions of past tournaments. It will be beyond the Olympics, commented the blonde with his always smile, trademark of the symbol of peace. Azazel, just as you say, great fights are coming, great M, and since the public is cheering for all the participants, we must not make them wait, so honor us by showing us the fight that will inaugurate this tournament. All Might, with pleasure. But first, let's explain the rules. Each piece will be worth a certain amount of points. King, 12 points. Queen, 9 points. Bishop, 3 points. Tower, 5 points. Horse, 3 points. Pawn, 1 or depends on how many pawns the piece occupies. These are the following values for each type of piece. Each king will have a 6-sided die, from 1 to 6. Both kings will roll their dice, and the number that each die comes up, both will be added together, giving a total, and that total is the limit that each king can put his pieces into play. For example, if both dice give a total sum of 9, each person may send pieces, but the total number of pieces added up in their points must be equal to or less than the total. In this case, a queen can be equal to 9 points, and the other can be a rook, a bishop and a pawn, which is equal to 5 plus 3 plus 1 is equal to 9. For each piece out, points will be added, until one side is left without pieces, to continue the fight between the kings, which can define the return to the scoreboard. The battles will be generated randomly. There is no fixed direction, to make it more fun, so without further ado let's begin. All might plus ultra! Exclaimed the peace symbol, pressing the button, showing 2 roulette wheels, to define who will face each other first. Both roulette wheels stopped, finally showing who would be the ones to fight, and the opening fight will be between Equipo Gremry versus Equipo Citri. Another place. The preparations for the attack are ready, they would just have to wait a little longer. Attacking now would not be the best option, they would have to wait for several of them to be recovering. A large army of underworld life form are at their disposal, along with 4 generals and Indra and a descendant of the wizard Merlin. Everything is ready, Indra for his confrontation against Shiva, Hagen, Kokabeel and Loki from the future. All that remains is to wait for his moment of entry. 7 long years studying how to neutralize the power of each being, the advantage is on his side, nothing could prevent this imminent attack, the counter has started the countdown. They would attack in the last confrontation of the tournament, when everyone was already weak. Unknown time, future. The purple-skinned subject had released the being that was contained in the sphere, a being with light green skin, red hair, and great muscles. The purple-skinned, white-haired being nailed the sphere into the green being's chest, beginning to join with the body, to then open a portal and place him in it. Destroy them both in the past, starting with the one who defeated you in the future, Wukong Jin. After finishing giving this message to the being who entered the portal, it closed. Oops, you're late guys, he said with a smile. If you want to capture him again, he's not around anymore, he said with amusement to a certain group of young people who caught up with him late. The prisoner was no longer with him. OVA, the arrival of the executioner. The world was in chaos. No, it was an entire planet. Like millions of lives were being lost in just minutes, as if they were of no great value. As entire armies murdered in cold blood innocent people free from sin, women and children who were not guilty of anything, awaiting the cruel fate that awaited them. No one superior did anything, there was no one with the courage to challenge the legions and ships which were in space as if thousands of stars were present. Absolutely no one, either the gods nor warriors of justice, intervened in such cruelty towards an entire civilization. The person responsible for all this was someone of absolute coldness, who watched the whole performance and massacre with great amusement. Everything was peaceful for this individual who did not care for anything at all. Everything was practically lost, life as it was known on the unknown planet. No one could save them. They waited for the moment when their lives would finally end, praying for a quick and painless death. Everything was already evident. No one would come. The gods and warriors who protected the universe from evil were not present, or were ignoring the cries of despair from millions of things being lost. The leader of everyone was already rejoicing in his new conquest. He was happy to know that no one would come to stop his plans, especially a white-haired boy or a black-haired man who were nosy. Something caught his attention. He opened his eyes in great surprise when he saw how his soldiers in the room were beginning to panic. A power was being measured. Before asking what exactly was happening, he could notice how a projectile was leaving the ships at an incalculable speed. In clear shock, he could see how his legions were destroyed in a field of crimson energy, which trapped every living and non-living being in its path to be exterminated from the world, both the living and the dead, to become part of nothing. Among all this, people watched and searched for the person responsible for such a feat, now noticing how the ships stopped attacking them. Some could see a person with his arm extended. Their eyes opened in great surprise when they saw said subject. He was a middle-aged person, in his 30s exactly. Not much could be said about him, only that he was very tall and had white hair. But the most striking thing about him were some kind of extremely large chrome-plated silver wristbands. The expression of said person was extremely serious, but thoughtful at the same time, as if he were remembering something important. "You only need to do one thing," That's kill that guy to get to true one, no matter what means you do it. With killing those flaws I'll be more than happy. It was one of the thoughts that went through his head, words spoken by someone younger than him but more powerful. Exterminating a single person no matter the means used, it didn't matter killing billions or trillions of innocent people to kill a single person, was the objective of that subject of his thoughts. Only one thing was going through his head, and that was to kill that person at all costs, and no matter the means by which he reached him and ended his life. Remember, Alter, you are the irony, someone who should be feared like me. Perhaps you have no sense of humor, ha ha ha. What does it matter? Kill everyone who gets in your way. Just get to that plague and kill. Ha ha. He only had one goal, and that was to kill a certain young man in white, but why was he in such a remote place? Everything was easy to answer if you knew that person. He was someone extremely unpredictable. No one would know the path or method to reach his goal. But it all came to a single point. You are a weapon, you will make chaos. You feed on chaos, you either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. His past was that of a hero, but he became the nightmare in charge of every living being, although something motivated him to intervene, ignoring everything said by that subject. You are not a weapon, you have been through a lot, but look into my eyes, I will never abandon you. After all, despite having a dark heart, you have salvation, Adam-kun. It was another memory, but of a beautiful girl who appeared to be in her 20s, with blonde hair and green eyes, with a warm look and expression that would welcome you home every day for the rest of your life. Even if you're not the same, try to be someone who seeks to protect the weakest, not by being a hero, but by being someone who does the right thing. That kindness and great unconditional love that she gave to that boy was priceless. He managed to have some kindness for her by being the one who saved him from certain death many years ago, when he was nobody. But not everything was peaceful for his heart, which was becoming lighter. Years later, the woman he had come to love with all her being died in his arms because she was weak. Remember, Adam, don't be like before. Do it for me, and our daughter loved you, and that W will never change after you die. Since then, he was someone who tried to be someone who truly lived up to his late wife. He tried to revive her, but her soul never found him. A great frustration awaits him, not being able to hold his beloved in his arms to be a united family once again. Until someone came along with a proposal for him, which he didn't hesitate for a second to accept. I have your wife's soul, I will give it to you if you fulfill my goals. That's why he was there, determined to kill whoever it took to get his wife's soul back, becoming what he hated most, once again a monster. But he did something that no one expected, something that guy thought but gave up on doing, and that was to protect the innocent. That memory and legacy of trying to be someone good still prevailed, but not in the same way. Now everyone saw that guy who changed his expression to an extremely cold one and devoid of any emotion. Damned beings, you infer, believing yourselves to be the great thing to judge the weak. If there are no gods, or who imposes this, I will be that god who will judge them until death. After this I will go. My objective, Esterasa Sparta, or rather Hyoudou Issei, I will kill you in a way extremely cruel. Slowly his expression changed to a macabre smile that was frightening and managed to scare many people. The emperor, who saw this, had a serious expression, but unconsciously his hands were shaking when he saw that guy who was looking at him from far away. Chapter 66. The tournament begins. Citri vs. Gremory. Welcome to the first meeting, less introductions and to action. Okay, yes, I have a few things to say before we begin. As you know, this 6th arc is called the Grand Rating Game. Well, 40% of this arc is about the tournament, and the remaining 60%, well, as you saw in past chapters, I have narrated a little about 2 groups of young people who came out of a portal. And in case you didn't notice, there are 2 Eri Hyoudou, 2 Zenkorda and 2 Shinshido, which will be part of this plot. Those parts are there for a reason. They are not just filler, they have a hidden purpose. But also you will know that in this arc, the enemy is Loki, who already had a chapter narrating in a certain way from his perspective, and where he comes from. And of course, there's another main villain too, who I've already mentioned has light green skin and red hair, and is very muscular. And no, it won't be Jean who defeats him. Not at this time, but there will be surprise appearances, like a conversation between father and son, Rias to Rias, things like that. Although I have already mentioned a little about his reasons for being in the past, I hope that no one comes to tell me how the hell or what the hell his purpose is, so that I mention it, v. But anyway, you'll soon know what he was talking about when the time comes when several paths cross. And in case you're wondering, Sakurai Ryo, Handewe, Takatsuki Akane, Yumiari are among the spectators watching the tournament, along with 3 or 4 other extra guests, one of whom is Xiaochen, but anyway. We continue. The 2 kings went to their respective platforms, which are located at the end of each side facing each other, while the platform that is located in the middle of both, a platform with a large perimeter, can project different real scenarios based on different parts of the world, even imaginary ones. Rias and her peerage were already on their platform, ready to begin, unlike Sona, whose peerage entered first, and then Sona, both rivals for years, would have their fight again. The younger Citri had lost against Rias in the previous tournament. This time it would be different, although seeing some new members, like Vasco and Sonia, Rias and her team may have more power than her and her team. But despite the fact that Citri is a great strategist, sometimes if the opponent has more power, a strategy would be almost null. But this time it would be in balance. Before the tournament began, the brown-haired man had given her, Tsubaki and Yura each a black pearl bracelet. According to him, it would help them in their fights. The Citras have strategy, but they lack a bit of power, and those 3 bracelets would be that plus. While the rest of the participants along with their nobility would be in a room for each of them respectively, to see the meeting of the Citri and Gremry, like the Yakumo and Hyoudou team, being separated, the brown-haired man made a clone, which occupied the place of Jean, and he would be like Issei. They would exchange places when it was their turn to participate. The difference in power between Sona and Rias is notable. Gremry was stronger, and more combined with her wyvern armor and her combination with Gasper, so Sona would also have armor, not only her, but also her queen and tower. He didn't say much about what those bracelets do, they are the only thing he managed to create, but to activate it, it was enough just to introduce a little demonic power, and it was activated, but they were to be used in disadvantageous situations. Rias Gremry, heiress of the Gremry house, wife of Razor Phoenix, everyone knew about this, but a certain group of hooded people among the entire crowd were shocked by the last presentation. Razor's wife, the 2 different groups of hooded people could not believe it. Is it not supposed that her mother would be married to Hyoudou Issei? The 2 different groups of hooded people were in their minds forming their hypotheses, to come to unite that Rias is married to Razor. We continue with the presentation of Sona Citri, director of the Citri Academy, like Rias, the heiress of her respective house, fiancée of Yakumo Jin. The latter, the name of Yakumo Jin resonated in the minds of another group of hooded figures in the crowd. There were a total of 3 groups of hooded men, 2 groups of 4, and 1 of 6. The name Yakumo Jin sounded in the mind of one of the group of 4 and the other of 6 for the first. With this they were able to conclude upon hearing the name of his father, while the other name, they did travel to the past, but from another line. And for the group of 6 hooded men, they already had ideas that the brown-haired man had several partners, but it's another thing to hear it with their own ears, and wow, for a muscle-head it's a great achievement. Now that the introductions are over, the first meeting has begun. Both kings rolled the dice that is for them, giving a total sum of 7 points. Which piece would they send? They would give 10 minutes for the team to discuss who they would send. First meeting of pieces. The stadium was surrounded by a white dome, but it was later seen that inside the dome there was a different stage, also much more spacious, a field full of grass and a large waterfall. The pieces that appeared were, on the part of Rias, Tori, Vasco Strata and Sonia Belmont, rook 5 points plus pawn 1 times 2 is equal to 7 points. Vasco, a 2-meter-tall old man. He has white hair and his face has wrinkles, similar to that of a normal old man. Although Vasco is already old, his body is that of an extremely muscular man. He has a thick neck, thick chest, thick arms and legs that have the same circumference as the average size of a person, approximately 1.68 m, but that would be his powerful form, since he has a normal form that is the appearance of a kind old man. Sonia Belmont, descendant of a powerful vampire hunting clan, since ancient times, a clan close to the vampire faction, a woman in her 20s, long blonde hair, blue eyes like the sea, a great master in handling the clan weapon, passed from generation to generation, the vampire killer, a wit capable of killing vampires and some demons, became a pawn of Rias Gremory to participate in this tournament at the request of her partner, Gasper Vladi, a woman expert in combat and in handling swords and sacred objects of the church. Between the age of 7, after he and Valerie clarified their feelings, he met the vampire hunter, not in the best way, but in the end they ended up on good terms, to the point of becoming couples after a while. Both would be the ones that would enter the fight, and it should be said that there are no phoenix tears in this tournament, which makes fighting in a more interesting way. Worse, each piece cannot be used a second time in a row. You have to wait a turn or fight to be able to send it back to the fight. The 2 pieces that Rias commanded were decided. Now it was Sona's turn, 7, an odd number for her disadvantage, but she had to face it, so Citri sent her rook and pawn. Lup Garu and Ruruko Nimura, with the great combat strength of their rook and the agility of their pawn, would be for this first combat. Vasco Strata is under the role of rook, but does not have the Rias piece in it. The reason for entering into a fight is simply one last fight before the time of his retirement arrives, to feel the extreme sensation of a combat. Although it is of the church in a certain way, fighting for sportsmanship is not a form of sin either. The 2 pieces of the Gremory and Citri teams faced each other respectively, but they would not attack. The old Basque had pride, and there was no rule that said no, so he would fight later, leaving a rook versus rook confrontation, so the 2 present pawns would fight first. Ruruko versus Sonia. The 2 girls would fight first. Apparently both Basque and Garu think to fight in the same way, fair, 1-1, so both towers would be with their arms crossed, until the confrontation of the 2 girls gave a winner. Procelarum Pontum, an artificial sacred gear created by Azazel, which consists of a set of armor on the legs, which gives the user great speed, resistance, and strength in their attacks, for Nimura, who is an expert in hand-to-hand combat, where her kicks are her main attacks. Promotion on horseback, tower, would be the best options that the girl could adopt based on her way of fighting, a hand-to-hand combat, even though it would be a situation that requires large amounts of demonic power, but the girl would have to see how her fight against Sonia would be. She had trained a lot in her kicks since Jean faced all of Sona's nobility. Apparently she is a master in fighting, helping to cover the gaps or openings in her way of fighting, improving her mastery of her attacks. The Citri pawn was looking face to face with the Gremory pawn. Both already have their weapons ready to fight. The artificial breeze of the place blew gently, until the breeze stopped, with Nimura being the first to attack. With great strength in her legs, she shot out, entering the perimeter of the Belmont, who had her senses at the maximum they could reach, added to the senses heightened by the chess pieces. The vampire hunter quickly rolled up a rock with her whip to throw it at the Citri pawn, who broke it with a kick. The Belmont repeated the same action 3 more times, to keep the girl away from her. Both knew that this could not continue like this. For one to emerge victorious, they had to shorten the distance to attack. The vampire killer is a ranged weapon, so she would use her other weapons, Bible, knives, cross, holy water, and her sword. She had a good arsenal of weapons at her disposal, flagship weapons of her vampire hunting family. The blonde took out several crosses, throwing them as if they were ninja stars. Nimura again managed to try several, spawning them with her pieces, but failing in one, which cut a little of her sleeve in her hand, but the girl did not stop. The Citri pawn had approached. She had been promoted to horse for greater speed. She was a few meters away from Sonia. The girl stopped, giving a strong step to the ground, causing a piece of land to rise, about a meter high, and with her other leg, she kicks the piece of land as if it were a ball, shooting out towards Sonia. Sonia, who had trained all her life for her clan, her experience in combat was much more than Nimura. She may not be able to match her opponent in speed, but her ingenuity would be what would carry her. A promotion to bishop would be the best option, a little magic to increase the effectiveness of her secondary weapons. The girl threw some small containers that had holy water at the piece of land that was coming towards her, with a little magic, causing them to explode upon impact, creating a black smoke screen. The hunter, with great stealth, also approached, taking advantage of the black smoke screen. Nimura, despite being a demon, could see through that fog. This time it was not like that. Apparently Sonia did something so that she could not see him. In addition to her eyes burning a little, an explosion created by holy water, the curtain of black smoke created from the contact of the holy water with that piece of land. The smoke from the holy water was in the air. It did not cause serious damage. It is like a simple burning that you cannot ignore. When the smoke cleared, Sonia was no longer there. Before she could move, she felt her feet tied. Seeing that it was a whip, she tried to free herself, but it was useless. She had already been lifted into the air, being wrapped by her opponent's whip, and then thrown to the ground in a strong impact, drawing a cry of pain from the girl. There she did not stop. Sonia took out a small Bible, to quickly put it on the girl's forehead, taking advantage of the fact that she was still in the bonds of her whip. Sonia, amen was the only thing the girl said, but being at peace, she felt a pain in her head, but she had to say it, so that the Bible would release a little power to knock out her opponent. The little power released by the sacred book caused Nimrod to scream in pain for coming into contact with the sacred power of the book, and after the scream he became unconscious, beginning to disappear into particles of light, making it known that he was taken out of the game, or defeated. Nimura Ruruko, Citri pawn is out, 1 point for Gremry team. Azazel's voice was heard announcing a point for the Gremry team, 1 point to be extracted. Sonia was victorious. That is her way of fighting. It was difficult to change it, but she returned to Vasco's side. Now it was time for a fight between towers, to see who is tougher. At 96 years old, the old man was still in good condition, but as much as he knows, he is still human. At this age and continuing to fight was already a great achievement, but his condition is no longer like it was 7 years ago. Although for many he is still powerful, the older he gets, his strength goes down, if we compare in power. 7 years ago he would be at a 9, now he would be an 8. He wanted to feel youth before retiring, but he would not prevent him from teaching the young that the old are still someone tough to crack. Note, he was not rejuvenated or given a new body. 0 offensive comments. Garu, aka Rugal, a hybrid reincarnated demon of werewolf and magician, wolf on his father's side, and magician on his mother's side, a master in hand-to-hand combat, and an expert magician, but instead of using magic like the others, he uses it to strengthen his physical attacks, generating greater physical damage. The werewolf recognizes the old Basque. In the past he had caused serious problems in a fight against the Gremry team, when the Sekiryuutei was still Rias's pawn. Although he is a person of few words and little expressive emotion, he likes to fight. His pride as a werewolf made him love fights, and in front of him there was someone really strong. He would not hold back. He knew very well the old man's strength. A single slap could win a lot. Vasco, a young man of few words, isn't he? He asked kindly. In his years he has met all kinds of people, and this young man in front of him clearly is someone of few words, besides being always serious. But not bad. There was no response, but it was enough for the old man. A simple combat pose. Ha sai. Young people today are always so fast. Well, there's no need to wait, he said kindly. The old man's body began to grow in great size, taking 2 meters and a little more, growing high muscles, from an old man of meter was 65 to 2 meters, and with great muscles. The old man was ready, in the process of growth of muscle mass, had broken the clothes of his upper part, the part of the torso, leaving the part of the torso down. Rugal, unlike Basque, his muscles did not grow. The hybrid wolf and magician removed his leather jacket, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt, then cracked his knuckles, followed by his neck, to look at the old exorcist. But seeing him face to face was more imposing than seeing him as a spectator. He had to prepare even more. Both towers were already in combat positions. Vasco, even though he has a copy of Durandal, would not use it. Hand to hand, it would be a fist fight. The Citri Tower was known for that, and this fight would be bare knuckle. His physical condition would be the sword in this fight. Vasco versus Rugal. An experienced fighter, with years of experience, knows very well that in many fights, the first one to make the move can determine his defeat, or in the few cases, the victory, and both rooks know it, but for the Citri rook, they had to let their opponent make the move first. Neither of the two rooks made the first move for about 3 minutes, until one of them made the first move. Skip. 30 minutes have passed since the fight between the two towers began. No, rather, who struck the first blow. 30 minutes may be too little for many. At the same time, nothing for others. The fight between the Basque and the Rugal, the difference in strength is too much for the hybrid between the magician and the wolf. A fighter to be feared even by the leaders, he is not considered the strongest in the church for nothing. The sound of blows echoed around the place, while Sonia watched as both towers fought barehanded, the advantage going to the veteran exorcist, with only a little of his clothes slightly damaged, easily managing to put Sonia's tower at a disadvantage, making it known to the public that he had more damage. The hybrid between werewolf and magician was clearly at a disadvantage. Despite wrapping his attacks with magic to enhance it, it was not enough. He was still far away. He could feel firsthand the same sensation as when the Gremry clan and some of the Vala team faced the old man. With a slap, everything ends, literally. Labored breathing came from the man. At first he could keep up with the old man, but as the minutes passed, the gap of difference became more and more noticeable, like a crack that was expanding, to the point of not being able to cross to the other side. 45 minutes had passed since both towers began an exchange of blows. The spectators could see who had the advantage and the greatest probability of winning. They only waited to see how the tower of Sona falls. It was only a matter of minutes. It was the thoughts of the spectators. They had seen how strong is that lord who occupies the role of the second tower of Rias, after the Valkyrie Rosweiss went over to the nobility of Yakumo. A final blow between both towers decided this fight, a direct blow to the face respectively, right on the cheek of each one. Staying in the same pose after giving the blow, it took a few minutes for one of them to start showing signs of being taken out of the game, a sign of having lost, and the winner was Sona Tower. Garu is out, point for the Gremry team. Azazel's voice announced that this first fight had ended, giving both fights in favor of Rias, 6 points for the Gremry team. Now those two pieces will not be able to fight until after the next round of fighting. It wasn't a good start for Sona and her team. There were two really heavyweights on her friends/rivals team, Mr. Black. But for some, who know his true identity, he was the evil dragon Crumb Croach. His power was not to be underestimated. Added to Vasco, it would be difficult to beat them. It would be better to go after the rest of the pieces. But she was more careful in choosing which pieces to send to fight. She had to predict when one of them would send. The first combat was over. It was time to roll the dice again, to determine the second combat. So both kings rolled the dice again, this time hoping that the added number would be an advantage for Sona. Skip. Boom! The sound of a huge explosion echoed across the battlefield. 2 people had been sent flying, only to crash into some buildings. The place of combat this time was a simulation of a city. To be more precise, the Big Apple. The number this time had been 8, in the sum total. On Rias's part, she had sent Kiba and Kaneko, 3 and 5. Respectively. She couldn't abuse the 2 strongest members of her team. It was a condition of being part of her team, although there were other more personal reasons for them, respectively. On Sona's side, the younger Citri had sent Saji and Rhea, 4 and 3 points of valor, respectively. Rhea's sword mastery was not enough to be on par with Kiba's, although for the Gremry Knight, he was surprised to see that the girl's speed was almost on par with his, which gave battle to the blonde. But in the end he emerged victorious, adding 3 points for the Gremry team, leaving only Saji against Rias's knight and rook, clearly having the advantage for the Citri pawn, which for some reason, even though its promotion was to the rook, managed to resist even more the blows of the duo, although the disadvantage is for the Vitra carrier, sending both of its opponents flying with a strong explosion. But this had to be finished. Having a dragon-slaying sword in Kiba's possession would be a disadvantage sooner or later for Genjiro, as the fight dragged on, and that was what he didn't want. The Citri group had trained a lot for this tournament, and to think that Yakumo had scored a point against all of them together, it's not surprising. After seeing how he came to blows against Rizavim, who at that time had in his possession a large part of Trihexa's power. Absorption line, which now instead of just lines that shoot out, were like tentacles that the blonde pawn could handle at will, being able to lower Kiba's speed, in addition to the forces of both of his opponents, with his black armor on, releasing black flames, to prevent the 2 of them from getting closer to him. All his abilities in generating were to close the opponent, weaken him, and that was what the blonde Citri did, but it was time to finish, before the game is reversed, accumulating large amounts of black flames in his hands and tentacles, to then shoot it towards his opponents. It would be light, but enough to take them out of the game. Winner of this second round, Team Citri 8 points. This time the one who announced was All Might. Kaneko and Kiba had been removed from the game, but Rias's team did not lose empty-handed. taking Rhea, with a value of 3 points, giving a total of 9 accumulated, having 1 more point than Citri. These first 2 fights had been intense, and quite a lot, bringing out excitement among the public, and that was just beginning, so without making the public wait, it was necessary to continue. The third roll of the dice was made, and the pieces to send in this fight are a number 9, the total sum is 9, a rivalry between the 2 girls, not only Sona and Rias, but also their queens. It went without saying, at the time of giving the sum, the gaze of both girls crossed, a look of rivalry. A fight between queens, both kings knew each other very well, a confrontation between their queens was to be expected. After all, in past tournaments, a certain rivalry had arisen between them, something that arose in the first rating game Gremory vs Citri 7 years ago. Akino vs Tsubaki. The fight between queens, will it be a tough fight? We are about to find out. Both queens appeared in the arena. The place where they would fight would be in a shopping center, very familiar to them, the Ko's shopping center, the same stage where the first confrontation between the Citri and Gremory clans took place. Words would be unnecessary. For Tsubaki, using her weapon would be useless, which would be more of a fight of magical power. In addition to sacred gear, Mirror Alice, it would be easy to repel the attacks of the Himejima, since unlike Tsubaki, Akino was by far specialized in offense, rather than defense. Shinra could use that to their advantage. There were no other pieces other than the 2 queens. In the past, she had lost to Akino in this same tournament. Although Sona won the pieces battle, she lost in the Battle of Kings, allowing Rias to turn the score around. But judging by the 3 new pieces in this tournament that Rias has to participate in this tournament, the Citri team would lose the piece combat, an exorcist of the strongest, and a powerful evil dragon. The chances are few, but they would do what they could. Queen Citri made her large mirror turn into several pieces of glass floating around her, so she could be defensive and offensive at the same time, knowing her opponent, not attacking randomly, knowing how her mirrors work firsthand. Both girls looked at each other. They would face each other again. Each one knew their opponent's abilities very well, so they would not attack just for the sake of attacking. But since it is a tournament, one of them has to make the first attack, otherwise, they would be waiting for their opponent to make the first attack, which he wouldn't do. But the first attack didn't take long to come. Akino made the first attack, launching sacred rays in the direction of Queen Citri. The fallen half obviously knew about the mirrors around her opponent, but still, someone has to strike first, and in this case, it was her. She just had to miss one of those mirrors, which she could do, by being able to control the direction of its beams for a short moment, but which can make a huge difference, just by moving or deviating slightly from its trajectory. Tsubaki, instead of dodging it, intercepted the attack with one of the fragments of her mirrors, which was divided, sending the electric attack back to her, which Akino took out her wings to rise into the air, dodging it, although the power was little, but concentrated, receiving it would be equally lethal. Queen Gremory launched multiple lightning attacks at Queen Citri, but she returned them with the fragments of her mirrors. Unlike Akino's attacks, the defensive fragments of the mirror were limited, a total of 12 fragments, leaving only 3. It would take a while to be able to use them again. She couldn't get close. The electric field created by her opponent made it difficult to enter its perimeter. A lightning attack, another mirror fragment was used, leaving 2, a fight in the air, an exchange of magical attacks, dodging from one to the other. The damage was not long in coming from the attacks in the middle of the replica of the Ko shopping center, where a great fight between queens was taking place. The rivalries of their respective kings. A hybrid born from a love between a priestess of a powerful Shinto clan with a flash, a powerful fallen half and reincarnated demon, especially a great power very effective against demons, being a part sacred, has a better resistance to holy things, unlike his rival. A source of magical power greater than the former member of the Shinra clan, Tsubaki, for the daughter of the Flash, now that she has controlled her powers inherited from her father, her magical power is even greater, giving the Queen Piece a plus. The mirror fragments had run out, since a cooldown is required to use them again, including the balance breaker, although using it with just one enemy would not be very effective, since it plays a better role against large numbers of enemies. In magical power, Himejima was above Queen Citri, something she knows very well, but unlike Akino, She can also focus on armed combat, a physical one, which gives her a balance between ways of fighting, something that Himejima does not have. Little by little the Citri is going against the ropes in this fight. The difference between what remains of the magical reserves was notable. The mastery of magic. Akino was superior to her in offense. The disadvantage of the rest time to use the mirror Alice again was a double-edged factor in a fight. With only one last move left, an ace up his sleeve, no, rather, a black pearl bracelet on his wrist, which the brown-haired man gave to her, Sona and Yura, before showing up at the arena to begin this first team meeting. If she remembered correctly, to activate it, he only needed to absorb a little of his power. He didn't say what it does exactly, but he said that it would be very useful, and would give them a bonus. Without knowing what it does, just having the idea that it would be useful for your fights, it is something that really wasn't much information at all. It didn't help much. It's like a gasapon, without knowing what you will get, but it will be useful for something, but it would help you gain time. He immediately sent a bit of demonic power to the bracelet, which began to shine, but just receiving an attack from Akino, causing the black-haired girl to be enveloped by a curtain of black clouds, without being able to see what happened after the bracelet began to shine. Waiting to see what became of her opponent, all the spectators were also watching with great attention to see what would become of the queen of the Citri team. Swing. The sound of a cut echoed throughout the silent place of combat. The smoke screen was cut horizontally in half, immediately clearing all that smoke screen, revealing the Citri queen, with a new outfit. A black jacket with golden lines, revealing the abdomen, a black skirt, while a piece of tiger skin fabric is tied around the hip, with a red ribbon next to the skirt, gloves of the same tiger skin, black boots, a very recognized outfit from many of those present. The dragon's mantle, but this one had some slight changes. It was noticeable that it was more aerodynamic, made to be fast. You could see that Tsubaki's demon wings were also thinner and more pointed. Everyone was surprised by the clothing that Queen Citri was wearing. She didn't know what happened, even herself and her team. Whereas she remembered the black pearl bracelet that the brown-haired man gave her. It would be a great help. What did he mean by that? A version of his armor suit. She felt lighter. Maybe it was because of this suit. Hephaestus created a total of 3 suits, each based on the forms of the original armor suit: speed mode, power mode and base mode, and the one Tsubaki has is the version based on speed mode. Just as its name says, it focuses on speed. Not only did he have the suit on, but also his weapon, a naginata, a Japanese spear. Unlike common Western spears, the edge of this weapon was that of a katana, that is, the edge on one side and not on the other. Tsubaki could sense why her weapon had appeared. If that black pearl bracelet contained a version of the armor suit, she didn't feel that her magical powers had increased, but her physical strength had increased. Fighting physically against magically, will it work? It would be worth trying. I look at his demon wings, which were beginning to emit demonic power. Purple particles were coming out of the wings, something very similar to what the divine dividing wings do. With a firm grip on his weapon, he gave a strong push towards the direction of the Himejima, so much so that he was behind the aforementioned. It was so fast that neither she nor her opponent noticed it. The path the girl left small particles of lights of demonic power. Apparently this suit provides great speed to the user. She quickly turned around, to face her opponent again. Both Sona and Yura saw the outfit that Tsubaki was wearing, coming to the same conclusion as the one mentioned, the black pearl bracelet that the brown-haired boy gave them. Both of them looked at the bracelet that each one was wearing respectively. Tsubaki and Akino took distance, but immediately the Himejima launched multiple rays towards Tsubaki, who instead of dodging it, intercepted each electrical attack. The sound of the naginata cutting the lightning attacks deflecting them in different directions. No attack hit Queen Citri, all were deflected by her katana spear, precisely. Without wasting time, she quickly approached Akino. With its long handle she hit the abdomen of the aforementioned, sending her crashing into a topaz stand, destroying it in the process. Akino stood up from the pile of rubble of the clothing store. That blow with the handle of the weapon really hurt her quite a bit. Wiping some of the blood that came out of her mouth, she rose into the air again, to counterattack. The mirror Alice's moment of rest had ended. It was in use again, as its wearer stated, but unlike being multiple fragments, this was a complete mirror. Although she was not yet used to this suit, it was time to finish. The black-haired woman held her weapon firmly in one hand, and the mirror in the other, as if it were a shield, while her wings emitted many particles of demonic power, a sign that she was going at full speed. Akino saw how the Shinra was prepared, doing the same. Her whole body was wrapped in electric rays, while even more rays accumulated in her hands, a serious look, determined to end this once and for all. Queen Gremory launched hundreds of lightning bolts at Tsubaki with all her power, but instead of moving to the side, she faced those electrical attacks, moving quickly forward, dodging each lightning bolt, putting her Naginata ready to strike with everything. The girl's demonic wings began to strongly emit demonic particles intensely, to disappear in a flash. The sound of multiple cuts resounded, well, in this case, blows, all hitting the Himejima, causing great physical damage. Tsubaki reappeared on the ground, turning her back on her opponent, turning her weapon a little, then putting it away with magic. In addition to dissipating the suit, Akino fell to the ground, unconscious. The black-haired girl sighed in exhaustion. Even though the suit gave her a great speed boost, after using it she felt tired. She turned around, to see how Akino disappeared into the light, a sign that she won this encounter. The Queen of Team Citri is the winner, point for Team Citri, Akino Himejima is out. Azazel's voice gave the announcement, and then the winner disappears to return to her team, to start the next match, adding 9 points to the Citri team's score, leading the Gremory team. But by how much more will it be? Team Gremory currently has 9 points, and Team Citri has 17 points. To continue with the following fight, Rias were impressed to see what happened in the fight between Akino and Tsubaki, an unexpected turn. She was sure that Akino would win, but there was a 180-degree turn. That suit that the queen used had a certain resemblance to Jin's. When he fought against Rizavim, was it created by him? I stopped thinking that, leaving aside, I had to finish this fight, to go talk to a certain brown-haired man, who after months, almost half a year, I appreciate, and is participating in this fight, with a team of people with somewhat strange clothes, as if it were out of a comic. Talk to him, not only her, but the others too. So the redhead took the dice again, to throw it, to get the next number, and the result was skip, last fight of nobility. The Gremory team was able to recover, turning the score around, eliminating all of Sona's pieces in the following fights. In this last fight, it was Olga and Yura from the Citri team, against Mr. Black and Asia, while leaving only Olga against Mr. Black, an alter ego of the evil dragon Crom Croach. Not only did Tsubaki have a suit very similar to Jin's, but also Yura's, but unlike the aerodynamic shape of the suit used by Tsubaki, Yura's was a little more robust, as if it were some kind of armor, but without looking exaggerated or thick. The suit used by the Citri Tower Yura had a great similarity to Jin's, more than Tsubaki's. But the differences were that instead of cloth, they were like metal scales stuck to the blue-haired girl's body, and on her hands instead of cloth gloves, they were made of metal, and combined with metallic boots of the same color as the original suit. If for Tsubaki it was a derivative version of the suit in speed mode, for Yura it would be in power mode, which as its name says, gives the user great strength and physical resistance, a power suit against the hard armor of Fafnir of Asia. With both of them out of the fight, leaving only Olga against the human form of the evil dragon, Olga was the only piece left Sona, while Rias still had Vasco and Gasper Vladi in play. The score was as follows: Rias Gremory with 33 points and Sona Citricon 25 points, having a difference of 8 points. Olga Discord could not do anything against the evil dragon, having as an option the defensive, and always gaining distance, creating magic circles as a platform to move, dodging several attacks from Mr. Black. For the Queen of the Dark Elves it was difficult, and quite a bit. Her magical attacks did not give great damage. It was necessary to find a way to defeat him. Her pride was great. Her first fight in this type of competition, it would be humiliating to come out as a loser. But after escaping, Olga had no choice but to use that borrowed promotion. After all, the chestnut bishop piece was still with her, giving a slight advantage. No one understood this power shown by Olga, but it had increased her lightning element attacks, being able to cause damage to the evil dragon, the longer she maintained that transformation. The more tired she became. One thing was to use it in training, and another is to use it in a real fight. The wear and tear was greater, It is assumed that after 30 minutes, she would begin to show signs of fatigue, but in a real fight, with only 11 minutes of using it, she was tired. Only for a little more than a third of the time she could hold on. One last attack would give it her all. Again the dark-skinned elf became defensive, but still maintaining the promotion, while she moved away, and tried to dodge the attacks of the evil dragon, such as flame-throwers, flapping wings, claws, among other attacks, but one or another attack managed to hit the elf queen. He who dwells this captive against her will for all eternity on the minor moon, Dalamud, free from your captivity, come to my call, tear the sky to descend from her in this battle, walk among the world of the living with your power of chaos, come to my call, Dragon Bahamut. The dark elf performed her temporary summoning chant, a spell she would never think of using, due to the great amount of power required, much more power than the summoning spell that brought Jean. For some reason she never thought of using it, not even when there was the war against Kuroinu. It's not that she doesn't want to, but rather, she can't until now. After training, channeling her power, with the bonus given by the promotion, she could do it, she could defeat her opponent, but she wouldn't emerge victorious either. She had foreseen this before using the chant. Both would fall in this fight. If she had used this spell against Kuroinu, it would have been a sure victory. But it would have brought her to the point of entering a coma or maybe more. But the chant was made. Just at the end of finishing the chant, she was hit by a blow from her opponent, sending her to the ground, breaking it. The blow caused great damage to the dark elf, but this was already over. The sky above them began to appear a large magic circle, of a dark and purple color. A loud roar resounded from it, which made the battlefield tremble with simulation. No, rather, the entire stadium. A claw was the first thing that was shown coming out of the circle, identifying it as a dragon claw, a claw between gray and black in color, black scales, but shiny. Little by little the being behind the portal began to show itself. From the magic circle came out an enormous dragon, with a powerful aura surrounding it. A huge humanoid dragon, black scales with reddish tints, red and black wings, a fierce blood-colored gaze, the evil dragon Bahamut, Dalamud Bahamut. All the spectators were shocked by such a fact. Sona's bishop had summoned a huge dragon, which emitted power as if there were no morning, a dragon that none of those present recognized. Without wasting time, the newly appeared dragon gave another great roar, and then accumulated energy in its mouth, a blue and white color. The huge dragon fired it. Instead of being some kind of energy attack, they were magic circles, one after the other, a total of 7 circles, tracing a trajectory between the dragon, towards Crom, who still did not know what would happen, but would do it head-on. Despite being in his human form, he could squeeze out all his power. To a large percentage. The dragon summoned by Olga rose to the sky in a single flight, then dived towards each circle, breaking each one. For each circle broken by the dragon, it wrapped itself in the form of energy, a dive attack wrapped in power. Both dragons collided. The evil dragon tried to stop the attack. For a moment the evil dragon was able to stop it for a brief moment, until the dragon wrapped in power gave a third roar, so that the attack became more powerful, winning in the clash of force against Crom Cruch. The strongest evil dragon of all had been defeated by the dragon summoned by Olga in the clash of powers, causing a strong explosion, clouding the entire place, breaking the artificial sky barrier, returning the field to normal. A cloud of dust covered the entire place. After the curtain of dust dissipated with a strong blizzard clearing the field, the two opponents, Crom and Olga, were seen. Both remained standing as best they could. The dark-skinned elf used her staff to stay standing, her breathing agitated, as if now instead of fighting, one had turned to see who would fall to the ground first. The evil dragon was not in better shape. Much of his clothes were destroyed, while smoke came out of his body. His hands were in the air. Without strength, he only had strength in his legs, but in the same way, he showed signs of fatigue. The dragon summoned by Olga had disappeared after its strong attack, managing to break the simulation dome. But without breaking the field that protects the spectators, everyone remained silent, to see who would emerge victorious, until finally it was seen who fell to the ground first. It was both. Both bodies unconscious, the dome of the stage simulation field, which either of the two would shine to be taken out of the place. Since there was no stage, it was a tie, 3 points for the Gremory team, and 4 points for the Citri team, giving the following results. Gremry team with 36 points, and Citri team with 29 points, shortening the score difference a little more. Both were taken by doctors to heal them, now that one of the two teams was left without nobility, leaving only the king. It was time to enter the combat between kings, but first, the field would have to be repaired to continue the fight. So they would have 15 minutes of rest. Everyone went to see how Olga was feeling, that there was no risk, but she was exhausted, but it would take her a while to wake up and recover from the lost energy. Chloe would stay with her queen. They would let her know when it was her team's turn to fight. The fighting arena was like new. It was time to return to the fight, the continuation, the end of this first team encounter. Could the Gremry team come out as the winning team, or could Sona turn the score around in this fight? Although the fight between kings is a good way to turn the score around, but sometimes, even if she defeats the king, if the difference between the scores is too much, even if she wins the battle between kings, it would not be a victory to move on to the next round. But the difference in points between Rias and Sona is a score that Citri could turn around. Both kings appeared on the stage, ready to start this fight. Only the signal to start was missing. Between Sona and Rias, both girls talked about something, but without being heard by the other spectators, the sound of the bells rang, starting the fight. Rias immediately equipped herself with her crimson extinct dragonar, a red armor very similar to the scale mail of the boosted gear, but made for the female body, apparently Sona, and she decided to go all out in this fight from the beginning. The Gremry team is pure power, which everyone recognizes in that way, while the Citri team is strategy. But if the gap is the difference between power and strategy, a good plan would be useless if the power is much more than a strategy can bear. Sona was not far behind. She put a bit of her power into the black pearl bracelet she wore, repeating the same scene of equipping herself with Tsubaki and Yura's outfit, this being the third time. Sona's suit, compared to the two suits previously seen, Tsubaki's and Yura's, the one Sona was wearing, was much more identical to the brown-haired one, not at all aerodynamic or robust. It was identical, but only adapted to a woman's body. The version that comes with Sona is the first to be created by the blacksmith Hephaestus, followed by speed and finally power. This is the base mode, a balanced version between power, speed and resistance, as its name says, base mode, the most balanced version of the three suits. Rias was surprised, but if Tsubaki and Yura have it, there was a chance that there would be someone else, and apparently Sona has it. Apparently Sona and her team have new tricks in this third tournament. Sona, whenever you want we can start fighting, said the Citri, while in each hand a magic circle appeared, of ice and water magic on each side respectively. Rias accumulated the power of destruction in her hands, throwing it in the direction of Citri, while using her wings to quickly fly in Sona's direction. Sona made a swim with her right hand using ice magic, creating an ice barrier. Rias thought it would be a defense, but she was wrong. The ice barrier broke. Instead of falling into pieces to the ground, Sona broke it to expel it towards Rias. The redhead never thought that Sona would do something like that, since knowing Sona, she would go on the defensive to form a strategy. But instead of doing that, she went on the offensive. Worse, seeing as if she was putting herself on the defensive. Rias stopped as she walked forward, to rise up, avoiding the large ice fragments, dodging it. When she again laid eyes on Sona, she was no longer in the same place, and before she could look in another direction, she was tied up by water whips, courtesy of Sona, who used her attack as a distraction, moving quickly behind her rival. After tying Rias in the water whips, he quickly froze them, to take it with force, throwing Rias to the ground, crashing it. Even though she has the armor on, the strength and speed used caused some damage to the redhead, which brought out a few moans of pain, but thanks to her helmet, it was not noticeable to others. Speed in a balance gave equal increases to Sona by the suit. Apparently it gave a bit of equality. Rias's dragon armor against Sona's armor suit, both armor derived from the original, from the scale mail and the dragon mantle respectively. Rias got up after being thrown to the ground. Apparently that suit that Sona wears gives her an extra increase, not in magical power, but in physical power. But how much was the increase? Rias quickly counterattacked, throwing multiple attacks of destructive power, but Sona intercepted several, but dodged others. For Rias, it didn't matter if her attacks hit Sona or not. What mattered was distracting Sona, which worked, The redhead used the same as her rival. She moved quickly, giving a blow wrapped in bale power, sending Sona crashing to the ground. Sona's suit provided protection, so Rias's attack didn't do much damage. Even so, it had hurt her. The Citri settled in the air, looking face to face with her rival. Both girls again launched themselves to attack each other, a clash of powers, an explosive wave causing both girls to take distance. They were even. Now Sona was more on the offensive than the defensive. That suit that she wears helped her, and quite a bit. Magical attacks flew everywhere, clashes of the same, a few exchanges of physical attacks, until both decided to end this. In each of Rias's hands she accumulated spheres of two mixed colors, black and crimson, to join both hands forming a single sphere. Her best technique, the Extinguished Star, Rias's best attack, although the attack speed is not that fast, but her ability gave her support, an attack like a black hole, which attracted everything that is in a certain perimeter around it, something that compensates for the speed part. Sona repeated the same action as Rias. In each of her hands she accumulated demonic power, ice and water. She had created this attack by seeing one of the brown-haired man's attacks, the blue dragon kick. But unlike the original and the one created by Graphia based on the original, it is not a physical attack, but a magical one. Joining her hands forming a single blue and white sphere, she would intercept Rias's attack, or so the redhead thought. But instead, he disappeared, reappearing in front of Rias, passing from the attack of the aforementioned, launching the attack in front of Rias, at point-blank range. The sphere created by Sona exploded, releasing multiple water and ice dragons, each one hitting Rias squarely at such a close distance. Even if she had her armor on, the damage was greater, receiving such a close and full attack. The multiple dragons released by Sona's attack were like arrows, causing the redhead to crash to the ground, but it continued to rain down water and ice dragons without stopping, ending up being frozen in a large pillar of ice that exploded. Rias had dissipated her armor, not consciously, but rather, she had reached her limit. The damage exceeded what Rias could withstand. Losing consciousness, giving the victory to Sona, adding 12 points to her score. And the Citri team is the winner of this first match. Thanks for their exciting fight, exclaimed the voice of the symbol of peace, announcing the winning team, with 41 points, the first team to advance to the next round. The public applauded for the great fight witnessed, a great fight to start. The following fights would be even more surprising. While the participants in this first match were going to heal, it was time to continue with the second match. Again, All Might was the one who pressed the roulette button, where it would show the next ones to fight, with his signature phrase, plus ultra, and the next ones to fight is John Kyle Mabe. Days ago, after communicating with Rias, to find out that the aforementioned knows where the brown-haired girl is, since he would possibly be with her, but it had been years since she had been in contact with the supernatural, which she has lost due to several things, such as that each girl is already married to someone different. Something that at first surprised the brown-haired girl, but after Rias told her that she is also looking for him, she found out that he is not with her, to later catch up with the supernatural. The last thing she knew was what the brown-haired boy did, but now that she knows he is coming back, she has caught up, but without knowing his current whereabouts. Currently, the girl had returned from her tennis training to her apartment. She remembered that today was the tournament. After catching up, she turned on her television, which thanks to a device can receive signals from the underworld, and what she heard caused her to spit out her soda. And the second match of this first day is Hyoudou Issei vs Razor Phoenix, the Red Dragon team against the Phoenix team. Azazel's voice announced who would fight in the second match. Abe, upon hearing this, couldn't help but spit out his soda. It took him a moment to recover from the shock, to pay close attention to the broadcast. Not even Rias knows where he is, and the television gave him the best answer.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.